Chapter 494. Mr. May glanced at him and asked, "If Her Majesty wants to, do you dare?" Li Mu said decisively, "No." Putting aside her identity as the Empress, even if she was a seventh realm cultivator, for a lecher, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. A seventh realm cultivator was still a woman. Sooner or later, he would cultivate to the seventh realm, and wouldn't be unworthy of her. But being an empress was out of the question. Lecherous as he was, he still had to have a bottom line. It was unprecedented for a man to be an empress. How would the history books record him in the future? Li Mu was supposed to be a hero of the Great Zhou. He saved the Great Zhou from internal problems and external threats. After his lifespan ended, he could enjoy the existence of the imperial ancestral temple. The imperial harem was never allowed to interfere with politics. Once he became an empress, the historians wouldn't praise him for being gentle and virtuous. He would be labeled as a demon empress for messing up politics. Lord May snorted softly and said, "Wind from an empty cave may not be without cause. If you had kept yourself clean and followed the rules, why would there be rumors of you becoming the demon empress?" Mr. May wouldn't say that. These words sounded more like the empress. Li Mu looked at her and asked, "Did Her Majesty ask you to say that?" Mr. May didn't admit or deny it. Li Mu said unhappily, "You're so heartless. Who am I doing this for?" "For me, for the demon nation, and for Her Majesty. I've only been married for a short time, and I've already been separated from my wife. I've been suffering from lovesickness every day. For the Great Zhou, for the Empress, I've risked my life to go deep into the demon nation and deal with the seventh realm. Is it all to make Her Majesty suspicious?" Feeling Li Mu's anger and resentment, Mr. May panicked and said, "That's not what Her Majesty meant." Li Mu said, "You're not Her Majesty. How would you know what Her Majesty meant?" "Her Majesty likes to make wild guesses," Mr. May asked. "Is His Majesty such a person in your eyes?" Li Mu glanced at her and said, "You've been by Her Majesty's side for so long. How can you not understand her? Her Majesty looks magnanimous, but she's actually more petty than anyone else. If you accidentally offend her, she'll chase you into your dreams and beat you up." A meaningful smile appeared on Mr. May's face as he asked, "So you're not the only one who thinks so. Is there anyone else?" Li Mu finally found a soulmate and said, "Also, whatever she thinks, she never says it out loud. It's all based on my own guesses. It's fine if I'm right, but if I'm wrong, she gets angry and tries to find ways to torture me. It's just me. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to stand her." Inside Huanji's palace, Huanji had just received news from Hulu. She confirmed once again, "You said that someone from the Great Zhou court came?" Hulu nodded and said, "The person who came is Commander May of the Great Zhou Empress. She's one of the most trusted female officials of the Great Zhou Empress. She was the one who captured me back then." Huanji frowned and said, "Why did she come to Thousand Fox Country?" Hulu said, "She said that she came on the orders of Empress Zhou Yi of the Great Zhou Empress to discuss an alliance with us. However, this might not be her real purpose. She's been with the state preceptor the whole time and has no intention of discussing with us." Huanji thought for a moment and said, "I'll go and take a look." Hulu stopped her in time and said, "You're the queen of Thousand Fox Country. How can a queen of a country take the initiative to meet an envoy from another country? Wouldn't this make you look inferior to Zhou Yi?" What Hulu said was what she couldn't accept the most. Huanji immediately dismissed the idea. She looked at Hulu and said, "Go and help me find out." Hulu nodded and said, "Okay." Just as she walked out of the door, Huanji suddenly said, "Wait." After complaining about the Empress with Mr. May, Li Mu felt much better. Mr. May sat on the main seat with a faint smile on his face. He asked Li Mu, "Her Majesty wants me to ask you, when will you go back?" Li Mu said, "Soon." Mr. May said, "You say that every time. Her Majesty wants an exact time." Qin Shi's meeting was almost over. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Not more than half a month." While they were talking, Hulu walked in from outside. Li Mu introduced her to Mr. May first. "This is..." Mr. May looked at Hulu and his eyes flashed. He said lightly, "No need to introduce her. When she was undercover in Shindu, I caught her with my own hands." Li Mu was the one who reported Hulu, and Mr. May caught her. The atmosphere in the hall was a bit awkward when the three of them met again. Seeing Hulu's expression, Li Mu tried to smooth things over. Let's not talk about the past. We're all friends now, and harmony is the most important thing. Mr. May glanced at Hulu. Who's friends with this fox? Hulu didn't back down. Do you think I want to? The man and the fox just met, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Li Mu felt a headache coming. He deliberately put on a straight face and said in a deep voice, "Both of you stop talking." According to his expectations, whether it was Lord May or Hulu, they should give him face. But this time, Li Mu miscalculated. Mr. May looked at Li Mu and asked, "Are you helping this fox?" Hulu also looked at Li Mu and asked, "Who are you helping?" It wasn't right for him to help either of them. Li Mu looked at them and said, "Same old rules. Why don't you two fight? The loser has to shut up." Li Mu liked the way the fox race solved their differences. There was no scheming and no beating around the bush. There was nothing that couldn't be solved with a fight. The loser had no right to speak, and the winner couldn't argue even if they wanted to. Mr. May glanced at Hulu and said, "Forget it. I don't want to bully her." Hulu sneered and asked, "You're afraid of losing, right?" Li Mu wanted to persuade Hulu, but she glared at him. To be honest, Hulu didn't know what was good for her this time. Her master, Phantom Princess, was only at the 5th level. How strong could she be? Li Mu didn't know how strong the Empress was. Mr. May had been with the Empress for many years, and he wasn't weak among the 5th level. It would be fine if Phantom Princess fought, but Hulu had no chance of winning. Where did she get her confidence from? Suddenly, Li Mu felt that Hulu's aura was slightly different from before. He seemed to think of something. He looked at Hulu's eyes and found a trace of slyness deep in her eyes. Li Mu was shocked. This Fox 6 was actually a transformed Phantom Princess. The Fox race was also very good at illusion techniques, and Phantom Princess was an expert. No wonder she was so confident this time. She was deliberately bullying Mr. May because he couldn't see through her illusion. Hulu wasn't Mr. May's opponent, but Mr. May couldn't defeat Phantom Princess no matter what. Li Mu wanted to stop her, but Hulu looked at him with a trace of threat. Li Mu thought about it carefully. If he exposed her here, a queen of a country would become his subordinate and bully another country's ambassador. It would be too tasteless. Wouldn't people laugh their heads off if they heard about it? Who knew better than him the embarrassment of having a fake identity exposed? Letting Phantom Princess die was much more serious than Mr. May losing to Hulu. Li Mu looked at Mr. May and said, "Sister May, let's forget about it." Mr. May said calmly, "Why should we forget about it? We've already agreed. If we back out now, we'll lose face for Her Majesty." Li Mu could only look at Fox 6, who was disguised as Fantasy Princess, and remind her, "All right then. Don't go too far." "Got it." Phantom Princess answered casually. 5 fox tails appeared behind her and attacked Mr. May. Without the use of Dharma treasures, a fox demon's tail was their most powerful weapon. Mr. May stood in place. His body was like a ball of catkins, floating with the wind brought by the fox tails. No matter how fast or how strong Phantom Princess attacks were, they couldn't touch the corner of his clothes. Phantom Princess was obviously very surprised. Just as she was about to speed up her attacks, Mr. May suddenly reached out and grabbed one of her tails. With a light tug, Phantom Princess cried out in pain as she was pulled over. Then Mr. May raised his hand and pressed his palm on Phantom Princess's chest. This palm strike didn't injure her, but it broke her transformation technique. After a series of transformations, Fox 6's face revealed the original appearance of the Phantom Princess. Mr. May looked at her and shook his head. He said, "You're not Hulu. I didn't expect the Queen of Thousand Fox Country to do such a thing." Phantom Princess was very embarrassed to be exposed. What was more embarrassing was that she and Zhou Yi were both queens, but she wasn't even a match for Zhou Yi's subordinates. She lost face in front of Li Mu. She blushed from her face to her neck. She wanted to hide in a hole. Li Mu stood in place and looked at Mr. May blankly. His throat moved, and his lips felt dry. Of course, May Darren wasn't Huanji's opponent, and it was even more impossible for her to subdue Huanji so easily. seeing how easily she dodged Huanji's attack. Even Li Mu himself wouldn't be able to predict Huanji's every move. This seemingly simple move contained a great divine ability. Foresight. A cultivator at the sixth realm of Taoism had a certain chance of being able to divine a sliver of the heavenly secrets with a pinch of their fingers. Only at the seventh realm would this ability reach a minor accomplishment. They would be able to divine even more heavenly secrets. When facing an opponent whose cultivation was far inferior to theirs, using divination to predict their movements was even more common. Li Mu's eyelids twitched. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Sister May, you've improved so much in just a few months. Congratulations." Mr. May sat down again and asked, "Where were we?" Li Mu said, "Speaking of His Majesty just now, His Majesty is magnanimous, gentle, intelligent and considerate. During my time in the Demon Nation, I've been missing His Majesty all the time. I really hope that I can finish my work here soon so that I can see His Majesty sooner." Mr. May's mouth twitched. He said, "Who said that His Majesty is stingy and can't be offended at all?" Li Mu explained, "I was confused. His Majesty's heart is deeper than the sea and wider than the sky." Mr. May said calmly, "And who said that His Majesty doesn't say anything? Other than you, no one can stand it?" Li Mu immediately said, "His Majesty is the ruler of a country. If his thoughts are always guessed by his subjects, then there's no dignity left. It's good to keep a little mystery." Mr. May said, "That's not what you said just now." Li Mu didn't know how to respond. Phantom Princess had recovered. Her expression returned to normal. She looked at Mr. May calmly and said, "You're not the commander of the inner guards. Who are you?" She was a little ashamed of losing to Zhou Yi's subordinate. But when she came back to her senses, she realized that something was wrong. She was very confident in her abilities. Unless she met someone like Li Mu, she wasn't afraid of anyone below the sixth level. How could she lose so easily? Mr. May looked at her with a kind of supreme dignity. He asked, "What? Didn't we meet in the monocular? Don't you recognize me already?" As soon as she finished speaking, light flowed around her body. She quickly changed from Mr. May to another beautiful woman. Phantom Princess's expression changed from anger to shock and then to fear. She hid behind Li Mu and pointed at Zhou Yi. She said in a trembling voice, What are you doing here?" Li Mu looked at Phantom Princess with a pitiful expression. This fox really kicked an iron plate this time. In the monocular, she attacked the Empress. Now the stingy and vengeful Empress chased her to her home. But she hid behind Li Mu and acted submissively. She didn't have the arrogance she had when she faced the Empress through the monocular. Obviously, the first confrontation between the two Empresses ended with Phantom Princess's defeat. Not only did she lose, but she lost completely. This was a merciless suppression of strength. Li Mu looked at the Empress and didn't speak for a long time. The Great Zhou wasn't a small demon nation like the Thousand Fox Nation. The Empress couldn't even leave the Great Zhou easily, let alone leave the Great Zhou and come to the dangerous demon nation. If the old officials in the imperial court heard about this, they would probably have a brain hemorrhage from anger. Of course, this wasn't a big deal. After all, it wasn't the first time the Empress was so willful. The problem was if she wanted to come to the Yao nation, then so be it. Why did she have to disguise herself as Lord Mei so that Li Mu would let his guard down? She had already said what she should and should not have said. There was no chance for her to salvage the situation. Li Mu sighed. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Zhou Yi snorted and said, "If I didn't come, you would have fallen into the hands of this vixen sooner or later." Phantom Princess poked her head out from behind Li Mu. Just as she was about to refute, Zhou Yi glared at her. She was angry and annoyed, but under Zhou Yi's powerful aura, she didn't even have the courage to speak. After losing the monocular, she realized that other than envy, jealousy, and unwillingness to submit to Zhou Yi, there was also fear in the depths of her heart. In front of the Empress, Phantom Princess became a cowardly fox. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "Am I narrow-minded?" Under her sharp gaze, Li Mu took a step back. Zhou Yi took a step forward and continued to ask, "Am I making wild guesses?" Phantom Princess hid behind Li Mu and spoke up for him. "If you weren't making wild guesses, Why would you use the monocular to monitor her all the time? If you didn't have any suspicions, why would you come here? Zoe glanced over. Phantom Princess shivered and instantly appeared outside the door. She continued, whether you have any suspicions or not, you know best in your heart. Chapter 495. Although Illusion Princess didn't have the confidence to scold the Empress because she was afraid, it was undeniable that what she said made sense. She said what Li Mu didn't dare to say. The Empress was even more suspicious than Lu Hanyan. Just as Illusion Princess said, if she trusted Li Mu, why would she use the telescope to check on Li Mu every day? Why would she come here personally? The Empress looked at Illusion Princess again, and Illusion Princess instantly disappeared behind the door. Li Mu was now in an awkward situation. Just now, in front of the Empress, he not only said that she was narrow-minded and liked to be suspicious, but he also asked the Empress if she wanted him to be the Empress of the Great Zhou. He had narrowed his own path. No, this wasn't narrow-mindedness. He had personally cut off his own path. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu. Li Mu also looked at her. His lips moved a few times. He wanted to explain, but he realized that his words were too harsh. He couldn't explain it now. He didn't plan to explain it. He lowered his head and said, I'm guilty. I shouldn't have talked about Your Majesty. Please punish me. Since he couldn't explain, he might as well give up. With his understanding of the Empress, she would at most let him stand here for a while. Zhou Yi glared at him and said, stand here for a while. Don't do it again. How could she really punish Li Mu? Not to mention that she admitted to what Li Mu said. If she punished him here, wouldn't she be giving that fox a chance? If she hurt his heart, that fox would take advantage of the situation and seduce him to become the Empress of Thousand Fox Country. Who would she cry to? Illusion Princess was outside the door. It would be best if Zhou Yi punished Li Mu severely. That way, she would have a chance to interfere. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yi didn't fall for it. Illusion Princess couldn't help but poke her head out and mock. That's it. Zhou Yi waved her hand and Phantom Princess's body flew hundreds of feet away. The door of the main hall was closed immediately. The matter between the two of them could not be interfered with by others, especially by this fox with evil intentions. 300 meters away, Illusion Princess's figure appeared and immediately flew back. However, she found that as long as she was within 3 meters of the palace gate, she would be teleported 300 meters away again. After a few times, she stood 300 meters away and angrily pointed at the palace gate, shouting, Surname Zhou, this is my place, get out here. The person she disliked the most and the person she loved the most stayed in her harem. Only she was chased away. Huan Ji was so angry that her entire body trembled, but in the face of absolute power, she was helpless. A deep sense of helplessness surged from the bottom of her heart. In the square, Phantom Princess's chest heaved up and down. She had never desired power as much as she did now. But in the end, she could only fiercely stomp her feet, turn around and leave. Li Mu was surprised by the arrival of the Empress. She had actually turned into Mr. Mei. Li Mu's intuition told him that this was not the first time. After thinking about it, there were a few times when Mr. Mei was not quite right. After Li Mu complained about the Empress to her, he was ravaged that night. Li Mu did not dare to mention this matter, in case the Empress became angry again. The person she was most unhappy about coming to the Yao Kingdom was Illusion Princess. Li Mu had not seen her for 2 whole days. In front of a true Empress, her identity, status, strength, and everything else was mercilessly crushed. The prideful Illusion Princess chose to escape when facing the Empress. In the past 2 days, Li Mu had drafted a treaty of alliance between the Thousand Fox Nation and the Great Zhou. This treaty did not involve the common people. It was mainly about the trade between the two courts. In the Great Zhou's Department of Consecration, there were consecrators who were responsible for refining weapons, refining pills, and writing talismans. They supplied the local government offices of the 36 counties. A large amount of resources were needed here. Although the ancestral state was vast, humans had lived there for thousands of years. All kinds of resources were on the verge of exhaustion. On the contrary, although the life state was far smaller than the ancestral state, it was vast and had few demons. It was rich in all kinds of minerals and spiritual herbs. These were indispensable for refining weapons, talismans, and refining pills. These things were not very useful in the hands of demons. Most demons could only gnaw on spiritual herbs to absorb the spiritual power. The utilization of spiritual power was less than 10%, resulting in a large waste of resources. Through refining pills, the medicinal power could be maximized. All kinds of spiritual herbs complemented each other, and the benefits could reach more than 100%. The Thousand Fox Nation exchanged minerals, spiritual herbs, and spiritual jades with the Great Zhou court for pills, fulu, and weapons. They took what they needed and benefited each other. Hu Jiu took the treaty drafted by Li Mu and went to Phantom Princess for final confirmation. Zhou Yi was playing chess with Li Mu out of boredom. He picked up a chess piece and was about to put it down when his wrist suddenly stopped in the air, and he looked outside. Then Li Mu sensed that two auras connected to his mind appeared 100 miles away from the Thousand Fox Nation. Not long after, outside the Thousand Fox Nation, more than a dozen figures bowed to Li Mu and said, "Greetings, Grand Elder." These people all exuded the aura of the fifth realm, and a few of them had reached the peak of the fifth realm. Li Mu looked at them and said indifferently, "You may rise." This time, in addition to the two demon corpses, he also asked Chen Shi to bring all the corpse sect disciples above the fifth realm to the Thousand Fox Nation. The corpse sect disciples and the experts by Phantom Princess's side were the backbone of the force. They were not inferior to the Celestial Wolf Nation. Chen Shi was excited and said in a trembling voice, "Grand Elder, we did it." Li Mu felt everyone's excitement. For them, who had devoted their lives to refining corpses, there was nothing more satisfying than refining two seventh-realm spiritual corpses with their own hands. If there was, then they would definitely refine even more powerful spiritual corpses. Each of the people carried a coffin on their backs. Above their heads, there were two huge coffins floating. Li Mu thought, and the lids of the two coffins popped open. Two figures flew out of the coffins and floated quietly in the air. After refining, the two seventh-realm demon corpses no longer had any demonic chi or corpse chi. They looked no different from ordinary people, only more muscular. However, their bodies were even more indestructible than seventh-realm Xian demons. At the same time, they had the ability of zombies, which greatly restrained the physical body and primordial spirit. Originally, refining a level 7 demonic corpse wasn't that easy. Just the initial refinement and the collection of materials for refining the demonic corpse required an extremely long time. Emperor Bai had made these demon corpses for the later refining. Therefore, as early as 3,000 years ago, he had helped Li Mu complete the initial refining. As for the materials for the later stages of refining corpses, the rich and powerful demonic path holy sect would take care of them. Who knew how much time this would save him? On the other hand, the final refining step took at most 81 days and as short as 49 days. It was the easiest to complete. After entering the Thousand Fox Nation, Li Mu looked at Chen Shi and the others and said, "Stay in the Thousand Fox Nation for the time being and listen to the Queen's orders." Chen Shi and the others bowed and said, "Yes." Looking at the statue of the first elder of the Thousand Fox Nation, they thought of the rumors they heard on their way here in the Great Zhou. Some guesses about the first elder's identity surfaced in their hearts. Did the first elder possess Li Mu's body, or did Li Mu possess the first elder's body? Perhaps only the first elder in front of them knew the answer to this question. However, the answer was not important to the people of the corpse sect. The corpse sect was now completely separated from the sacred sect. They had no right to choose which side to take. However, the people of the corpse sect were not afraid of the sacred sect, which was like a towering mountain in their hearts. They even wanted to get a few more corpses to refine. After personally refining 2 7th realm and 8 6th realm corpses, their confidence had greatly increased. After making arrangements for the people of the corpse sect, Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu in the Thousand Fox Nation Palace and asked, "Can we go back now?" Li Mu said, "I'll tell Huanji a few more things, then I can go back." He walked out of the harem and went to Huanji's bedroom. He learned from Hulu that Huanji had been cultivating in seclusion for a few days. Li Mu said, "Ask her to come out. I have something important to tell her." Hulu walked in. After a while, Huanji walked out. Seeing Zhou Yi standing beside Li Mu, She snorted and asked, "What's the matter?" Li Mu stretched out his hand, and a page appeared in his palm. He looked at Huan Ji and said, "This is the heavenly book of the demon clan. Take it." Li Mu snatched this page of the heavenly book from the demons in the demon emperor's cave. Later, he used the clear heart technique to memorize all the contents of the heavenly book. This page of the heavenly book was useless to him. 3,000 years ago, the demon emperor Bai Di used this page of the heavenly book to recruit countless powerful demons, and became the demon emperor. As long as Huan Ji released the news, countless powerful demons would come to join her. For the demon clan who lacked cultivation techniques, this was an irresistible temptation. Huan Ji took the heavenly book from Li Mu's hand and said uncertainly, "You're really giving it to me?" Li Mu continued, "The heavenly book contains the cultivation techniques of various races. You can use this to attract the powerful demons of the demon kingdom. However, you can't just let any demon comprehend it. Other than trusted subordinates, the others have to rely on contributions to obtain opportunities." Huan Ji could feel the weight of this page. She nodded and said solemnly, "I understand." Li Mu took out a jade slip and handed it to her. He said, "This is the cultivation technique of your fox clan. From 1 tail to 9 tails, there are dozens of techniques. Take it too. It will be useful when the time comes." Huan Ji accepted the jade slip. Zhou glanced at Li Mu, but didn't say anything. Li Mu's mind moved again. 8 figures flew out from the surrounding mountains and landed on the square. Li Mu looked at the 8 demon corpses and said, "These 8 demon corpses are all at the 6th realm. After setting up a formation, they can fight against ordinary 7th realm cultivators. I'll leave them with you. I've also imprinted the method to control the demon corpses in the jade slip." Then he waved his hand again. The last 2 demon corpses walked out from the demon emperor's space. Li Mu continued, "I'll leave these 2 7th realm demon corpses to you as well. The method to control them is also in the jade slip. With them you won't have to worry about the Blue Wolf King and the demonic path sacred sect." Li Mu had already given Huan Ji everything he could. Although the number of powerful cultivators around her increased sharply, and she could almost unify the entire demon nation, Huan Ji wasn't happy at all. She looked up at Li Mu and asked, "You're leaving?" Li Mu said, "With these 2 demon corpses, this place doesn't need me anymore. I have other things to do. I can't stay here forever. We'll meet again if fate wills it." He looked at Huan Ji, then at Hu Jiao and Hu Lu. He said, "Goodbye." Then he looked at the Empress and said, "Let's go." The 2 figures rose into the air. Above the clouds, Zhou said bitterly, "Heavenly book, 8 6th realm cultivators, 2 7th realm cultivators, and more than a dozen 5th realm cultivators. I never knew you were so generous. The things you gave her are almost equivalent to a Fulu school." Li Mu knew she would be jealous. He immediately explained, "Your Majesty, you can't think like that. The stronger the 1,000 Fox Nation is, the better it is for the imperial court and your Majesty. If I don't leave these demon corpses behind, the 1,000 Fox Nation will definitely be destroyed by the Celestial Wolf Tribe once we leave. At that time, the Celestial Wolf Tribe will unify the demon nation with the support of the demonic path. The borders of the Great Zhou will never be peaceful. Your Majesty, you can't leave the throne to grow flowers and vegetables without worry. I'm doing this for the 1,000 Fox Nation, but it's actually for your Majesty." Zhou rolled her eyes at him. She asked, "You trust that fox so much? What if she betrays you?" Li Mu was stunned. He really hadn't considered this question carefully. Although he and Illusion Princess were friends who had gone through life and death together, distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a fox's heart. He and Illusion Princess were far from being friends for long. The heavenly book, the demon corpses, and Li Mu had given almost everything to Illusion Princess. If Illusion Princess betrayed him, then he would be in deep trouble. Although Li Mu had absolute control over these demon corpses and could take them back at any time, if such a thing really happened, the psychological blow and trauma he would suffer would never be healed. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, please wait here for a moment. I'll go down and talk to her." In the square of the 1,000 Fox Nation's imperial palace, Illusion Princess stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. He said he'll always be my little snake. I knew it. In his heart, I'll always be behind Zhou. At the mention of Zhou, she was so angry that her chest began to hurt. So what if you have a high cultivation? With a high cultivation, you can do whatever you want in other people's territory. She took a deep breath and said firmly, Zhou, remember this. I'll take revenge for today's humiliation in the future. As soon as Illusion Princess's voice fell, Li Mu's figure landed on the square in front of the palace. She was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, You're not leaving? Li Mu shook his head and said, Before I leave, I have something to tell you. Illusion Princess asked, What is it? Li Mu looked into her eyes and said seriously, This time, I've given you everything. Don't let me down. Before Li Mu could finish his sentence, Zhou Yi's face darkened. She grabbed the air, and Li Mu was directly pulled to her side. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said angrily, What are you talking about? Let's go. Just as the two of them were about to leave, in the distant sky, several powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Among them, the two leading auras were particularly powerful. Chapter 496. In the distant horizon, 6 figures were approaching Qianhu Nation. The Green Wolf King and another burly man stood side by side. When they were about to approach Qianhu Nation, the Green Wolf King crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, Be careful. That bell is unusual. Don't hit it. Behind him, the others stopped abruptly, not daring to fly too fast. The Green Wolf King waved his hand, and a mountain rose from the ground and smashed toward Qianhu Nation. There was no bell projection outside the Thousand Fox Kingdom, but instead, a streak of golden light flew over from another direction. The golden light seemed to contain a rune. After it shot into the mountain that was smashing toward Qianhu Nation rolled back toward the Green Wolf King and the others. Boom! The Green Wolf King punched out, and after a deafening sound, the mountain shattered into pieces and smashed into the ground. Smoke and dust splashed up, and a large number of trees were crushed. Boulders the size of houses rolled in all directions. Although all the monsters within 100 miles of Qianhu Nation had entered Qianhu Nation, there were still many beasts in the mountains that died in this disaster. The Green Wolf King looked in the direction of the golden light, and a beautiful woman's face appeared in his eyes. When he saw the woman, the Green Wolf King's body trembled, and fear rose in his heart. He blurted out, She hasn't left yet. At the same time, the sage sect elder who possessed the tiger monster was also shocked. He said in disbelief, The Empress of the Great Zhou. It's the Empress of the Great Zhou. Others might not know the Empress of the Great Zhou, but as the sage sect elder in charge of the affairs between Zhu Province and Life Province, how could he not know the ruler of the most powerful nation in Zhu Province? But the Empress of the Great Zhou was not in Shindu. Why was she here? After a moment of shock, his face lit up with joy. He immediately said, Let's not worry about Qianhu Nation for now. If we can keep the Empress of the Great Zhou here, it'll be much more meaningful than unifying the Yao Nation. As he spoke, he had already formed a seal with his hands. In the next moment, thick and heavy dark clouds rolled up in the sky above Li Mu's head. The dark clouds rolled and changed crazily, and soon, an inverted lotus shape appeared. The moment the lotus flower took shape, golden lines fell from the petals of the lotus flower to the ground. The lotus flower and the golden thread formed a cage, completely imprisoning this part of the world. The power of heaven and earth coiled around the golden threads. Even a 7th realm cultivator would find it difficult to break this seal within a short period of time. The sage sect elder said to the Green Wolf King, You and I will work together to deal with the Empress of the Great Zhou first. The Green Wolf King quickly formed a seal with his hands, and a full moon formed above his head. The sage sect elder's lips trembled slightly. Within the confined space, the power of heaven and earth began to vibrate violently. Clearly, he was preparing an extremely powerful spell. Li Mu transmitted an order with his mind, and 10 figures rose from the ground and stood beside him. Then he summoned the law bell and covered Thousand Fox Nation. The aftermath of the battle between 2 7th realm cultivators was enough to destroy the entire Thousand Fox Nation. 10 demonic corpses floated in the air, not concealing their auras at all. Seeing this, the Green Wolf King's wrist trembled, and his hand made a wrong seal. The spell was immediately interrupted, and the full moon above his head disappeared. He looked at the 10 demonic corpses, and his gaze stopped on the last 2. He mumbled, "They must be fake." The sage sect elder clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Looking at the 2 demonic corpses whose auras were no weaker than 7th realm cultivators, his lips trembled, and he could not continue his incantation. Damn it, he had guessed correctly. There really was a mysterious faction with 7th realm cultivators on the Zoo continent, and 2 of them at that. Before they came, they thought that it would be 2 7th realm cultivators against 8 demonic corpses whose combined strength was comparable to 7th realm cultivators. It was not a big problem. They did not expect that apart from the 8 6th realm demonic corpses, Thousand Fox Nation also had 2 7th realm demonic corpses, as well as the Empress of the Great Zhou. They were going to fight 2 against 5. The 10 demonic corpses counted as 3, and the Empress of the Great Zhou counted as 2. If they were not careful, the 2 of them would die here. Even the 2 7th realm cultivators were afraid, and the 4 6th realm cultivators, including the Celestial Wolf King, were even more shocked. The Green Wolf King was already scared before the battle started. He quickly said, "Honorable Elder, let's retreat first. Now is not the time to attack Heavenly Fox Nation." The Sage Sect Elder looked at Thousand Fox Nation trapped by the Black Lotus and gritted his teeth. It's too late to regret now. This array can trap Transcendence. Once it's completed, it will disappear after 15 minutes. Before that, we can only break it by force. It was impossible to win 2 against 5, but the Green Wolf King could not scold the Sage Sect Elder for being stupid and cutting off his own escape route before he knew the opponent's strength. He said in a low voice, "Then let's break this array by force." The Sage Sect Elder glanced at him and said, "We can break this array if we work together, but by then, we will be exhausted. How can we resist the Empress of the Great Zhou? I will take care of the 2 7th realm demonic corpses. You use all your strength to hold off the Empress of the Great Zhou for 15 minutes. Perhaps we still have a chance." The 2 7th realm demonic corpses had already surrounded them. As soon as the Sage Sect Elder finished speaking, a cloud of black mist erupted from his body and enveloped the 2 demonic corpses. The Celestial Wolf King and the other 3 6th realm demonic corpses went up against the 8 6th realm demonic corpses. After all, they were living creatures with both body and soul. Their strength was stronger than the demonic corpses, but they were far from being able to fight 1 against 2. However, the 8 demonic corpses would not be able to take them down in a short time. The Green Wolf King knew that it was too late to retreat now. A hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. He roared and turned into a huge wolf with the head of a wolf and the body of a human. The huge wolf spat out a huge beam of light that went straight for the Empress. The Empress formed a seal with her hands, and a huge circular barrier appeared in front of her. The barrier was colorless and transparent, and there were golden runes flashing on it. It blocked the beam of light from the huge wolf's mouth, and a temporary stalemate ensued. In Qianhu Nation, 2 figures flew out from a mountain. The Lord of Illusions looked at the huge wolf outside the bell and said softly, "The celestial wolf howls at the moon." The next moment, he and Huanyun flew up and shouted at Li Mu, "Let us out." Li Mu sent an order to the Dao Bell, and a gap appeared on the Dao Bell's shadow. The Lord of Illusions and Huanyun flew out of the gap, and went straight for the Celestial Wolf King, and the other demonic corpses. Li Mu couldn't participate in a battle of this level. He returned to Qianhu Nation and stood beside Huanji, watching the battle. Although the Lord of Illusions hadn't recovered his full strength, he was still half a level 7. With Huan Yun and the father and son working together, the 4 demonic corpses instantly felt the pressure increase, and they were immediately defeated. On the other side, the beam of light from the huge wolf's mouth had shrunk, but the Empress's expression was still calm. The Green Wolf King knew that it was no match for the Empress of the Great Zhou in terms of power. It closed its mouth and used its Dharma form to raise its huge wolf claw and swiped at the Empress. Just as the wolf claw was about to hit her, the Empress's figure suddenly disappeared. Bang! With a loud sound, the giant wolf's chest caved in at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its entire body tumbled backwards, crushing a mountain and countless trees. Its huge body was like a deflated balloon, rapidly shrinking. It had been beaten back to its original size. The Empress's figure appeared where the Green Wolf King had been standing. She wiped her hands with a handkerchief and threw it away. The handkerchief dissipated in the air and turned into dust. In Qianhu Nation, Li Mu heard Huanji gulp beside him. In fact, he gulped too. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. The powerful Blue Wolf King was no match for the Empress at all. The Emperor's qi that the millions of people in the Great Zhou dynasty had gathered over decades of psyche power was not something a wild beast that had cultivated for hundreds of years could compare with. Generations of emperors had relied on the Emperor's qi to sit firmly in the divine capital and dominate the country. The Empress's hand looked slender and fair, but it was enough to flatten a mountain with a single punch. At the same time, countless demons in Qianhu Nation were also watching the battle in the sky. Their emotions changed from fear to surprise and shock. I didn't expect Qianhu Nation to have so many powerhouses. Her Majesty will unify the demon nation soon. Who's that woman? She's so powerful. The Green Wolf King couldn't even take one hit from her. Haha, Qianhu Nation didn't expect this, did you? They've delivered themselves to you. Outside the Law Bell, in the space enveloped by the Black Lotus, two extremely different battles were taking place. 4 demon kings against 10 powerhouses of the same level, including a half-step 7th realm Lord of Illusions. They were no match at all. Qianhu King was caught off guard and was severely injured by the Lord of Illusions before being captured alive. The pressure on the other 3 demons increased, and they were all captured soon after. A ball of black fog was rolling around in the sky. The mana within the black fog was constantly fluctuating. Even though the situation inside could not be seen clearly, from the way the black fog was thinning, it was not easy for the Glory Sect Elder to deal with 2 level 7 demonic corpses at the same time. After Qianhu King and the other demons were captured, the Lord of Illusions and the 8 corpses went toward the Green Wolf King. The Green Wolf King could not even handle the Empress of the Great Zhou. With the Lord of Illusions and the corpses, he would probably be defeated immediately. The Green Wolf King released his aura and said angrily, "Lord of Illusions, are you sure you want to fight me to the death?" The Lord of Illusions sneered and said, "Old wolf, you didn't expect this day to come, did you?" The Green Wolf King looked at him and said sternly, "You force me to self-destruct. You can't escape death today." As soon as he said that, a strong wave of dermic power came from his body. The Lord of Illusions' expression changed, and he immediately retreated 100 feet with Huan Yun. This space had been sealed. If the Green Wolf King self-destructed his body and primordial spirit here, everyone except the Empress of the Great Zhou would die. Bang! Bang! After 2 muffled sounds, the 2 7th realm corpses flew out of the black fog. The black fog reformed into a figure. The Sage Sect Elder's face was pale. He stood side by side with the Green Wolf King and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect the Empress of the Great Zhou to come here personally. I underestimated the Heavenly Fox Nation, but don't push me too far. It won't do anyone any good to die together." Li Mu had been paying attention to this person since just now. He looked exactly the same as the former Demon Sect Elder, but his aura and cultivation were very different. Could it be that the Sage Sect Elder self-destructed in order to escape last time, and then took over the body of the Tiger Demon? No wonder he recovered so quickly. The Green Wolf King said, "Let us go. Otherwise, even if I die here today, I will drag the Thousand Fox Nation down with me." The Sage Sect Elder also released a strong aura. Apparently, he wanted to fight with the Green Wolf King. Fear appeared on the Lord of Illusion's face. He could not ignore the threat of the Green Wolf King. The destruction of the 7th realm was too strong. Back then, in order to deal with him, the 3 elders of Yu and Ming, who were in charge of the ancestral and life continents, came together. They only dared to sneak an attack when he was in seclusion. If the Green Wolf King and this Sage Sect Elder really had the intention of destroying everything, even with the protection of the bell, the Thousand Fox country might not be able to survive. Li Mu flew back to the Empress and asked telepathically, "Your Majesty, what do you think?" Zhou Yi looked at the Green Wolf King and the Sage Sect Elder and frowned. She said in a low voice, "This space is sealed. The power of their self-destruction will be many times stronger. I may not be able to protect you." She looked at Li Mu and said without hesitation, "Let them go." Li Mu looked at the Green Wolf King again. This was the reason why there were very few battles to the death between 7th-level cultivators on the continent. Their deterrence was like a nuclear bomb. Even if they could not defeat their opponent, they could still drag both parties down with them. Although there were about 5 7th realm cultivators here, they still couldn't kill them. Seeing that the threat was effective, the Green Wolf King struck while the iron was hot. Let us go today, and I can swear that I will never invade the Thousand Fox Nation again. This promise didn't matter. After today, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to invade the Thousand Fox Nation again. However, if he let them go just like that, Li Mu couldn't take it lying down. He looked at the Green Wolf King and said, "Where do you think this is? You can come and go as you please. I can let you go today, but only your primordial spirits can leave. You must leave your physical bodies behind." The Green Wolf King said without hesitation, "Don't even think about it." Li Mu said coldly, "Then there's no room for discussion. If you want to self-destruct, then self-destruct. I'd like to see if the great treasure of the Fulu school can withstand the power of your self-destruction." Blackmail. This was blatant blackmail. If they lost their physical bodies, the Green Wolf King's power would be greatly reduced. The Sage Sect Elder, who had just recovered his cultivation, would definitely fall below the 7th realm again. The loss was too great. However, if they didn't agree, they could only self-destruct. This Sage Sect Elder knew the name of the law bell of the Fulu school very well. If the Empress of the Great Zhou controlled it, the power of their self-destruction would be reduced by half even if they could break through the defense of the law bell. It would be easily neutralized by the Lord of Illusions and the others. At that time, their self-destruction would just be 2 grand fireworks displays. Anyway, this body wasn't his in the first place. At worst, he could just find another one. Self-destruction was just a threat. He had cultivated for 100 years to reach this level. How could he easily self-destruct his primordial spirit? He turned to look at the Green Wolf King and said in a low voice, "Give it to them. This is our mistake. Don't think about escaping unscathed." How could the Green Wolf King not understand this logic? However, he was truly unwilling to give up on his physical body. The Sage Sect Elder said in a low voice, "This is an order." The Green Wolf King took a deep breath and looked down at his body reluctantly. An illusory shadow floated out from the top of his head. The Sage Sect Elder also abandoned the Tiger Demon's physical body. Then the Lord of Illusions released the 4 Demon Kings. The 4 Demon Kings' primordial spirits unwillingly left their bodies and followed the 2 primordial spirits into the distance. Li Mu didn't let the demon corpse stop them. The cultivation of high-level cultivators was mostly in the primordial spirit. If they wanted to completely kill a 7th realm cultivator, they would have to pay a terrible price. He didn't want the Empress to be hurt even a little. Besides, now they were no longer a threat to the Celestial Fox Kingdom. From today on, the Celestial Fox Clan was officially the most powerful demon clan in the Demon Kingdom. Chapter 497. Thousand Fox Nation. 6 monster corpses were placed neatly in the square in front of the palace. The Blue Wolf King's was a 7th level body, while the other 5 were 6th level. The former Monster Sect Elder was at the peak of the 6th level. If he wasn't stingy with materials, he could also refine early-level 6th level spirit corpses. When the time came, the 8 Baron formation would become the 10 Terminal formation. It might not be enough to deal with a powerhouse like the Queen, but it wouldn't be a problem to trap the Blue Wolf King. Chun Shi, Han Shisan, Sun Qi, and the others stood in front of the corpses, rubbing their hands excitedly. Their eyes were like Hu Jiao seeing a peerless handsome man. The Grand Elder was indeed the Grand Elder. He snatched several precious corpses for them as soon as he took action. 2 years ago, the corpse sect could only occasionally come across a 5th level corpse, and all the corpse refiners in the sect would fight over it. Now 6th level powerhouses could be easily refined, and 7th level corpses were common. They had even personally touched 8th level corpses. The Grand Elder had brought the corpse sect to a new height of glory. Li Mu looked at Chun Shi and the others and said, "I'll leave these corpses to you." Chun Shi said solemnly, "Don't worry, Grand Elder. We won't let you down." The Blue Wolf King and the other monsters had lost their corpses, and their strength was greatly reduced. They needed to find new bodies and cultivate again. They wouldn't be a threat to Thousand Fox Nation in the short term. After Thousand Fox Nation's display of strength today, they wouldn't dare to have any ideas about this place even if they recovered their full strength. Li Mu could go back without worry. He looked at the powerful monster corpses and couldn't help but worry. He looked at Phantom Princess and said, "These are all I have. I'll give them all to you. In the future, don't. Let's go." Zhou Qiong performed an incantation gesture in her sleeve, and Li Mu's lips closed. Then she waved her sleeve and took Li Mu with her, transforming into a streak of light that left the state of Thousand Foxes and disappeared over the horizon. Huanji looked in the direction they left and sighed. It's already the 12th lunar month. I thought he could stay here for the new year. Father and brother are going into seclusion. I'm the only one left this year. Above the clouds, Li Mu's clothes were fluttering in the wind. The Empress was flying at an extremely fast speed, and they were soon out of the Yao Nation. When they passed by Mount Baiyun, Li Mu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, please stop for a moment. I need to make a trip back to Mount Baiyun. It will be the new year soon, and I need to bring my wives back." Baiyun Mountain. Li Mu and the Empress, who had turned into Mr. Mei, descended on the main peak. This time, regardless of whether Lu Hanyan and Li Qing still had plans to go into seclusion, Li Mu was going to bring them back. It would be fine at other times, but during the new year, the family had to be reunited. Not long after, on a flying boat, Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, who had already reached the peak of the 5th realm. He was speechless for a long time. Among the three of them, he was the first to break through, but now he was the one with the lowest cultivation. Li Mu glanced at the Empress, who was standing at the bow of the boat. If it wasn't for her, under the bombardment of resources from Fulu School, perhaps he would already be the youngest 6th realm cultivator on the continent. In the past, his cultivation was only below that of the Empress. Now even Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were above him. Lu Hanyan also noticed Mr. Mei, who was standing alone at the bow of the boat. It was mainly because her family of 3 was at the back of the boat, and she was standing alone at the bow of the boat. It was as if she didn't fit in with the rest of the world. Lu Hanyan only glanced at him and felt very lonely. She walked over and said, "Sister, please move back a little. The wind is strong in front." Mr. Mei didn't even turn his head. He said calmly, "I like to be in the wind." Lu Hanyan didn't know why he didn't want to turn his head. He stood coldly at the bow of the boat, and didn't even look at them. Seeing that he had a coldness that kept people at 1,000 miles away, they didn't get closer. Li Mu walked to the bow of the boat and said to him, "It's almost New Year's Eve. Her Majesty should be alone in the palace that day. Please go back and tell Her Majesty that if she's free on New Year's Eve, she can come to my house for dinner." Mr. Mei turned around and glanced at him. He said calmly, "Her Majesty should be very busy that day. She might not agree." Shindu. When Li Mu and the girls returned, it was already night. At this time, it was snowing lightly in Shindu. Li Mu stood at the door and knocked. The courtyard door opened quickly, and a head popped out. When Li Mu saw Bai Tingxin, he knew something was wrong. Before he could do anything, the green snake had already pounced on him as usual and hung on him. Bai Tingxin just pouted and wanted to kiss Li Mu's face hard when she saw Lu Hanyan and Li Qing behind him. They slid down from Li Mu's body softly. At this time Wanwan, Xiaobai and Yin Xian walked out of the courtyard. "Big Brother Li, Mississippi, benefactor." Li Mu smiled at Yin Xian. He hugged Wanwan and Xiaobai and turned them around. Then he said, "Go in quickly." The time spent in the Demon Nation was not short. When they returned to Shendu, it was close to the end of the year. It would be New Year's Eve in a few days. Compared to last year's desolation, this year's house was much livelier. Not only did Lu Hanyan and Li Qing return early, but there were also the 2 sisters, Yin Xian and Tingxin, in the house. In addition, the 4 rabbit demons were also released by Li Mu from the Demon Emperor's space. The originally desolate house immediately became lively. It was just that there were more women than men. However, there were benefits to having more women in the house. As the end of the year approached, Li Mu did not need to worry about anything in the house, be it purchasing New Year's goods or decorating the house. After serving Phantom Princess for a few months, He only needed to lie down at home. Xiaobai and Wanwan could serve him comfortably. Ziwei Palace. It was the last morning court session of the year. The atmosphere in the court was fiery. In the past year, the Great Zhou's national power had turned from extreme decline to extreme prosperity. The faith of the people in the country had greatly increased. The southern countries had submitted, the demons in the 36 counties had submitted, and the Great Zhou had established diplomatic relations with the demon nation for the first time. All these major events made the court officials extremely excited. The huge dragon of the Great Zhou had been sleeping for too long. Finally, this year it began to awaken. The Minister of Rights stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, with the achievements of the court last year, the end of the year should be celebrated. I propose that on New Year's Eve we hold a banquet in the palace for all the officials to celebrate together. I second the motion. I second the motion. In the court, many officials stood up and asked for a memorial. The achievements of the last year were worthy of a celebration for all the officials in the court. Sheng Guanli walked behind the curtain and quickly came out again. His Majesty has spoken. New Year's Eve is a day for family reunion. In the past year, all the officials have worked hard for the court. The morning court session ended, and you have neglected to accompany your families. His Majesty has specially allowed the officials to spend New Year's Eve at home. After the first day of the court session, he will invite the officials to a banquet in the palace. When Sheng Guanli finished speaking, the court was silent. These words made them feel extremely ashamed. The improvement of their faith, the deterrence of the various countries, the incorporation of the demons, and the establishment of diplomatic relations with the demon nation. All of these were due to Li Mu's contributions. They were far from being able to say that they had worked hard for the court session. At the same time, they were somewhat moved. In the past, because they were dissatisfied with a woman in power, they had repeatedly opposed His Majesty. However, not only did His Majesty not care about the past, he also sympathized with them and specially allowed them to reunite with their families on New Year's Eve. How magnanimous was this? After a moment of silence, the officials cupped their fists and bowed. His Majesty is merciful. Thank His Majesty for His benevolence. I am willing to do my best for the Great Zhou. I will not hesitate to die 10,000 deaths. After His Majesty's reminder, many officials thought of their families and felt somewhat guilty. They must accompany their families on New Year's Eve, so that they would not let His Majesty down. The officials had already left. At the entrance of Ziwei Hall, Zhou Xiong asked Minister Zhou Jing, Big brother, on New Year's Eve this year, should we invite His Majesty? Without waiting for him to finish, Zhou Jing shook his head and said, How can His Majesty leave the palace on New Year's Eve? It is not appropriate. There is no need to mention it again. Looking at his big brother's departing figure, Zhou Xiong sighed. Although His Majesty was His Majesty, she was also the daughter of the Zhou family. She had not returned to the Zhou family for many years. How lonely would it be for her to be alone in the palace on New Year's Eve? After the morning court session, Zhou Yi left the back hall of Ziwei Hall. The moment she walked out of the hall, her figure disappeared into thin air. In the Li residence, Bai Tingxin saw Zhou Yi appear out of thin air in the courtyard. She ran over and took her hand, saying, Sister Zhou, you came at the right time. We were just about to make dumplings. A group of women were making dumplings in the courtyard, while Li Mu was busy in the study. Tomorrow was the court session. The Empress did not have to worry, but Li Mu had to worry. This court session was different. In addition to the officials from all the counties, the southern countries and the Thousand Fox country would also send envoys. If something went wrong, it would be the Great Zhou that would lose face. In the courtyard, Xiaobai was making dumplings in various animal shapes. When she heard a knock on the door, she washed her hands and ran over. She opened the door and saw two women and a man standing outside. She felt very close to them. She asked curiously, Who are you looking for? A young and beautiful woman looked at her and asked with a smile, Are you Xiaobai? In the study, Li Mu, who was reviewing the proceedings of the court session, suddenly felt a few familiar auras. He looked outside in shock and muttered, No way. The Empress of the Great Zhou pretended to be a female official, and the Empress of the Thousand Fox country pretended to be an envoy of the demon country. Li Mu walked out of the study and saw Huan Ji, Hu Jiu and Hu Lu, who had already entered the courtyard. He was speechless. In the courtyard, Joey looked at Huanji and said unhappily, "What are you doing here?" Huanji snorted and said, "This is not your home. If you can come, why can't I?" Lu Hanyan gave Li Mu a look. Li Mu knew that this was to save him some face and explain it to her at night. After Huanji came to the Li residence, she had no intention of leaving. Li Mu asked Wanwan and Xiaobai to make a few more dumplings. It was supposed to be a reunion dinner on New Year's Eve, but it was not a reunion at all. The women in the family were clearly divided into 4 camps. Lu Hanyan, Li Qing, and Wanwan were in one camp. Xiaobai was temporarily with Huanji. This was the first time she met someone of the same race after the death of her family. After a while, she kept calling out Sister Huanji. The Empress and Bai Tingxin were in the same camp. Li Mu did not know when their relationship became so close. When the 2 empresses met, there was naturally tension. As for Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, they looked at Li Mu suspiciously from time to time. Although they did not ask, Li Mu knew that it would not be easy to pass the test at night. The reunion dinner was tasteless. Only Yinxin was a quiet snake beauty, which comforted Li Mu. This was the first time that Li Mu felt that it was not a good thing to have too many women in the family. The peace in the harem and the harmony between sisters were all fake. He had been deceived by that Rong Xiaorong. The happiness of Tongning and Li Yi only existed in novels. Chapter 498. The moment the old year entered the new year, countless bright fireworks bloomed in the night sky of Chengdu in the Li residence. The smoke that had been lingering for a long time eased. Everyone looked up at the night sky and was attracted by the beautiful scenery. Fiery trees and silver flowers, a riot of colors. This was a grand display of fireworks created by the master craftsmen of the Ministry of Works. At this moment, the divine capital under the night sky was as bright as day. Beautiful faces were reflected in the light beside Li Mu. Surrounded by beauties, it was more beautiful than the fireworks in the sky. If they could love each other and live in harmony, how good would that be? Unfortunately, this was only Li Mu's beautiful hope. After the fireworks show, Li Mu took the initiative to ask the Empress to stay in the Li residence. Now that she was back in the palace, even Mr. Mei and Shang Guanli were not by her side. What left her was only extreme loneliness. The Empress glanced at Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. She rejected Li Mu without hesitation and said to Bai Tingxin, "Tingxin, come back to the palace with me." Bai Tingxin took her hand and said, "Okay." Li Mu didn't know when the 2 of them formed such a deep revolutionary friendship. After the Empress and Ting Xian's figures disappeared in front of him, Phantom Princess's gaze swept over the women beside Li Mu and said faintly, "We're also returning to the Chamberlain of Dependencies." After that, she left with Hu 6 and Hu 9. Li Mu read some meaning from her eyes. This time, he was afraid that his image of a lecher would be completely confirmed in Phantom Princess's heart. He did not ask Phantom Princess to stay because there were not enough rooms in the house. After all the outsiders left, Li Mu returned to his room and explained to Lu Hanyan why there were almost no rooms in the house after she had been in seclusion for a few months. Li Mu said seriously, "You know Yin Xian and Tingxin are my nieces. Brother Bai and his wife are wandering outside, so they asked me to take care of them and guide their cultivation. This is normal." Lu Hanyan asked, "But I heard from Wanwan that you have already severed ties with the White Demon King." Li Mu said helplessly, "I'm not him. I don't know why he suddenly acted this way. The thoughts of the demon race can't be understood with common sense. After all, Yin Xian and Ting Xian had gone through life and death with them." Lu Hanyan also knew about the relationship between Li Mu and the White Demon King, so she didn't harp on this matter. She asked again, "Is there something that you and the fox from the Thousand Fox Kingdom haven't told me?" Li Mu denied. "No, it's just to support the Thousand Fox Nation and keep the Diabolism and the Celestial Wolf tribe in check. I stayed in the Celestial Fox Nation for a long time and saved her family, helped her seize power, and also became their Grand Preceptor, giving her ideas and strategies." Lu Hanyan asked, "Only the Grand Preceptor?" Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Don't tell me you also heard some rumors. Don't you know me? Would I become the Empress of the Thousand Fox Nation?" "Don't believe those rumors," Lu Hanyan frowned and asked, "What Empress?" Li Mu was stunned for a moment and waved his hand. Forget it. Lu Hanyan looked at him indifferently. Speak. Li Mu said concisely. It's nothing. It's just that Phantom Princess is now the Empress of the Thousand Fox Nation. She wanted me to be the Empress of the Thousand Fox Nation, but I refused. Seeing that Lu Hanyan was looking at him with a scrutinizing look, Li Mu was disappointed and said, You doubt me, you actually doubt me. We've been married for so long, and you've been in closed-door training at Mount Baiyun. Do I have any complaints? These days, I've kept my chastity to you and never flirted with other women. So many people have tempted me with their beauty, and that fox spirit even asked me to be the Empress. I've kept my bottom line, but now you're doubting me. Li Mu was full of complaints. Lu Hanyan thought carefully and realized that after they got married, she had indeed spent very little time with Li Mu. A look of guilt appeared on her face. She grabbed his hand and said, Didn't I keep Wanwan by your side? She and Xiaobai only have you in their hearts. They'll be yours sooner or later. It's your fault for keeping your chastity. Li Mu waved his hand and said, They're still too young. I still think of them as children. Xiaobai and Wanwan, one was a fool and the other was a fool. Li Mu couldn't convince himself for the time being. Lu Hanyan looked at him and said, You think Wanwan and Xiaobai are too young, but Her Majesty isn't young, right? She's almost mature. Li Mu covered her mouth and said, What are you saying? As a woman, there were some things that Lu Hanyan could sense with her intuition. Many years ago, when she first saw the Empress, who was still the crown princess, she had inexplicably felt some hostility toward her. Only now did she realize where that trace of hostility had come from. At that time, she had a premonition that that woman would steal her man in the future. At this moment, she couldn't describe what she was feeling. Lu Hanyan shook her head and tossed this thought to the back of her mind. She then gave Li Mu a look. Li Mu understood. With a flick of his finger, he extinguished the candles in the room. Every year on the first day of the first lunar month, the imperial court would routinely hold a grand court assembly. During Emperor Xian's reign, the 36 counties were unstable. The Yao Kingdom and the Ghost Realm repeatedly invaded, and the small countries in the south also began to harbor disloyalty year after year. In the entire Grand Court Assembly, there were very few good things worth mentioning. After the Grand Court Assembly, the officials would often sink into a long period of worry. So in the end, Emperor Xian simply cancelled the Grand Court Assembly. Out of sight, out of mind. This Grand Court Assembly was the one that the officials had looked forward to the most in the past few decades. In the past year, Great Zhou had achieved too much. The number of crimes in each county had decreased, the faith of the people had increased, and the incorporation of the demons had been exceptionally smooth. Now each county no longer needed the Department of Worship to govern. The cooperation between the government and the demon department was enough to ensure the peace of the land. The Yao Kingdom, which had always been Great Zhou's enemy, also sent an envoy this time to convey the goodwill of the Queen of Thousand Fox Country. The ambassadors of the southern countries, except for Shen Country, all expressed their allegiance to Great Zhou. During the morning court assembly, the officials rarely closed their mouths. After the Grand Court Assembly was dismissed, His Majesty held a grand banquet in the palace for the officials. All the officials returned home to their heart's content. The streets of Shen, Du were decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The common people wore new clothes and flooded the streets to wish each other a happy new year. After the banquet, the officials returned to their manors. This was their longest holiday of the year. Except for a few important yamens, the rest of the yamens would only open after the Lantern Festival. Li Mu walked out of the palace gates and strolled on the streets. It had been a long time since he felt the greetings of the common people. Lord Li, Happy New Year. Long time no see, Lord Li. Lord Li, you're amazing. You even settled the Yao Kingdom. I heard that the Queen of Thousand Fox Country wants Lord Li to be her empress. Is that true? After not seeing Li Mu for a few months, the common people's enthusiasm did not diminish. In fact, it was even greater than before. Everyone knew that Lord Li had not been slacking off in the past few months, nor did he abandon the common people. Instead, he had gone to the most dangerous Yao Kingdom to fight on the front lines to protect Great Zhou and the common people. Once again, reality proved that this was a person they could always trust, no matter what. The feeling of bathing in the mind power made Li Mu feel very comfortable. As he walked, he continuously absorbed the mind power of the common people. At a certain moment, Li Mu's body suddenly trembled, and he stood rooted to the ground. At the same time that he absorbed the mind power, a huge surge of heaven and earth power suddenly descended from the sky and surged into his body. The heaven and earth power was originally very violent, but this surge of heaven and earth power was very gentle. After entering Li Mu's body, it directly merged with his primordial spirit. Li Mu's cultivation level, at this moment, jumped from the early stage of the fifth realm to the peak of the fifth realm. Li Mu stood rooted to the ground in shock. He was caught off guard by this huge surprise. On the path of cultivation, whether it was cultivating the body or the primordial spirit, it was all about finding ways to allow the body and the primordial spirit to hold more dharmic powers. The primordial spirit was like a container. The larger the container, the more dharmic powers it could hold, and the stronger it would be. The path of cultivation was to expand the container. After this surge of heaven and earth power merged with Li Mu's primordial spirit, his primordial spirit instantly became much stronger. The dharmic powers it could hold also greatly increased. There was only one reason for this situation to occur so inexplicably. The Taoist technique that he created had received the approval of heaven and earth. Just like Xiaoyu back then, with just a few short sentences, it had resonated with heaven and earth. It had instantly raised her from a small Yin spirit to a fifth realm evil spirit. Li Mu had once been very unhappy about this. Now he finally experienced Xiaoyu's happiness. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a trace of understanding suddenly rose in his heart. Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge of the past saints, establishing peace for all ages. These were once just grand words that he had said. However, whether it was for the Empress or for the Great Zhou, Li Mu was truly living up to these words. Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people. The people of the divine capital had their own judgment. Did spreading the heavenly book's contents in order to inherit the lost knowledge of the past saints count? For the sake of establishing peace for all ages, taking in the demons of the Great Zhou, turning enemies into friends with the demon nation, and promoting the peaceful coexistence of humans and demons. Although it was only a small step, he was still working towards this great goal. The empowerment of the power of heaven and earth was his reward. This was not all of the reward. When Li Mu completely lived up to the phrase, establishing peace for all ages, he would also completely master these few lines of the mantra. At that time, who knew what level the empowerment of the power of heaven and earth would allow him to reach? Li Mu let out a long sigh of relief. His previous thinking was indeed correct. This was the true shortcut of cultivation. When Taoist techniques appeared in the world, other than the empowerment of the power of heaven and earth, they would also be accompanied by supernatural powers. For example, Xiaoyu's snow domain. Within a certain area, the enemy's supernatural power would be weakened, and her power would increase greatly. Who knew what kind of powerful supernatural powers these 4 lines of mantra would allow Li Mu to master? Of course, he would not test it out in public. If something happened again, he would be embarrassed in public. At this time, he needed to find someone who was powerful, who could protect him, and whom he trusted very much. Thus, Li Mu turned around and returned to the palace. In Chang'e Palace, Zhou Yi looked at him and said with great surprise, "What did you do? How did your cultivation level increase so much in such a short time?" Li Mu gave her a simple explanation. Then he walked out of the palace and began his first attempt. He silently chanted the 4 lines of mantra in his heart. Nothing strange happened around him. However, Li Mu quickly realized that after chanting the mantra, he could control the power of heaven and earth in a certain area around him. As everyone knew, cultivators could control spiritual energy, but they could not control the power of heaven and earth. They could only use the mantra and handprints to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to perform a fixed supernatural power. This was teaching a man to fish. If he could directly control the power of heaven and earth, then it would be filled with endless variables. After all, he could control the power of heaven and earth at will. In principle, he could use it however he wanted. He would not be restricted to one supernatural power. This was teaching a man to fish. If other Tao techniques were fish, then these 4 lines of mantra would be fishing gear. With a fishing rod, fishing line, and bait, he could theoretically catch any fish he wanted. In fact, Li Mu had already thought of a wonderful way to use them. He could directly control the power of heaven and earth, and not use the mantra and handprints to mobilize it. In this way, all Tao techniques would be no secret to him. He did not need to know the mantra and handprints. He only needed to use the power of heaven and earth to simulate them, and he could achieve the exact same effect. Li Mu planned to test it out with the Empress. Suddenly, a ray of light flew out of his ear. The Tao bell rapidly became the size of a palm, and circled around Li Mu. Li Mu was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. Every time a new supernatural power or Tao technique appeared, the origin power of heaven and earth would be born. This was the Tao bell's favorite thing. Although this was not the first time that these 4 lines of mantra had appeared, this was the first time that Li Mu had used a Tao technique. The cracks that had appeared on the Tao bell had been repaired by the origin power of heaven and earth. The origin power of heaven and earth produced by those minor Tao techniques could repair and strengthen the Tao bell. Would such a heaven-defying Tao technique be able to increase its power? If the Tao bell could be strengthened, Li Mu would be even more fearless in the future. The Tao bell circled Li Mu faster and faster, and it showed no signs of stopping. Li Mu had never seen it so excited before. It looked like there was a lot of origin power of heaven and earth being born this time. He also started to look forward to it. Beside Li Mu, Zhou was also looking at it with interest. At a certain moment, the Tao bell suddenly stopped spinning. A dazzling light shone from the body of the bell. Li Mu instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the Tao bell had already disappeared. A naked little girl was floating in front of him. The little girl was about 2 feet tall. She had an oval-shaped face and beautiful black hair. Li Mu had no time to pay attention to the little girl. His expression changed and he blurted out, "Where's my bell?" Zhou was stunned for a moment. Then, she quickly formed a seal, and a set of clothes appeared on the little girl's body. The little girl's eyes were blank for a moment. When she saw Li Mu, her confusion turned into clarity. She flew toward him and said in a childish voice, "Father." Li Mu instinctively caught the little girl and hugged her. The little girl looked left and right, then reached out to Zhou and said sweetly, "Mother." Zhang Chun and Prince Shou, who had just walked out of the Imperial Clan Temple, and were planning to return to their residences for a long vacation, stood in a daze. They looked at the 2 figures in the square in front of the Changel Palace. They did not move for a long time, as if they had been petrified. Her Majesty and Li Mu actually secretly had a child. Chapter 499. Inside Changel Palace. Li Mu looked up and down at the little girl floating in the air. Even now he still couldn't understand how the law bell could become a human. He had only heard of plants, animals, and insects becoming spirits. He had never heard of a transcendent artifact becoming a spirit. Li Mu looked at her, and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Can you still become a bell?" As soon as she finished speaking, a small clock appeared under the little girl's body. She sat on the clock and blinked her large eyes as she looked at Li Mu. Li Mu relaxed. As long as the law bell was still there, it was fine. If he really lost the bell, not only would he lose a powerful transcendent artifact, but he also wouldn't be able to answer to Flu School. Then he said to the little girl, "Actually, you misunderstood. I'm not your father." The little girl said stubbornly, "Father." Li Mu wanted to correct her, but the Empress waved her hand and said, "It's useless for you to say this to her. Because of you, she was able to transform. In her heart, you are her father. In fact, this is the case." Li Mu's lips moved, but he didn't say anything else. The Empress's words made sense. Although the law bell had existed for a long time, it was much harder for a transcendent artifact to gain intelligence than a creature that was born with intelligence. She had been influenced a lot by Li Mu. After transforming, she could speak the human language, but her intelligence was only equivalent to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child. She was born because of Li Mu, so naturally, she saw him as her father. The first person she saw was the Empress, so she saw her as her mother. Many animals had similar habits. If the word father was macroscopic, it wasn't just limited to biology. It wasn't wrong to say that Li Mu was her father. After all, it was Li Mu who created her. But no matter what, her mother should be Lu Hanyan. Li Mu wanted to explain to her, but she stretched out her arms to the Empress and said, "Mother, hug." The Empress reached out and hugged her. A smile that Li Mu had never seen before appeared on her face. Li Mu swallowed the words he was about to spit out when he saw the overflowing maternal instinct of the Empress. Based on his understanding of the Empress, he was certain that if he dared to ruin the Empress's mood, what awaited him would be an extremely cruel ending. Women of this age were at the age when their maternal instincts were overflowing, especially women of the same age as the Empress. Even if they married later, their children would already be able to run and jump. Although the Empress was still inexperienced, she also had the instincts of a woman. Today, he wasn't in the mood to experiment with Dao techniques. With complicated feelings, he said to the Empress, "Your Majesty, how about I bring her back first?" For such a young lady to appear in the imperial palace, beside the Empress, and even call her mother. If this matter were to spread, the entire imperial court, the entire Shindu, and even the entire Great Zhou would be in an uproar. The Empress clearly knew this as well. She gently kissed the young lady's face and said to her, "Go home with your father first. Mother will come and see you later." As Li Mu carried the young lady out of the imperial palace, he was still pondering over the Empress's words. No matter how he listened to them, they sounded strange. It was as if this young lady was really Li Mu's child. However, Li Mu quickly put this matter to the back of his mind and cast an invisibility spell on the young lady. The outside world had always been saying that he was the Empress of the Demon Kingdom. If the people of the Shindu saw this, who knew what kind of gossip would spread? Chang'an Palace. After Li Mu left, Zhou summoned Shangguan Li and lightly said, "Have the Assistant Minister of Personnel, Zhang Chun, and Prince Shou come and see me." After returning to the Li mansion, Li Mu discovered that the courtyard was very lively. Not only was Ting Xi and Inxin at home, even Phantom Princess was there. He removed the invisibility spell on the young lady. Wan, who ran over, was stunned. She asked, "Young master, whose child is this?" Lu Hanyan, Li Qing, and the others also looked at Li Mu. Under the gaze of so many people, the young lady seemed to be a little shy. She hugged Li Mu's neck and nervously said, "Father." Wan and Xiaobai were dumbfounded. The other pretty faces in the courtyard also turned pale with fright. Li Mu hurriedly said, "Listen to me. It's not what you think." He had turned the Dao bell into its original form and swore to the heavens in order to gain their trust. In fact, after Lu Hanyan and the others discovered the young lady's true form, there was nothing to be suspicious about. She was clearly a spiritual body. She couldn't have been born by Li Mu or a ghost. The adorable young lady quickly ignited the radiance of motherly love in the girls. They surrounded Li Mu and touched her face and pinched her arms. Xiaobai suddenly asked, "Benefactor, what's her name?" Li Mu was stunned. He hadn't thought about this question. Thus, the girls began to enthusiastically give her a name. Wan murmured, "What's her surname? Is it Young Masters Li?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Her surname is Zhong." After all, the Dao Bell was from the Fulu school. It wasn't appropriate for her to take his surname. Even if he was the future sect master, it wasn't appropriate for him to take the sect's assets as his own. The girls all expressed their opinions about the name of the young lady, but no one could convince anyone. Lu Hanyan looked at her pink little face and suddenly said, "Since she's a consciousness created by the Dao Bell, why don't we call her Zhongyi?" Li Qing agreed. "This name has a good meaning." Xiaobai also chimed in. Zhongyi, it sounds very nice." Li Mu shook his head decisively. "This name won't do, definitely not." Lu Hanyan had thought of this name with great difficulty, but Li Mu rejected it for no reason. She said in dissatisfaction, "Why don't you tell me why this name won't do?" Li Mu didn't know how to explain it to her. Just as he was in a dilemma, In Xian suddenly stepped forward and helped Li Mu out of his predicament. "How about the name Zhongling?" Zhongling, is both her name and her identity. The girls thought for a moment and felt that this name was more suitable. Even Lu Hanyan gave up on her original name. She picked up the little girl and said with a smile, "Ling, Let's hear you call me mother." This time, she didn't get what she wanted. No matter how she teased her or tempted her with delicious food, the little girl didn't say a word. Wanwan said, "Young miss, she's just been born, so she probably doesn't know how to say mother yet. She'll learn very quickly if you teach her." At this moment, there was a spatial fluctuation in the courtyard of the Li residence, and the Empress figure appeared. The little girl stretched out her hands and said happily, "Mother." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan, whose expression had changed, and his vision turned black. In the courtyard of the Li residence, the girls were teasing the little girl Zhongling Li Qing, Lu Hanyan, and her maid were conducting a joint interrogation of Li Mu. Without waiting for them to ask, Li Mu took the initiative to explain, "She's just a newborn baby. What kind of thoughts can a newborn have? The first person she sees will be her father and mother. Coincidentally, when she was born, Her Majesty and I were in the palace. I definitely didn't teach her this." As the first wife, Lu Hanyan was still angry. Li Qing pulled her wrist and said, "This isn't his fault." Lu Hanyan said unhappily, "Why are you always protecting him?" Li Mu felt gratified that one of the judges had already betrayed him. Since he met Li Qing, as the leader, she had always protected him. This kind of feeling was not something that Lu Hanyan could understand. Wanwan also held Lu Hanyan's hand and said, "Miss, I think what the young master said this time is right." Li Qing and Wanwan both stood on Li Mu's side. Even if Lu Hanyan was angry, she couldn't vent it on Li Mu. Li Mu struck while the iron was hot. He grabbed her hand and said, "She's a child. She doesn't know anything. She'll know everything after I teach her." Li Mu pulled her back into the courtyard and said to Zhongling, "In the future, when you see her, you have to call her mother. Do you understand?" Zhongling nodded as if she understood. She looked at Lu Hanyan and said in a childish voice, "Second mother." Li Mu's vision darkened again. He no longer hoped that this little brat would be able to improve the harmony of the family. As long as she didn't destroy it, it would be fine. No one would be able to tolerate the first wife becoming the second mother. Li Mu temporarily let the Empress take her away. He could forego the Dao Bell, but he had to coax his wife well. When he walked into Lu Hanyan's room, he just happened to see Illusion Princess fanning the flames in front of Lu Hanyan. She pretended to be considerate of Lu Hanyan and said, "Let me tell you, Zhou has bad intentions towards your husband. You have to be careful. Don't let your husband be snatched away by someone else." Lu Hanyan glanced at her. The Empress might have other intentions, but this fox was definitely not a good fox. Li Mu formed a seal with his hands and Illusion Princess was teleported out. Then the door immediately closed. Illusion Princess stood in the courtyard. She wasn't angry at all. She hummed a song and left. She couldn't win against Zhou Yi, but someone else could. No matter how high her status was or how strong she was, in front of someone, she was still an outsider. Li Mu walked to the bedside and sat down next to Lu Hanyan. He said, "Why are you angry with a little girl who just gained intelligence?" Lu Hanyan said, "Why am I not angry? The three of you are like a family. What am I? Second mother?" As his legal wife, she did have a reason to be angry. Li Mu hugged her and comforted her. "It's my fault. I should have considered the possibility that she could transform. I should have considered that she would call people randomly. I should have let her transform at home." Hearing Li Mu say this, Lu Hanyan felt that she was being unreasonable. She shouldn't blame him because of an accident. Li Mu said again, "In a moment, I will tell her that she can't call Her Majesty Mother anymore. I will have her call you. If she doesn't listen, I will spank her. If she still doesn't listen, I will send her back to Fulu school." Lu Hanyan glared at him and said, "Why are you arguing with a little girl?" Li Mu hugged her and asked, "You're not angry anymore?" Lu Hanyan turned her head away and didn't say anything. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Aren't you just jealous of Her Majesty? Zhongling calls me father and she calls me mother, but I still call her Her Majesty. We have our own relationships." Lu Hanyan huffed softly and said, "We don't have to have our own relationships. If you have the ability, marry Her Majesty and bring her home. What's wrong with letting her be the first wife of the Li family?" Li Mu said, "We have already gone through the wedding ceremony and are married. No matter when, you will always be the first wife." Lu Hanyan looked at him and asked, You really want to? Li Mu said seriously. I swear I don't want to. These words came from the bottom of his heart. After experiencing the twists and turns of the past 2 days, Li Mu understood that Lu Hanyan and Li Qing being able to get along was already his good fortune. In this family, other than Wanwan and Xiaobai, there was no room for another woman. Even if there was room, they would build another courtyard next door. This was for his own sake. Lu Hanyan's tone suddenly softened. Actually, I know that little sister Qing and I are always in seclusion and can't accompany you for a long time. This is unfair to you. Wanwan and Xiaobai are also too young. If you want, you can have someone who can always accompany you by your side. Besides Her Majesty, I think Tingxin and Inxin would also be willing. Li Mu sneered in his heart. If Li Qing had said this, he might have believed it a little. Coming from Lu Hanyan's mouth, he couldn't even believe the punctuation marks. If he dared to nod his head now, he would have to sleep alone in the study for the next 3 days. After knowing each other for so many years, how could Li Mu not understand her tricks? Li Mu waved his hand and said, Are you joking? I don't want to at all. Tingxin and Inxin were just looking for me. I'll go over for a moment. After leaving Lu Hanyan's room, Li Mu went to the courtyard where the 2 sisters lived. The 2 sisters were in the room. Li Mu walked forward and asked, Inxin, Tingxin, are you looking for me for something? Bai Tingxin looked at Li Mu reluctantly and said, Father said in the spirit snail today that he wants us to go back to the Eastern Sea. Humans had a new year, and the Dragon Clan had a similar festival. They would worship the dragon god on the 2nd of February every year. This was the most important festival for the Dragon Clan. Both Tingxin and Inxin had half of the Dragon Clan's bloodline. The White Demon King and his wife had already gone to the Eastern Sea in advance. Li Mu said, I'll get someone to send you to the Eastern Sea. Inxin smiled and said, No need. We'll go by water. There won't be any danger. Li Mu thought for a moment. With their current strength and wealth, even a 5th realm cultivator would have to avoid them. Normally, there wouldn't be any danger. However, just in case, Li Mu still gave them 2 realm breaker pills. He refined these pills when he was in the Demon Kingdom. Other than giving them to Phantom Princess's subordinates, Li Mu also kept a few for himself. Tingxin and Inxin's strength had increased rapidly in the past few months, especially Tingxin. Her cultivation had already surpassed Inxin. She was only 1 step away from the 5th realm. Needless to say, this was naturally due to the Empress's efforts. As long as she could hug the Empress's thigh, her cultivation path would be smooth. Li Mu used 3 days to help them refine the realm breaker pills. He waited until their cultivation had broken through before sending them away. Before they left, the 2 sisters took the initiative to hug Li Mu. Tingxin even gave Li Mu a spirit snail for communication. Considering her clingy personality, Li Mu was worried that she would call the spirit snail every day to annoy him. He didn't want to accept it at first, but he was also worried that they wouldn't be able to contact him if something happened. Thus, he could only reluctantly accept it. Without the 2 sisters, the house was much quieter. Lu Hanyan and Wanwan went to Great Music Lane. Xiaobai took Phantom Princess to tour Shindu. Other than the 4 maids, only Li Mu and Li Qing were at home. The 2 sat on the swing in the courtyard with their fingers interlocked. Li Mu asked, When are you returning to Mount Baiyun this time? Li Qing said softly, Sister said that we'll wait until after the Lantern Festival. Li Mu was a little silent, but that was all. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were not ordinary women. It was impossible for them to stay at home like ordinary women and help their husband and children. They couldn't give up their cultivation. Li Mu was the same. However, his cultivation method was special. He relied on psychokinesis instead of seclusion. Beside Li Mu, the one who didn't care about cultivation and only wanted to grow flowers and plants was the Empress, who had the highest cultivation. Li Qing felt Li Mu's disappointment and said with some guilt, Sister, and I know that this is unfair to you. If there was someone who could always be by your side, we wouldn't object. But I heard from Sister that you refused? Li Mu looked at her blankly and asked, You mean she wasn't joking? Changle Palace. Zhou hugged Zhongling. The little girl shook her head and looked at her and asked, Mother, does Father not want us any more? Zhou kissed her face and said, He'll be here in a while. Not long after, Li Mu walked into Changle Palace with a look of regret. Zhongling flapped her arms and flew into his arms. Li Mu sighed, looked at the Empress and asked, "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Zhou glanced at him and said, "Don't ask me about the trouble you caused." Li Mu thought about it. If he forcefully corrected Zhongling, it might cause irreparable damage to her young heart. No matter what, the child was innocent. So he looked at the Empress and said, "How about this? In the future, Ling will call me father and you mother. I'll call you your Majesty, and you can call me Li Mu. How about we call each other?" Chapter 500. The Empress had no reason to reject Li Mu's suggestion. If they didn't go their separate ways, would they get married on the spot just because Zhongling called them father and mother a few times? That was ridiculous. After resolving this awkward matter, Li Mu planned to continue the Dao technique experiment that he had put on hold. He looked at the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, can you use any mystical power or Dao technique?" Zhou didn't ask any questions. She made a few hand seals, and a circular shield with flashing runes appeared in front of her. Li Mu had seen this move before. She had used this move to block the Green Wolf King's full-powered attack. When the Empress used this technique, Li Mu was acutely aware of the trajectory of the power of heaven and earth around them. But she was too fast, and Li Mu couldn't remember it at all. Li Mu said, "Your Majesty, slow down. Do it again." Zhou dispersed the mystical power and cast the spell again. Li Mu closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. "Do it again." Again. After 5 or 6 times, Li Mu didn't speak again. He didn't recite any mantras, nor did he make any hand seals. But a defensive shield with flashing runes slowly took shape in front of him. Li Mu was overjoyed. His guess was right. The essence of Dao techniques and mystical power was the transformation of the power of heaven and earth. Mantras and hand seals were only the key to opening the door. If he could directly open the door, why would he need the key? But controlling the power of heaven and earth was really inconceivable. Since ancient times, no one had done it. Li Mu's ability was more like he had received the approval of heaven and earth. This sounded a little difficult to understand, but if the approval of heaven and earth was connected with the approval of the people, it wasn't hard to understand. In the end, it was because of telekinesis. The power of the human heart was the most mysterious power that Li Mu had come into contact with. This ability was very important in fights of magical powers. It was similar to the 9 words mantra, which only had 1 word and was short but powerful. Of course, it was faster to use the mantra in combination with the handprint. However, if the mantra was too long, it would be faster to directly control the power of heaven and earth. More importantly, this ability was simply a great tool to steal from others. As long as he was willing to put in the effort, there was no divine ability that he couldn't steal. Zhou looked at the sacred art forming in front of Li Mu. She was already used to it. After being shocked so many times, she was already used to it. Li Mu did not hide anything from the Empress, and told her everything that had happened. As for other things, Li Mu didn't mind sharing them with the Empress. However, this time, even if he told the Empress the method, she wouldn't be able to learn it. The 4 mantras needed to be practiced with one's own body. It wasn't something that could be learned by simply reciting a few mantras and forming a few hand seals. When he carried Zhongling home, Li Mu solemnly instructed her, "I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying, but if you don't want to be sent back to Mount Baiyun, you can't be called second mother or third mother. Just call them both mother." Seeing Zhongling nodding her head as if she understood, Li Mu was slightly relieved. After returning home, Li Mu realized that Li Si and Chen Miao were also here. These 2 days were the days to visit relatives and friends. Li Mu sat down with Li Si and said, "Call old Zhang over later. Let's have a few drinks." Li Si shook his head and said, "I went to old Zhang's house just now. He's not home." Li Mu was puzzled. "It's the new year. Where could he have gone?" Li Si said, "I heard from his wife that he left Shindu on the first day of the new year. It seems like he went on a business trip somewhere. Prince Shou went with him, and will only be back in a month." When did old Zhang become so diligent? Li Mu was puzzled. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not care about him. Let's drink." After drinking a few cups, Li Si asked Li Mu, When are you and the boss going to do it? Li Si's words reminded Li Mu. Although there were actually 2 mistresses in the house, Li Qing's status was still unknown. When Li Mu walked on the street, the people in Shenzhou asked about them many times. Although Li Qing didn't care about these worldly etiquette, Li Mu didn't want her to lack what other women had. This was a good opportunity to hold the wedding. When he was discussing this with Li Qing shook her head and said, "No need. I don't care about these things." Before Li Mu could persuade her, Lu Hanyan said firmly, "No. Although you don't care, we can't let the people in Shenzhou gossip. I'll ask Wanwan and Xiaobai to prepare for this." Li Qing didn't insist anymore since the first wife of the Li family had spoken. Because of the previous experience, Li Qing liked to keep things simple. This time, a lot of red tape was removed from the ceremony. Li Mu set up a few tables at home and invited a few good friends. The atmosphere at the banquet was festive. At a table in the corner, Mr. Mei looked at the newlyweds in wedding clothes from afar. He turned to Shangguan Li and complained, "It's all your fault for cursing me back then. I'm still unmarried now." Shangguan Li glanced at him and said, "Didn't you curse me back then too?" Across from them, Phantom Princess drank the wine in her cup. She clearly wanted to get drunk, but her body became more and more sober. She glanced at the woman above her. She saw that Zhou Qiong, who had changed her appearance, was drinking alone like her. At this moment, the hatred in her heart was no longer there. Instead, there was a trace of sympathy. Beside Phantom Princess, Hu Jiu drank a jar of wine and murmured, "What kind of wine can make the primordial spirit drunk? I don't want to be so sober." Phantom Princess chopped at his neck with her palm, and his body softly fell to the ground. Late at night, after the guests left, Li Mu pushed open the door to a room in the inner courtyard. The room was decorated with red silk and lanterns, and it looked very festive. A figure with a red cloth over her head sat quietly by the bed. Li Mu waved his sleeves behind him, and the door closed automatically. Not long after, the candles in the room went out quietly. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, on the night of Shangyuan, Lu Hanyan and Wanwan came back from the Miaoying bar. They asked Xiaobai in the yard, "Where is your benefactor?" Xiaobai said bitterly, "He went to the lantern show with Sister Qing." Lu Hanyan snorted and said, "When we got married, I didn't see him so eager. We were together every day, and he didn't find it annoying." Before Li Mu reached the door, he heard Lu Hanyan's complaints. He walked in with Li Qing with a few lanterns and said, "I picked these for you. See if you like them." Wanwan and Xiaobai hung the lanterns under the eaves. Li Qing was called to the room by Lu Hanyan. She looked at Li Qing and asked, "We are going back to the sect in 2 days. Have you packed your things?" Li Qing's face reddened. She whispered, "Can we stay for a few more days?" Lu Hanyan seemed to have expected this. She rolled her eyes and said, "I know you can't bear to leave. Just stay for another month." Seeing that Li Qing was still reluctant, Lu Hanyan suddenly looked at her and asked, "Do you think that I only have eyes for cultivation and not this family?" Li Qing looked at her, thought for a moment and said, "Our cultivation is not low now. Sooner or later, we will reach the 6th realm. There is no need to rush." Lu Hanyan asked, "Then what about the 7th realm?" Li Qing shook her head and said, "With our talent, the 6th realm should be the end of our cultivation. No matter how much we cultivate in seclusion, we will not be able to break through." Lu Hanyan asked again, "Then what about husband?" Li Qing was momentarily speechless. Li Mu was the future headmaster of Fulu School. He cultivated with the will of the people. The 6th realm would definitely not be the end of his cultivation path. He would definitely reach the 7th realm early, and even have the possibility of reaching an even higher realm. Lu Hanyan continued, "If we can't advance to the 7th realm, our lifespan will only be 260 years. My husband's lifespan is at least 160 years longer than ours. Do you want him to watch as our lifespan ends?" She looked at Li Qing and said, "Besides, in these 2 years, he has been going to the Yao Kingdom and then to other places. Each time he is gone, he will be gone for months. Even if we stay in the divine capital, what use is there? It is better to cultivate in the sect and work hard to raise our cultivation. Only this way will we have a chance to increase our lifespan." A look of understanding appeared on Li Qing's face. She had not thought of this point at all. Lu Hanyan finally took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Most importantly, once our lifespan ends, someone will be able to openly be with him for 60 years or even more. How can I let her succeed so easily?" Changle Palace. Zhou Yi, who was leaning against the dragon throne and reading, suddenly raised her head and frowned. "Who is talking about us?" "The Li estate." Li Mu patiently taught Lu Hanyan how to read. Today he was in an extremely good mood. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing had decided to stay for another month. This meant that during this month, he did not have to stay alone in an empty room. It seemed that they had already understood that women could not only focus on cultivation, but they could not leave their families behind. Many women were too busy with work and lacked companionship. This caused them to feel empty and lonely, resulting in them having an affair and benefiting old Wang next door. What Lu Hanyan was worried about was clearly the empress next door. In the end, the one who benefited was Li Mu. On odd days, he would dual cultivate with Lu Hanyan, and on even days, he would dual cultivate with Li Qing. The relationship between husband and wife was harmonious. After another month, it was not impossible for the three of them to cultivate together. Under his careful guidance, Zhongling had already changed a lot. Now no matter if she saw Lu Hanyan or Li Qing, she would sweetly call them mother. Of course, although she called them mother, in her heart, her only real mother was the one in the palace. Every 2 days, she would pester Li Mu to bring her into the palace, so that the three of them could reunite. Li Mu wrote 2 words on the paper and said to Zhongling, "This is the word Zhong, and this is the word Ling. When these 2 words are connected, it will be your name." The little girl earnestly wrote on the paper and murmured, "Zhongling." She learned very quickly. Li Mu was about to teach her a few more words when a certain spirit snail in the demon emperor's space suddenly made a buzzing sound. Hearing this sound, Li Mu's head also buzzed. At such a close distance, the empress could summon him into the palace at any time if there was anything. This spirit snail call must be from Ting Xian. If she had something important to do, it would be fine. However, every time she called out to Li Mu, she would either ask Li Mu what he had eaten in the morning, or ask Li Mu what he had done in the afternoon, or what he was going to do at night. Li Mu could receive her call anytime, anywhere, and when he was doing anything. Now Li Mu would panic whenever he heard the sound of the spirit snail. He was already regretting accepting her spirit snail. However, he still channeled his magic power and asked, "Ting Xian, what's the matter?" Although he was annoyed, Li Mu was still worried that they would encounter some trouble. If he missed it, even if it was only once, it would be too late for him to regret it, and he would not be able to explain it to the White Demon King. Ting Xian's voice came from the spirit snail. "Nothing, I just wanted to ask what you are doing now." "I'm teaching Ting Er to read." Li Mu answered and asked, "Have you arrived at the Eastern Sea?" The voice on the other side of the spirit snail sounded a little guilty. "We're almost there." Although the Eastern Sea was thousands of miles away from here, with their cultivation, they should have arrived a few days ago. It must be that Ting Xian was having fun on the way and delayed the journey. Li Mu said directly, "Give the spirit snail to your sister." Sister, you only know sister." Bai Ting Xian reluctantly handed the spirit snail to another figure beside her. Li Mu said, "Inxin, you're the sister. You have to take care of her on a daily basis. Don't always let her do whatever she wants." Bai Inxin said helplessly, "I know." Li Mu said a few words to Inxin. Without giving Ting Xian a chance, he put away the spirit snail. At the bottom of a certain body of water in the eastern county of the Great Zhou, Bai Ting Xian frowned and said unhappily, "How am I messing around? Why do you have to scold me every time? No, give me the spirit snail. I want to have a good talk with him." Bai Inxin put away the spirit snail and said, "All right, don't bother him. Anyone will be annoyed if you disturb others all day long." Bai Ting Xian said, "You don't understand. This way, he will think of me every day and won't forget me." Bai Ting Xian said, "You don't understand. There's a saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Occasional parting is better than being together all the time. Only when you haven't seen him for a long time will he always think of you and miss you. If you do this every day, he will only be annoyed." Bai Ting Xian looked at her in surprise and said, What you said makes some sense. Where did you learn all this? Bai Ting Xian said. Don't worry so much. Let's hurry up. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Father and mother will blame us. The two of them wasted a lot of time on the road. Bai Ting Xian did not say anything more. The two sisters followed the flow of the water and moved quickly underwater. The fishes and shrimps at the bottom of the water sensed the aura emitted from their bodies and retreated from afar. At this moment, 10 miles away from them, in a deep cave at the bottom of the water, two lantern-sized eyes suddenly opened. A white shadow swam out from the cave. Under the water, the two sisters who were hurrying on their way suddenly stopped. In front of them, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared. Soon, a huge body appeared in their eyes. The body was more than 10 feet long and was completely white. Its body was covered with layers of scales. Its body was like a snake, but it had 4 claws under its body. There were 2 horns protruding from its head. It was like a snake but not a snake, like a dragon but not a dragon. The two sisters recognized at a glance that it was a Jiao dragon. The suppression of their bloodline caused the magic power in their bodies to start to circulate smoothly. The Jiao dragon arrived in an instant and turned into a handsome man. He sized up the two women and asked, "Beauties, where are you going?" The Jiao dragon's aura was very powerful. They were probably not a match for it even if they joined forces. Bai Ting Xian protected her sister behind her and said, "We are just passing by. We have no intention to disturb you. Please let us go, senior." The man waved his hand and said, "What senior? We are actually about the same age. It is fate that we are passing by. Why don't you two beauties come in and let me do my part as a host?" Bai Ting Xian refused. "Thank you for your kindness, senior. But we have important matters to attend to and cannot be delayed. Please forgive us, senior." She pulled Ting Xian and was about to leave when the man suddenly moved in front of them and said, "Where are you going? I will send you off." "No need. It's fine." The man took a step forward and wanted to grab the two women's hands. Ting Xian took a step back and said, "Are you going to force us to stay, senior?" The man pursed his lips and stopped pretending. He said, "Two beauties sent themselves to me. If I let you go, won't I regret it to death in the future?" Bai Ting Xian's face also darkened. She said, "Then don't blame us for being impolite." The two women drew their swords at the same time. Ting Xian put one hand behind her back and injected magic power into the spirit snail. In the Li residence, Li Mu looked at the spirit snail that began to vibrate again. He was almost certain that Ting Xian was using this as an excuse to argue with him. He wanted to ignore it, but after hesitating for a moment, he still picked it up. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly focused. An unfamiliar man's voice came from the other side of the spirit snail. "Beauties, do you really want to fight with me?" Chapter 501. East County of Great Zhou, somewhere along the Li River. The terrain of Great Zhou was complicated. There were many mountains and hills in the northwest, while the counties in the east were mostly plains. The Li River was the river that flowed through the East County and finally merged into the East Sea. The river was wide and the flow was slow. Many fishermen lived by the river. However, at this time, the usually quietly river was surging with waves. Sometimes huge waves that were dozens of feet high would roll up. Many fish and shrimp carcasses were swept to the shore. The fishermen who were fishing on the river in the distance stopped their boats and pulled to the shore. They looked at the strange phenomenon on the river in horror and stayed far away. Those who saw it had already reported it to the authorities. The nearby cultivators also looked at the river in fear and did not dare to get close. There were obviously powerful water clan fighting under the water. Just a little bit of aura was enough to make them tremble. The East Sea was the world of the water clan. The shore of the East Sea was rich in water. There were also many water demon clans gathered there. They were the most powerful force among the demon clans in the counties. Usually, even human cultivators did not dare to provoke them. Under the river, Inxin and Tingxin stood side by side, controlling their flying swords to attack the man in white not far away. The man in white held a long spear and walked slowly in the water, as if he was taking a stroll. He waved the weapon in his hand casually and blocked all the attacks from the sisters. After their strength improved, the sisters were full of confidence. Until they met this flood dragon, their confidence was completely shattered. No matter what methods they used, they were easily resolved by the other party. Not only was the flood dragon powerful and immune to poison, his aura was also suppressing them. Obviously, the dragon clan bloodline in his body was thicker than the sisters. The man in white approached the sisters and said, "Beauties, you'd better not resist. I really don't want to hurt you." Bai Inshin's face darkened and asked, "What do you want?" The man in white smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just want to spend the night with you two beauties." Bai Tingshin shouted, "Just give up. We have a husband. If my husband finds out about this, he'll peel off your dragon skin, pull out your dragon tendons, and make it into a slingshot to shoot birds." The white-clothed man said indifferently, "I want to see which guy has such good fortune. If he has the guts, tell him to come find me." Bai Tingshin took the spirit snail from her sister and said, "Tell me your name. My husband will be here soon." The man in white snorted and said, "I am Ao Run, the white flood dragon king of Li River." Bai Tingshin said coldly, "Ao Run, you will regret this." Ao Run only smiled and said, "Beauties, why don't you just follow me? No one in the East County will dare to mess with you." The two sisters said at the same time, "Don't even think about it." Ao Run shrugged and didn't force them anymore. He politely extended his hand and said, "Since that's the case, why don't you two beauties go to my cave residence to rest first? When your husband comes, I'll let you know who's the one who's worthy of you following." The two sisters looked at each other. Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for this flood dragon. It would be better to temporarily hold him down and wait for reinforcements. Bai Inshin said, "We can go with you, but before our husband comes, you can't do anything to us." Ao Run snorted and said, "Who do you think I am? If I say I'll wait for him to come, then I'll wait for him to come." "Oh right, what's your husband's cultivation?" Bai Tingshin said, "Our husband is at the 5th level." Ao Run completely relaxed. In this Li River, let alone a 5th realm expert, even a 6th realm expert wouldn't be able to do anything to him. These two beauties would quickly realize that compared to Ao Run, their husbands were nothing. They would then turn around and throw themselves into his arms. Over the years, countless demonesses had fallen for him like this, unable to extricate themselves. Ao Run smiled at the two sisters and extended his hand. "Please." The two sisters maintained their vigilance and followed him all the way to a cave at the bottom of the river several miles away. This cave was rather luxurious. Although it was at the bottom of the river, it wasn't inferior to a human's courtyard at all. It occupied a large area, and there were many rugged strange rocks and huge corals erected inside the cave. It looked very beautiful. Inside the cave, there were many women's laughter and laughter. When they saw the sisters enter, their faces revealed hostility at the same time. These women were all demons. Some were from the beast race, and some were from the water race. One of them, a plump Qingyu, swam over and said with dissatisfaction, "My king, why did you bring back 2 more snakes?" Ao Run hugged her in his arms and said, "Don't worry. Even with these 2 beauties, I won't forget you, Qing Qing." Feeling Ao Run's hand caressing her sensitive parts, Qingyu twisted her body and said delicately, "I am my king. You're so naughty. Let's go to the room." Seeing the 2 demons leave, the 2 sisters felt a chill in their hearts. Ting Xian even tightened her grip on the spirit snail, hoping that Li Mu would come quickly. Shindu. A stream of light streaked across the sky and sped toward the east. The cultivators in Shindu were all shocked by the speed of that unknown existence. It was a speed that cultivators below the upper 3 realms couldn't possibly have. In the sky above Zhong County, on a small and exquisite flying boat, Zhongling sat on Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu looked worried as he rushed toward the East County at full speed. With his cultivation, if he flew or used a high-level divine travel talisman, it would take him at least 3 days to reach the East County. Therefore, he specially asked the Empress for a flying artifact. Although this flying boat was very small and could only accommodate 1 person, it was very fast. If it was powered by a supreme-grade spirit jade, it could match the full speed of a 7th realm cultivator. A 7th realm cultivator could travel 1,000 miles in a second. Hearing that Ting Xian was in trouble, The Empress was furious. She wanted to go personally, but Li Mu stopped her. There were no sixth realm demons in the Great Zhou. He could deal with a mere flood dragon alone. More than 2 hours later, East County County Office. A stream of light streaked across the sky and landed in the East County office. The constables in the county office were shocked. They all drew their weapons and surrounded a figure. They shouted, "Who is so bold to barge into the county office?" Li Mu said in a deep voice, "Where is the county governor of the East County?" His voice was like a bell. The magic power in the constables' bodies surged when they heard it. At this moment, 3 figures hurriedly walked out of the county office. The person walking in front was a middle-aged man. When he saw Li Mu, his expression changed. He walked forward and cupped his hands. "Lin Ting, the county governor of the East County, greets lordly." The county governor had to participate in the imperial court every year. Not long ago, County Governor Lin had seen Li Mu. Although the county governor and county lieutenant of the East County had never seen Li Mu before, they could guess the identity of this young man from County Governor Lin's attitude towards him. They immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, lordly." Li Mu waved his hand and asked, "Do you know that there's a flood dragon called Ao Run in the Li River?" Lin Ting said, "Lordly, everyone in the East County and the demon realm knows of Ao Run's name. His original form is a white flood dragon, and his strength is at the peak of the 5th realm. With his flood dragon body, he can even fight against a 6th realm demon in the water. The county office once tried to recruit him into the demon division, but he rejected it. Because he's too powerful, the county office didn't dare to force him." Li Mu asked directly, "Do you know where his cave residence is?" Lin Ting said, "Yes." Li Mu said straightforwardly, "Gather the experts of the East County Office, Demon Division and Consecration Department. Follow me to the Flood Dragon's cave residence." Lin Ting still didn't know what had happened, but he knew that Ao Run was in big trouble. Who was lordly? With his own strength, he had stirred up the entire demon kingdom. He was a legend who dared to fight against a 7th realm demon and won. Obviously, he wanted to find trouble with Ao Run. No matter how arrogant this flood dragon was, he was going to be in trouble this time. Under Lin Ting's call, in just 15 minutes, dozens of cultivators above the 4th realm gathered in the East County Magistrate's office, the Minister's office, and the Demon's office. They rushed to the Li River in a mighty manner. In the underwater cave residence at the Li River, Ao Run looked at the 2 beauties standing not far away. Each of his hands was hugging a female demon. The black carp demon drank a cup of fine wine and used her tongue to feed Ao Run. Ao Run's face was filled with enjoyment. Just as he was intoxicated by the service of the female demons beside him, a thunderous voice came from the water above. "Ao Run, get out here." Ao Run spat out a mouthful of wine. The female demons were also shocked. Ao Run's name had spread throughout the East County. Who wasn't afraid of him? In the East County, no one dared to be so presumptuous on the Li River. Hearing this familiar voice, Listening Heart revealed a look of pleasant surprise and shock. They knew that Li Mu would come, but they didn't know that he would come so quickly. It had only been more than 2 hours since they were captured. In more than 2 hours, he had actually crossed thousands of miles from the divine capital to the middle county. Ao Run looked at them and realized the identity of the person who had come. He snorted and said, "It seems that your husband is in the East County. He actually came so quickly. Just wait and see how he will crawl under my feet." Li Mu and dozens of cultivators of the East County floated above the Li River. Suddenly, a figure broke out of the water. Ao Run flew out of the water and was shocked when he saw the formation above the Li River. He looked at the county chief of the East County and said warily, "Lin, what do you want to do?" Although he was confident in his strength, he was not arrogant enough to challenge all the cultivators in the East County. County Chief Lin did not speak. With that lord present, he had no right to speak first. Li Mu looked at the man in white and asked, "You are Ao Run. Where are Ing Xian and Ting Xian?" Ao Run looked at Li Mu and said in surprise, "You are the husband of those 2 beauties?" Li Mu was stunned at first, but he soon realized that it must be Ting Xian's doing. He did not deliberately explain and said coldly, "Let them out." Ao Run twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Then let's see if you have the ability. Let's have a fight. If you can beat me, I will let them out. If you lose, the two beauties will belong to me. He glanced at Lin Ting and the others and calmly said, if you want to gang up on me with your numbers, I'll take these two beauties and leave. Let's see if I can fly faster or if you can catch up faster. The wind followed the dragon. The speed of the dragon race was second to none. The flood dragon had some bloodline of the real dragon. If he wanted to escape, even a sixth realm human would not be able to catch up with him. Li Mu was not afraid of him in terms of speed, but he did not want to bother. He asked, how do we compete? Ao Run puffed out his chest and said, don't say that I am bullying you. I will compete with you on the ground. There are no restrictions on magic power and magic treasures. If you win, you can take the beauties away. If you lose, the beauties will belong to me. Everyone here is a witness. Li Mu looked at the flood dragon in front of him. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He said, okay. Under Lin Ting's signal, the strong cultivators of the East County government, the Demon Division, and the Minister Division retreated to the side. They were also looking forward to seeing if the legendary figure of the Great Zhou could defeat this flood dragon. On the river surface, Ao Run roared and attacked first. Countless water arrows shot out from the Li River and headed straight for Li Mu. Li Mu's body floated in the air. He calmly formed a seal with his hands. A circular transparent shield with flashing runes floated in front of him. The dense water arrows hit the shield and collapsed into splashes of water. At the same time, countless lightning bolts suddenly exploded beside Ao Run. He was completely submerged in the dense lightning net. Soon the lightning net dispersed. Ao Run's clothes were tattered and burned in many places. However, his body was not injured at all. Li Mu thought to himself, the Dragon Clan was indeed the Dragon Clan. Even if it was a flood dragon, its body was probably as strong as a sixth realm monster like the Heavenly Wolf King. It might even be stronger. Such a body was simply the best material for refining corpses. If he could use it to refine corpses. Li Mu immediately suppressed this thought in his heart. He was definitely influenced by Chun Shi and the others. Whenever he saw a strong cultivator, his first reaction was to think of a way to refine their corpses. Ao Run was caught off guard by the lightning. He was in a sorry state. This attack did not cause much damage, but it was extremely humiliating. Seeing himself like a beggar, anger surged in Ao Run's heart. As his hand seals changed, a dark cloud quickly gathered above Li Mu's head. Lin Ting was worried that Li Mu would underestimate Ao Run. He hurriedly warned, be careful, Lord Li. This is Ao Run's Call the Wind and Summon the Rain technique. It's very powerful. Do not underestimate it. Above Li Mu's head, bean-sized raindrops were swept up by the wind and fell pitter-patter. Li Mu's body flashed with white light. The immortal robe formed a barrier around him. When the raindrops fell on the barrier, countless dents formed on it. Li Mu's gaze towards Ao Run changed slightly. This Ao Run was indeed something. This immortal robe could withstand a sixth realm attack. It was already very impressive that Ao Run's mystique could create so many dents. If this technique landed directly on Li Mu's body, with his current physical strength, he would not be able to withstand it at all. This Call the Wind and Summon the Rain mystique had probably entered the realm of Dao techniques. However, this technique did not last long, and the rain soon stopped. Ao Run's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it, you actually have such a powerful defensive magic treasure. Li Mu's aura suddenly weakened. His face was pale, but he still snorted. He said, if you can use this mystique a second time, I may not be able to withstand it. But do you have the ability to use it a second time? Ao Run's eyes flashed. Although this technique consumed a lot of spiritual power, it was not unbearable for him to use it a second or third time. He laughed coldly and said, you will know soon. As his voice fell, the dark clouds above Li Mu's head gathered again. The wind carried the raindrops down. Li Mu channeled his spiritual power to resist it while feeling the changes in the power of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, that moment was too short. He could only experience it twice. He could not grasp it. He was still a little short. The moment this rain disappeared, Li Mu's body fell a few feet. He forced himself to stop. Ao Run could see that this person was like a lamp without oil. He did not hesitate to use his mystique again. The third rain suddenly fell. The corners of Li Mu's mouth curled up. This time, it was finally not bad at all. Ao Run looked forward to seeing that person defeated by him. But just as the raindrops fell, the white light on his body shone brightly. He easily resisted the third attack. Ao Run was stunned for a moment. He said angrily, "You tricked me." He was tricked into using a mystique that consumed a lot of spiritual power 3 times in a row. More than half of the spiritual power in his body had been used up, but the person opposite him was still at his peak. He was already a little uncertain in his heart. However, in the next moment, something that made him even more frightened happened. Above his head, dark clouds suddenly rolled up. The next moment, heavy rain poured down. The raindrops fell on his body, bringing heart-wrenching pain. Ao Run looked at the young man opposite him. He was extremely frightened. He actually used his mystique. This scene shocked him too much. Ao Run had long lost his will to fight. Without hesitation, he dove into the water. Li Mu cast a water-repelling spell and chased after him. However, in the next moment, a white shadow attacked him. Li Mu instinctively dodged, but in the water, his speed was greatly reduced. The flood dragon's tail slammed into his chest. Bang! After a dull thud, Li Mu was sent flying out of the water. His chest was in pain. The blood in his body was in turmoil. He had already suffered light injuries. Lin Ting hurriedly flew over and said, "Lord Li, I forgot to tell you. Do not fight with Ao Run in the water. Our strength is greatly reduced in the water. However, this flood dragon is the king of the water. Even a 6th-level cultivator would find it difficult to gain an advantage in the water." Li Mu looked coldly at the water. He asked, "Ao Run, didn't you say that this competition would be on land?" Under the water, Ao Run's mocking voice sounded. "That was just now. I'm going back on my words now. What can you do to me?" Li Mu asked with a dark face. "Ao, are you a sore loser?" Ao Run provoked. "Come down if you can." Li Mu looked at the calm river surface. He released the bell spirit and had her cover this section of the river. Everyone, including Ao Run, was covered by the bell. Then he turned his head and looked at the people behind him. "Draw the water." Chapter 502. Ao Run hid in the underwater cave, and there was endless fear in the depths of his eyes. Summoning the wind and summoning the rain was the magical power of the dragons, and it had never been taught to outsiders. How did this person learn it? What frightened him the most was not that this human knew the magical power of the dragons. His intuition told him that this person had learned it from him. Without using any incantations or gestures, this person could perfectly replicate this great magical power after watching him perform it 3 times. This incredible ability made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. This was too strange. Driven by this fear, he did not want the beauties anymore, nor did he want the demonesses he had taken in before. He just wanted to escape along the waterway. However, just as this thought arose in his mind, the river water around the cave suddenly became shallow. At first, the cave was more than 30 meters below the surface of the river. Soon it became 15 meters, then 20 meters. In a few breaths, the eaves of the cave were out of the water. After a few more breaths, the river water around the cave was sucked dry, leaving only a wet mark under Ao Run's feet. At some point, a transparent giant bell fell into the Li River and covered the entire cave. The river water flowed past the 2 sides of the giant bell, and the cave that was covered by the bell became a vacuum. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Ing Xian and Ting Xian. Seeing that the 2 women were safe and sound, Li Mu was finally relieved. Ting Xian hugged Li Mu's arm with one hand and pointed at Ao Run with the other. She cried, "We were already at the East Sea, but he stopped us and forced us to marry him." "Boo-hoo," Li Mu patted her hand and said, "Don't worry. I'll avenge you." Ao Run had no fighting spirit at all. His body shook and turned into a white flood dragon. He wanted to break through the bell and escape. However, with a buzz, he was bounced back by the bell wall. Li Mu flew up, and the Dao bell suddenly shrank. The powerhouses of the East County and the 2 sisters passed through the bell and appeared outside. Only Li Mu and Ao Run were left inside the bell. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and a whip appeared in his hand. Swoosh! With a flick of his wrist, a whip shadow tore through the air towards Ao Run. Ao Run was extremely confident in his own body. He didn't pay any attention to it. He was thinking of a way to escape from the bell, and allowed the whip to land on his body. His body did not feel much pain, but when the golden whip shadow landed on his body, the shadow of a flood dragon was knocked out of Ao Run's body. That was his demon soul. The flood dragon was startled for a moment, then fear appeared in its eyes. Just as it was about to return to its body, it suddenly felt extreme danger. It glanced over and saw a small illusory sword condense above the head of the person opposite it. His intuition told him that this small sword would take his life. The flood dragon's spirit floated in the air. Without hesitation, it bent its lower body as if it was kneeling. It nodded its head repeatedly and said in fear, "Spare me, spare me. I am willing to serve you as my master. Please spare my life." Li Mu didn't make a move right away. He was considering whether it was better to keep a flood dragon as a servant or to refine its corpse. The disciples of the corpse sect had refined demons and humans, but they had never refined a flood dragon. Chunxi and the others would definitely be interested in this project. Ao Run had already sensed that the human opposite him had bad intentions. He immediately said, "Master, you are not good at fighting in the water. In the future, I can fight in your place. I am very fast. You can also use me as a mount. You won't have to worry about traveling." It had to be said that this flood dragon had a strong desire to live. In 2 simple sentences, he had clearly stated his value. Li Mu was indeed not good at fighting in the water. Not only him, but all humans and demons on land were not good at fighting in the water. The water was the world of the water. Fighting in the water with the water was a very unwise choice. One couldn't always think of drawing water first. As for mounts, under normal circumstances, Li Mu's speed was not as fast as that of a flood dragon. Although the teleport talisman could greatly increase speed, the higher the level of the Fulu, the more expensive the talisman material needed. It was okay to use it once or twice, but Li Mu couldn't afford to use the Fulu every time. The spirit boat that the Empress lent him was fast. It could be called the Ferrari of spirit boats. However, it belonged to the Empress. It was also precious to 7th-level cultivators. It was the Empress' personal flying tool. The Empress only had one. Li Mu could borrow it in an emergency, but he couldn't just take it for himself. With a flood dragon as a mount, he wouldn't need to use any spiritual stones or mana. Li Mu had to admit that he was tempted by this flood dragon. He looked at Ao Run and said, "Hand over a part of your soul." Ao Run was overjoyed when he heard this. He separated a small flood dragon soul from his demon soul's forehead and slowly flew to Li Mu. To a cultivator, it was extremely easy to kill someone with a strand of hair, a drop of essence blood, or a fragment of soul. Since Li Mu possessed a fragment of the flood dragon's soul, he had the power to kill him. Ao Run's demon soul returned to his body. He knelt on one knee and saluted Li Mu. "Greetings, master." He was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well that this young man wanted to kill him. If he hesitated for a moment and didn't show his value in time, what awaited him would be the destruction of his body and soul. Death or slavery, he wasn't stupid. He knew which was the right choice. After subduing this flood dragon, Li Mu walked to the 2 sisters on the shore and said, "Use the spirit snail to inform your father, and have him come to pick you up." Li Mu was full of resentment towards the White Demon King. He took his wife everywhere, but his 2 daughters were not his own. The snake tribe indeed valued beauty over family. Since the matter here was over, Li Mu asked County Chief Lin to dismiss the strong cultivators of the North County. These people thought that there would be a fierce battle, but they didn't expect that they were just watching the show. The flood dragon that shocked the East County was actually no match for that lord. No wonder even the county chief was so respectful to him. The demon officials of the East County Demon Division bowed to Li Mu before leaving. They were originally just mountain spirits and wild monsters. They should thank the young man in front of them the most for their current status and identity. Li Mu planned to wait here for 2 days until the White Demon King came personally to pick up the 2 sisters. A day later, a man in white strode into the East County's government office. The 2 sisters went forward and said happily, "Father." The White Demon King looked at them with a smile. He looked at Li Mu and said, "Brotherly, long time no see." Li Mu said calmly, "I'm afraid the White Demon King has recognized the wrong brother." The White Demon King laughed and said, "Although the way you address me has changed, our friendship has not changed. Thank you for taking care of Inshin and Tingshin during this period." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say these words." The White Demon King looked at Ao Run, who was standing behind Li Mu, and asked, "This is the little flood dragon?" While Ao Run was feeling nervous, a huge fist smashed into his face. Crackling sounds kept coming from the government office. From the moment the White Demon King stepped in, Li Mu realized that his cultivation had broken through to the 6th realm. He was originally at the peak of the 5th realm, and was not weaker than Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He must have encountered something in the past 2 years. Ao Run could not fight back at all under the White Demon King's attack. Soon he could only lie on the ground, motionless like a dead pig. The White Demon King kicked him a few more times and said fiercely, "You dare to have crooked thoughts about my daughter. If it was me 2 years ago, I would have skinned you, pulled out your tendons, and made a slingshot to shoot birds." After the White Demon King vented his anger, he smiled at Li Mu and said, "Long time no see. Brotherly, why don't you come to the Eastern Sea with me? Let me take care of you." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No need. I still have things to do in the divine capital." He had been enjoying the happiness of having a wife. If Tingshin and Inshin were not in trouble, he would not have left the divine capital. Now that the White Demon King was here, he just wanted to go back and cultivate happily with his wives. The White Demon King said regretfully, "If that's the case, I won't force you. In the future, when you come to the Eastern Sea as a guest, just let Inshin and Tingshin know." Li Mu nodded and said, "We'll talk about it in the future." After saying goodbye to the 2 reluctant sisters, Li Mu stepped on the road back to the divine capital. Before he left, he gave Ao Run some time to say goodbye to the female demons at home. "I'll be back. You have to wait for me. I love you." Li Mu thought that as soon as Ao Run left, the female demons in his cave would scatter like birds and beasts. However, to Li Mu's surprise, the female demons beside the dragon were not hypocritical to him. They didn't seem to have been snatched back by him. When Ao Run left, each and every one of them looked at him with tears in their eyes. Li Mu learned from County Chief Lin that Ao Run was a pervert. It was famous in the Eastern County. Many female demons liked to follow him. Following a dragon was very beneficial to their cultivation. There were many married women among them. Ao Run did not reject any of them. Although this caused quite a bit of conflict, it was at most an ethical problem. Otherwise, the Northern County government would have reported it to the Imperial Court and asked the Department of Worship to send people to quell the chaos. In the sky above the Eastern County, Ao Run transformed into a dragon. Li Mu stood on the dragon's head. He looked down and saw the mountains below quickly retreating. As expected of a dragon. With a level 5 cultivation, his speed was comparable to a level 6 human. A true dragon's flying speed should be even faster. Ao Run carried Li Mu and flew in the sky. He sighed in his heart. To think that he, a demon king, would one day become a human's mount in order to save his life. If the other dragons knew about this, what would they think of him? At a certain moment, he opened his dragon mouth and said in human language, "Master, how did you learn my dragon's superpower?" This was what he still had doubts about. If he knew how to summon the wind and summon the rain, it would be fine. But if he learned it on the spot, it would be too terrifying. He had never heard of anyone who could do such a thing. Li Mu said calmly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Ao Run immediately shut up and didn't dare to say anything else. Li Mu rode the dragon and swaggered through the sky. Along the way, no matter if it was a human or a demon, they were all shocked when they saw this scene. The dragon clan was rarely seen. Even if it was just a flood dragon, just the aura it emitted was enough to make some low-level monsters lie on the ground and tremble. The sharp-eyed cultivators even noticed that there was a figure standing on the head of the flood dragon. There's actually someone on the dragon's head. Who's riding on the dragon? Could this flood dragon be his mount? It was too far. Although they couldn't see the person's face clearly, everyone's eyes immediately became respectful. Dragons were just born and had the strength of a level 4 human. They were the top race on the continent. What kind of powerhouse could have a dragon as a mount? At this moment, the peerless powerhouse standing on the dragon's head was thinking about a question. If there were more than 3 women in Li Mu's house, there would be tension. There were so many demonesses in Ao Run's house, but they could still get along well. This didn't make sense at all. Li Mu pondered for a moment and said, I have a question for you. Ao Run was worried that he wouldn't have a chance to show off. He immediately said, Master, please ask. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, There are so many demonesses in your cave abode. Are they usually so harmonious? Although Ao Run didn't know why his master was interested in this question, he still answered honestly. Occasionally they'll be jealous, but they're still considered harmonious. Li Mu continued asking, Why are they so harmonious? Ao Run said, Maybe it's because they love me. Li Mu said disdainfully. They're just being forced by you and don't dare to resist. Ao Run, who had always been submissive and didn't dare to disobey Li Mu, actually retorted, Master, you're wrong. Although I like beauties, I have a bottom line. If they really don't want to follow me, I won't make things difficult for them. I've already let 2 of them go before. Li Mu asked, What about the others? Ao Run said proudly, As for the others, after seeing my overbearing aura, they don't want their husbands anymore. They want to follow me no matter what. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame me for being too charming and deeply attracting them. Li Mu said, That's immoral. Ao Run continued to refute. No, this is the morality of you humans. In the demon race, only the strong are respected. Only the strong are worthy of having more demonesses. Different races had different ideas. Li Mu didn't intend to change Ao Run's mind. But speaking of this topic, Ao Run seemed to be energized. He said disdainfully, To be honest, I look down on some humans. In my cave abode, there are more than a dozen beauties around me all day, and they're all very harmonious and harmonious. Some humans only have 3 to 5 women at home, and they're jealous of each other everywhere. They're forming cliques and making the atmosphere in their homes foul. Master, don't you think this kind of person is ridiculous? Li Mu stood on his head and said, Stop for a moment. Ao Run stopped and asked, Master, do you have any other orders? Li Mu said indifferently, You're so strong. You must be very unwilling to be my subordinate. I'll give you a chance. Challenge me again. If you win, I'll give you back your freedom. Ao Run shook his head repeatedly. No. I'm willing to be your subordinate. Li Mu said coldly, Cut the crap. Do whatever I tell you to do. Chapter 503. Divine Capital. Li Residence. In the morning, when Li Mu walked out of Li Qing's room, Wanwan and Xiaobai had already returned from grocery shopping. They were washing vegetables at the kitchen door, while discussing a strange incident that had been spreading among the people of Divine Capital. A few days ago, more than one person in Zhong County had seen a divine dragon flying across the sky while working in the fields. Divine Capital was inland, so there weren't many opportunities to see the water tribe. Dragons had always only appeared in rumors. Once the news of a divine dragon appearing in Zhong County spread, it caused widespread discussion among the people. The people had never seen a true dragon before, so naturally, they couldn't tell the difference between a flood dragon and a true dragon. Li Mu didn't bring the flood dragon back to Divine Capital. Instead, he placed it in a river in Zhong County so that it could cultivate and wait for Li Mu's orders. For the peace of the place, Li Mu also set 2 rules for it. First, it wasn't allowed to appear in front of people and disturb the people. Second, in the next 10 years, it could only solve its physiological problems with its hands. It wasn't allowed to seduce married women, nor was it allowed to abduct ignorant women. Whether it was a human or a demon, Li Mu would cut off its tools if he was caught. After 10 years, Li Mu would have reached Realm 6 and wouldn't need the flood dragon anymore. He could set it free. Today was the day that Phantom Princess and the others returned to the Yao Nation. Li Mu personally led the officials of Honglu Temple to send them out of the city. Phantom Princess originally wanted Li Mu to escort her back to Thousand Fox Nation, but Li Mu heartlessly refused. Although her identity was very special, and the Yao Nation and Diabolism saw her as a thorn in their side, The Queen of Thousand Fox Nation today was no longer the phantom princess of the past. Li Mu had given her almost all the wealth that he had inherited from Emperor Bai. Now, even if she fought with the Empress, she might not be at a disadvantage. She didn't need anyone to protect her. This trip to Divine Capital was a huge blow to Phantom Princess. If she didn't leave Qianhu Kingdom, she wouldn't be able to imagine the difference between the Queen of Qianhu Kingdom and the Empress of Great Zhou. Compared to the Divine Capital of Great Zhou, her Qianhu city was at most a barren mountain village. Unless she could unify the Yao nation, become the queen of the 10,000 demons, and raise her cultivation to the 7th level, then she would have the qualifications to be on equal footing with Zhou Yi. At the city gate, Illusion Princess looked at the flying ship floating in the air and said to Li Mu, "I'm leaving." Li Mu's face lit up with joy. He quickly said, "Goodbye." When she was in Chengdu, she was trying her best to sow discord between him and the Empress in front of Lu Hanyan. Once she left, Li Mu's family would at least be more harmonious. Li Mu had been looking forward to this for a long time. Phantom Princess caught the smile on his face and snorted. "Are you happy that I'm leaving?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Of course not, ha ha ha." Seeing the flying ship turn into a stream of light and fly away, Li Mu rubbed his waist, which was still aching, and returned to the palace to report. In Chang'e Palace, Zhou hugged Zhongling and asked calmly, "Did that fox leave?" Li Mu, "Yes." Zhou pressed her face against Zhongling's face and said with a smile, "Ling, mother will take you to a fun place." The little girl said, "Daddy will go too." Li Mu followed behind the mother and daughter, and walked out of Chang'e Palace. Perhaps the Empress had really reached the age of being a mother. She doted on Zhongling so much that even Li Mu felt that he had been left out. However, he didn't need to be jealous of his own daughter. He enjoyed the feeling of a happy family of 3. When he was free in the future, he would have 2 more children with Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. Then his life would be complete. In the palace, the officials and palace maids were already used to this scene. Everyone knew that Lord Li's daughter had taken Her Majesty as her godmother. Her Majesty doted on her very much and often summoned her to the palace. She ordered the imperial chefs to make all kinds of delicious food for her, and took her to play in the palace. Everyone in the palace already knew this cute little girl. As for where Lord Li's daughter came from, there were many different opinions. Some said that he had her with Madame Li when he was young, and it was only now that it was made public. Others said that she was the child of Lord Li and the Demon Kingdom Queen, and was only recently sent back. The officials with some cultivation could naturally see that Lord Li's daughter wasn't human, nor was she a demon. She was a spirit, and it was very likely that she was the child of Lord Li and a ghost. It wasn't strange for something like this to happen to him. Everyone knew that Lord Li was neither friend nor foe. He was upright and plain-spoken, and devoted to the people and the country. However, he was lustful and surrounded by beauties. Not only did he have rumors with Her Majesty, but it was also said that he had a good relationship with the Demon Kingdom Queen. This actually proved that Her Majesty doted on him. Since ancient times, there had been many princesses who were children of important ministers, but it was very rare for them to directly recognize their relatives. In the palace, Zhou Yi led Zhongling into the ancestral temple, and Li Mu followed. This wasn't his first time here. Compared to last time, the ancestral temple had changed a lot. The furnishings and decorations were still the same. 36 small cauldrons were connected to a large cauldron, and a golden dragon was swimming in the large cauldron. However, the golden light on each small cauldron was much more dazzling than the last time Li Mu saw them. The most dazzling cauldron was naturally the one in the middle that belonged to the central commandery. The people of the Divine Capital had the strongest psychokinesis, and it was comparable to the combined power of several other cauldrons. When Li Mu came last time, the cauldrons of psychokinesis in the various commanderies were far from this bright. This meant that in the past 2 years, the psychokinesis of the people of the various commanderies had greatly increased. On the one hand, the abolition of the silver punishment law and the punishment of the corrupt officials had made the people trust the imperial court more. On the other hand, after the demon division was established in the various commanderies, the demons in the Great Zhou also contributed a lot of psychokinesis. In addition to the small cauldrons being brighter, the The golden dragon on the large cauldron was also fatter than the last time Li Mu saw it. At this moment, it was happily swimming in the cauldron. 3 elders wearing 4-clawed dragon robes were guarding here. They were the experts of the Xiao royal clan. Ever since the Zhou clan stole the emperor's aura, the Xiao clan had sent 3 clan experts to guard the ancestral temple to prevent the emperor's aura from being stolen again. These 3 people were almost all of the top combat power of the Xiao royal clan. When the 3 elders saw the empress bring Li Mu and Zhongling in, they only looked up and closed their eyes again. Zhongling reached out to grab the golden dragon. Li Mu hurriedly said, "You can't touch it." Zhou glanced at Li Mu and said indifferently, "Why can't you touch it?" She looked at the golden dragon and said, "Come here." The golden dragon trembled as it flew over. Zhongling caught it and played with it. It was originally a formless object, but Zhongling was also a spiritual body. She easily caught it in her hand and played with it wantonly. Zhongling played with the spirit of psychokinesis for a while and lost interest. Although they were both spiritual bodies, she relied on the origin power of heaven and earth. This dragon was condensed from psychokinesis and could not be absorbed by her for cultivation. So, she quickly let go of the dragon. After the golden dragon regained its freedom, it immediately entered the cauldron and did not dare to poke its head out. Zhongling clearly did not know that this was the most important place in the Great Zhou. She only felt that this place was claustrophobic and boring. Soon, she made a fuss about leaving. After the family of 3 left, the ancestral temple regained its silence. 2 of the 3 people sitting cross-legged in the corner cultivating with their eyes closed slowly opened their eyes. The elder on the left frowned slightly and muttered, "What does she mean by this? Why did she suddenly adopt a daughter?" The elder on the right said indifferently, "What's there to guess? As long as she doesn't pass the throne to the Zhou family, whatever she does has nothing to do with us. Watch this emperor's qi carefully. According to the current rate of psychokinesis gathering, this new emperor's qi will mature in 5 years or 10 years. At that time, as long as we get ahead of the Zhou family, we can settle the situation in one fell swoop." After he finished speaking, his eyes were filled with emotion. He said, "She has only been on the throne for 5 years. Who would have thought that in the history of the Great Zhou, the emperor who condensed emperor's qi the fastest was actually her?" The elder on the left glanced at him and asked in return, "Isn't this a big deal? Why don't you think about how she got the throne? If she gave this emperor's qi to her adopted daughter, what can we do?" The elder on the right shook his head and said, "That's impossible. You also know that the girl is just a spiritual body. Her origins are unknown. She can't accept the emperor's qi. The officials and the people of the Great Zhou will not accept her as the emperor. If Zhou really wants to do that, the 4 great academies will not sit by and do nothing." The elder on the left looked at him and said indifferently, "That girl is impossible, but what about the others? What if she likes this feeling and decides to give birth to one herself? At that time, will the people still object? Will the 4 great academies still object?" As soon as he said this, even the elder in the middle who had his eyes closed all this time suddenly opened his eyes. In these 2 years, the situation in the divine capital had undergone earth-shaking changes. The old and new parties that had once controlled the entire imperial court had long lost most of their right to speak in the imperial court. Many officials, led by Zhang Chun, had begun to stand firmly on the empress side. 2 years ago, the 4 great academies had clearly supported the old and new parties. In these 2 years, their attitudes had become more and more unpredictable. The reason was that previously, everyone had thought that the Great Zhou would be destroyed by a female emperor. However, the reality was the opposite. The Great Zhou was now the strongest and most united in the past 50 years. The 4 great academies no longer had a reason to interfere with the empress's selection of an heir. With the empress's current popular support and the power she held, as long as her decision was not too out of line, the people and the 4 great academies would not object. It was not out of line for her to give birth to a child and pass the throne to him in the future. When the 3 of them thought of this possibility, they suddenly realized that at some point in time, the Xiao clan had completely lost control of the Great Zhou. They looked at the emperor's qi in the big cauldron, their eyes burning with passion. The Xiao clan's loss of power could no longer be reversed. This emperor's qi might be their last hope. After a long silence, the elder in the middle slowly said, "We must not sit by and watch this happen. Inform King Ping and let them prepare early." Chang'an Palace. After leaving the ancestral shrine, Mr. Mei and Shangguanli took Zhongling to the imperial garden to play. Only Li Mu and the empress were left in the main hall. In fact, a long time ago, Li Mu had been thinking about a problem. Who was the empress planning to pass the supreme position of the great Zhou to? He had asked Mr. Mei in a roundabout way before. Mr. Mei had warned him not to guess the empress's intentions. This was not a question he could ask. At that time, Li Mu and the empress were not very close. Now he felt that he could ask. Li Mu's tone was calm. He asked casually, "Your Majesty, have you thought about who to give the emperor's qi in the ancestral shrine?" Zhou Yi said, "To the Xiao clan." When she said this, she did not hesitate. It was obvious that she had already planned this. This was the same as Li Mu's guess. If she did not want to pass the throne to the Xiao clan, she would not have allowed the 3 elders of the Xiao clan to guard the ancestral shrine. This meant that the empress had already made this decision when she first ascended the throne. Based on Li Mu's understanding of her, she must have felt that the Zhou clan did not have the right to the throne. The Xiao clan had ruled the Great Zhou for hundreds of years. The idea that the Xiao clan was the royal family was deeply ingrained. It was reasonable to give the Xiao clan the title. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "What do you think?" Li Mu said, "Your Majesty, I will listen to you." He used to think that it was better for the empress to give birth to her own child than to pass the throne to an outsider. However, seeing how much the empress doted on her child, she probably could not bear to let her own child suffer. However, the world that they had fought so hard to conquer was given to the Xiao clan for nothing. Although he had already guessed this, after receiving confirmation from the empress, Li Mu still relaxed about the court matters. He was no longer as energetic as before. He did not even care about the matter of Shenggua's provocation in the border county, and the decrease of the psychokinesis in the south county. He left it all to the secretariat to deal with. For 3 consecutive days, Li Mu was late and left early. Today he still left early and got off work early. When he returned home, he took a wedding invitation from Wan Wan. Li Si and Chen Miao Miao had given birth to a pair of twins. Tonight, they invited him to their house for a drink. Li Mu naturally would not refuse and brought Zhongling over tonight. At Li Si's house, Li Mu saw Zhang Chun, whom he had not seen for a long time. He had just returned from a business trip. Li Mu did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that Zhang Chun was intentionally avoiding him tonight. After the banquet ended, Li Mu waited outside the door. When he saw Zhang Chun walk out, he asked, "Old Zhang, did I offend you?" Zhang Chun shook his head repeatedly. "No, how could it be?" Li Mu asked. "Then why are you avoiding me?" Zhang Chun said flatly, "No, why would I avoid you for no reason?" Li Mu thought that he was thinking too much. He pointed at Zhang Chun and said to the little girl in his arms, "Ling, or this is Uncle Zhang." Zhang Chun smiled awkwardly at Zhongling. Li Mu asked in confusion, "Why aren't you curious? Who gave birth to this child with me?" Zhang Chun shook his head. "I'm not curious. I'm not interested in this matter at all. I still have matters to attend to at home, so I'll go back first." Li Mu looked at his back in surprise. It had only been a month since they last met, but he had changed so much. He was completely unlike the gossipy Zhang Chun that Li Mu knew. The streets of the fairy's capital were bustling as usual. All kinds of news and topics of conversation gathered here. Today, the commoners were most interested in the private affairs of the Li residence. The sudden appearance of a child by Lord Li's side caused a heated discussion in the fairy's capital. It even overshadowed the matter of the illegitimate child during the reign of the previous emperor. There were differing opinions about who Lord Li had given birth to this child with. Some said that it was Lady Li's, while others said it was the Demon Kingdom's queen. No one knew when it started, but there were rumors that the child was Lord Li's and His Majesty's. In the past, the commoners naturally did not dare to talk about His Majesty. However, after the self-discipline law was reformed, the Great Zhou no longer convicted people based on words. The commoners' topics of conversation became bolder and bolder. At a temporary tea stall on the street, The waiter selling tea whispered to the customers, "Hey, have you heard? Lord Li and His Majesty gave birth to a daughter." One of the customers heard this and said happily, "Is that true?" The waiter was stunned and asked in surprise, "This is something that goes against ethics. Why do you seem so happy?" The customer said without hesitation, "Of course. Like father, like son. The child of Lord Li and His Majesty will definitely be a dragon among men in the future. If she can inherit His Majesty's position, our children and grandchildren will also be able to live good lives." When the customers heard this, they all responded in unison, "Is that true? There's such a good thing?" "If it's true, then that's great. This is the best news I've heard this year, no, in the past few years." The waiter at the tea stall looked at the crowd in a daze. He had thought that this matter would be criticized and discussed by the common people. He had never imagined that the common people would actually have such a reaction. It was as if they were happier than if they had given birth to a child themselves. Li Mu had also heard the rumors circulating in the marketplace. The common people usually did not have the guts to criticize the empress. There had to be someone pushing this matter behind the scenes. As for who was pushing it, Li Mu did not need to think to know. It was either the Xiao clan or the Zhou clan. Their goal was undoubtedly to use the pressure of public opinion to cut off the possibility of the empress passing the throne to someone else in advance. Unexpectedly, the common people's support for the coupling of Li Mu and the empress was so high. In just 2 days, there were already many people calling for the empress to make him empress. The person behind the scenes had gone for wool and come home shorn. More importantly, with the empress's bearing, no one knew the consequences of offending her better than Li Mu. He walked into Changel Palace and saw that the empress's expression was extremely ugly. Zhou Yi saw Li Mu walk in and said in a low voice, "I've changed my mind." Li Mu was puzzled. "Changed your mind about what?" Zhou Yi said coldly, "I don't want to give that imperial aura to the Xiao clan anymore." Li Mu said in a daze, "Your Majesty wants to pass it to the Zhou clan?" Zhou Yi said, "No." Li Mu thought for a moment and said in astonishment, "Could it be that Your Majesty really wants to give birth to a child?" Before Zhou Yi could speak, Zhongling, who was in Li Mu's arms, clapped her hands and said happily, "Good, good, I already have a younger brother or sister to play with me. Father, mother, you can have another one." Chapter 504. Li Mu looked at the innocent Zhongling and explained, "Ling, be a good girl. Don't mess around. Father and mother gave birth to you differently from giving birth to a younger brother or sister." The little girl blinked curiously and asked, "What's the difference?" Perhaps she was envious of other children who had siblings to accompany them. But how was Li Mu supposed to explain to her that she was actually born from heaven and earth and not the product of his and the empress's hard work? Zhongling's intelligence grew very quickly, but she obviously couldn't understand this. Li Mu and the empress looked at each other. Li Mu looked embarrassed. The empress held Zhongling's face and smiled. "Ling, don't worry. You will have a younger brother or sister in the future." After receiving the empress's promise, Zhongling happily ran off to play. In Changel Palace, Li Mu saw the empress looking at him. He said decisively, "Your Majesty, please give up on this idea. My wife and I have no plans to have children." Li Mu, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing would be busy with political affairs in the next few years. Even if they had children, they wouldn't have much time to accompany them. This wasn't good for the child's growth, so they planned to have another child in a few years. Zhongling's appearance was at most an accident. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu indifferently. "Linger is my daughter. Why should another woman give birth to her younger brother or sister?" Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "Does Your Majesty want to have one yourself?" Zhou Yi asked, "Are you willing to watch as the world that you and I worked so hard to build is given to someone else?" Li Mu didn't hesitate and said decisively, "No." He had spent a lot of effort to build the Great Zhou to what it was today. How could he be willing to give it to someone else? Everyone in Shendu knew what kind of people the Xiao clan was. If this world fell into their hands again, the foundation that Li Mu had built for the empress over the past few years would be completely destroyed by them. The geographical location of Great Zhou wasn't considered good. To the east were the water tribes, to the south were the various countries with evil intentions, to the west was Yudu with evil intentions, and to the north was the demon country eyeing them covetously. There were threats in all directions, and once Great Zhou was defeated to a certain extent, the four barbarians would definitely rise up and attack. This was also an important reason why the central dynasty of Zhou province never lasted long. There were strong enemies spying on all sides. Once there were 3 generations of incapable rulers, the neighbors would not give the central imperial court a chance. When external pressure began to be exerted, the already loose internal structure would be easily crushed. The key question was, if the empress wanted to have a child herself, how would she do it, and with whom? Considering the voices of the masses, this candidate would naturally be Li Mu. However, this wasn't in Li Mu's life plans. Zhou looked at him and said, "The Great Zhou being where it is today is mostly due to your efforts. Who the emperor's aura is given to is not only my business, but also yours." Li Mu didn't know what she was thinking, so he could only say, "Your subject will listen to everything your majesty says." Zhou thought deeply for a moment and said, "I plan to give it to our child." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Your majesty also knows about Ling Er's identity. Not only the court officials, but even the people won't be able to accept that the emperor of Great Zhou isn't human. This will cause the Great Zhou to lose the foundation of the people's hearts." Although Li Mu thought that he had gained the recognition of the people, it didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted in Great Zhou. This was a place that had been ruled by humans since ancient times. It was absolutely impossible for a foreign race to rule over it. Zhou glanced at him and said indifferently, "I'm not talking about Ling Er." Li Mu was even more confused and asked, "Other than Ling Er, do we have other children?" Zhou said, "Not now, but that doesn't mean we won't have any in the future." Li Mu stared at the empress in a daze, hundreds of thoughts flashing through his mind. Was this a hint? No, this was no longer a hint. This was a blatant declaration, and it couldn't even be considered a declaration. This was a confession. The empress finally couldn't help but reveal her feelings to him. Zhou continued, "As long as we take your bloodline and merge it with mine, we can have a child with both of our bloodlines. This way, I won't have to pass the throne to an outsider, and Ling Er will have a younger brother or sister." Li Mu suddenly understood and said, "So that's what your majesty means." Zhou looked at him and asked in return, "What do you think it means? Do you want to be my empress?" Li Mu didn't obey the empress this time. He shook his head and said, "Your majesty, I can't accept this method. I hope that my child will be like all the other children in the world, born from his mother's 10 months of pregnancy, and not through this method. If he asks us the same question as Ling Er in the future, how should we answer?" Zhou chest heaved up and down. After taking a deep breath, she said, "You're blaming me. Do you think I don't want to? If you appeared earlier, if you were more determined and not fascinated by other people's beauty, how could things be like this?" She flung her sleeves and said angrily, "Mei Wei Ali, accompany me to the Imperial Garden to relax." Mr. Mei and Shangguanli had just walked in with Zhongling when they walked out with the empress. The little girl walked to Li Mu's side and tugged at his sleeve. She whispered, "Father, mother is angry. Go and comfort her." Li Mu could hear the strong resentment in the empress's words. But everything had to be first come, first served. If he was late, he would be late forever. If he had met the empress first, then he would have been second only to one person in the Great Zhou. He would have been the father of the world and respected by all the people. But he had met Lu Hanyan and Li Qing first, so he was destined to be unable to enter the harem. If Li Mu was given another chance, he still wouldn't change his choice. He squatted down and held the little girl's face. He said, "Your mother is still angry with me. Go and comfort her for me." Zhongling nodded seriously and chased in the direction of the Imperial Garden. The court had just ended, but Li Mu had no interest in going to the secretariat. After walking out of Changle Palace, he left the palace directly. However, just as he walked out of the palace gate, a figure blocked his way. Li Mu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and raised his eyebrows. He asked, "Your Highness King Ping, what's the matter?" King Ping glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. No matter what the surname of the Great Zhou's royal family is, it won't be Li." Li Mu looked at King Ping and asked, "Were you the ones who spread the rumors in Fairy's capital?" King Ping didn't answer directly. He said coldly, stealing the country won't happen a second time in the Great Zhou. If the Xiao family behaved themselves, the empress would still belong to them when the emperor's qi condensed in 10 years or 5 years. They would win the many years of battle with the Zhou family without a fight. However, the premise was that they didn't provoke the empress. Li Mu sighed softly. He looked at King Ping and asked, "Do you know how pigs die?" King Ping frowned. "What do you mean?" Li Mu couldn't be bothered to answer him and left directly. Although King Ping didn't like Li Mu, it was undeniable that he was very resourceful. This kind of person wouldn't throw such a question at him for no reason. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. One person's ability was limited. For this reason, he gathered the core members of the Xiao family and discussed it together. Did Li Mu say this? There's no head or tail. How do we explain it? The word pig is definitely not as simple as it seems. Is there a reference? Is he secretly cursing the Xiao family? He must know that we were the ones who secretly incited the rumors about him and the empress. While they were discussing, a voice suddenly sounded from the corner. King Shou stood up and asked in disbelief, "You guys spread rumors about Li Mu and Her Majesty in the streets. This kind of thing can't be hidden from Her Majesty." King Ping said, "So what if she knows?" This was meant for him and the empress to hear. They're neither emperors nor subjects. Aren't they afraid of being criticized by the world? If they really give birth to a child, the Great Zhou will be laughed at for thousands of years. King Ding said regretfully, "It's a pity that those ignorant people are mostly in favor of this." King Shou sat back down and covered his face with both hands. He didn't know what to say. After a long while, his voice came from between his fingers. If there's an answer to this question, then the pigs must have died of stupidity. They were so stupid that they threw away the cooked duck. King Ping frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" King Shou leaned back in his chair and said tiredly, "It's obvious that the empress has no intention of taking the throne. Since she took the throne, she put Li Mu in an important position to fend off foreign forces and unite the people. She planned to leave as soon as possible after condensing the emperor's qi. She allowed the 3 uncles to stay in the ancestral temple, because she wanted to return the throne to the Xiao family. Why do you have to do it again?" "What do you know?" King Ping glared at him and said, "The Zhou family spent hundreds of years to successfully steal the country. How can she return the throne so easily? I think she wants to give birth to a child herself, and change the surname of the Great Zhou's royal family. If she really wanted to pass the throne to the Xiao family, she wouldn't change her mind because of such a small matter. That depends on whether Her Majesty is generous or petty. It's very possible that the throne that originally belonged to the Xiao family was lost because of this small matter." King Shou thought of his experience in the past month and sighed softly. He said, "Obviously, Her Majesty isn't a generous person." King Ping frowned and looked at him. "You're not her. How do you know what she's thinking?" King Shou covered his face again and said, "I don't know. I'm just talking nonsense. You guys continue, I'll take my leave first." He stood up and walked to the door. His footsteps paused as he said, "Get someone to tidy up the 3 royal uncles' residences. I guess they should be back soon." Not long after King Shou left King Ping's residence, 3 elders descended from the sky. Everyone walked out of the room. King Ping was shocked. "Royal uncles, weren't you guarding the ancestral shrine? Why did you come out?" The 3 elders' faces were gloomy. The elder in the middle said, "That woman chased us out. She's really coveting the emperor's energy." King Ping stood on the spot in a daze. His face was full of regret as he muttered, "He guessed it right." The elder asked, "Guessed what?" King Ping's face was solemn. He shook his head and said, "Nothing. Royal uncles, what should we do now?" King Ping naturally could not hide such a big matter. The 3 elders soon found out the reason why they were chased out of the ancestral shrine. The 3 of them could be heard cursing from King Ping's residence. "I'm so pissed. You've messed this up. You're as stupid as a pig. You should apologize to the previous kings." Li Mu's residence. When Li Mu stepped into the house, Lu Hanyan asked in surprise, "Why have you been coming back so early these few days?" In the past, Li Mu was willing to work for the empress no matter how hard or tiring it was. However, these few days, He was working for the future Xiao clan. Li Mu was naturally not as motivated. He took out the 2 bouquets of flowers he bought on the street from his back. He passed one to Lu Hanyan, and the other to Li Qing. He smiled and said, "Nothing is more important than accompanying you too." Lu Hanyan and Li Qing should have returned to the sect a long time ago. Although the reason why the peak masters could advance to the 6th realm so early was related to their talent and the sect's resources, the most important thing was still their hard work and cultivation. Li Mu used all kinds of excuses to force them to stay. He could not let them stay at home while he stayed in the palace all day. He held the 2 girls' hands and said, "I'll take a long leave from Her Majesty later. I won't go out every day." Although the 2 girls were happy to hear this, Lu Hanyan, who liked to let her imagination run wild, thought of a fact. She couldn't help but become melancholic again. She said melancholically, "Although we can be together now in 100 years, whether it's me, Sister Qing, Xiao Bai, or Wan Wan, we won't be able to accompany you anymore. Why don't you find someone who is more powerful and talented than us, someone who can accompany you for the rest of your life?" Women were really strange creatures. She was clearly only in her 20s, in the most beautiful years of her life, but in her heart, she was thinking about things 100 years later. Li Mu pretended to be thinking. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Why do I have to find someone who is more powerful and talented than you two? When the time comes, I can still choose a young and beautiful girl who is 17 or 18 years old." Lu Hanyan was stunned. Then, her slender hand rested on Li Mu's waist. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I'll let you be young and beautiful. I'll let you be young and beautiful." Li Mu held her restless hand and said, "If I don't find someone young and beautiful, in such a short time, where do you want me to find someone who is more powerful and talented than you two, and who is also willing to be with me?" In the courtyard of the Li residence, there was a fluctuation in the space. Zhou appeared with Zhongling in her arms. She put Zhongling down and prepared to return to the palace. She looked around and saw that everyone was looking at her. She asked faintly, "Why are you all looking at me?" Lu Hanyan stood up and said, "Your Majesty is here to send Linger off?" Zhou nodded slightly and said, "I'll leave Linger to you. I'm going back to the palace." Lu Hanyan looked at her and suddenly said, "It's almost time to eat. Your Majesty, eat with us before you leave. Linger should want you to stay." Zhongling was stunned for a moment. Then, she hugged Zhou Yi's leg and said happily, "Mother, stay for dinner. Aunt May and Aunt Li will come too." Although the Empress might not listen to Lu Hanyan, she would fulfill all of her daughter's wishes. Therefore, not only did she stay, but she also asked Shangguan Li and Mr. May to come as well. When it was time to eat, Lu Hanyan took the initiative to pick up a piece of fish for the Empress. She smiled and said, "Your Majesty, try this. I made it myself." Li Mu almost had a fish bone stuck in his throat. When Lu Hanyan and the Empress appeared together, the atmosphere was extremely cold. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like falling into an ice cave. Lu Hanyan actually took the initiative to pick up food for the Empress. Li Mu's first reaction was that Lu Hanyan was crazy. In the face of Lu Hanyan's kindness, Zhou quickly responded. She tasted a piece of fish and said, "When I first met you, I only knew that your zither skills were unparalleled. I didn't expect your cooking to be so good as well. You're almost as good as the chefs in the palace." Mr. May and Shangguan Li looked at each other. Shangguan Li remembered very clearly that when the Empress was still the crown princess, the three of them went to listen to Lu Hanyan play. Shangguan Li praised her zither skills, and the Empress's comment was, "It's just so." Lu Hanyan also said, "When I first met you, Your Majesty, I was amazed that there was such a beauty in the immortals' capital. It made me feel ashamed of myself." Wan Wan, who was eating with her head down, looked up at Shangguan Li and quickly lowered her head again. If she remembered correctly, when she praised that sister's beauty, Shangguan Li said, "It's just so." Lu Hanyan and the Empress actually started praising each other. Li Mu saw this and his chopsticks fell to the ground. He pinched his thigh hard. The intense pain told him that this was not a dream. Chapter 505. When Lu Hanyan and the Empress began to compliment each other, the meal was especially harmonious. Li Mu was actually able to see the two of them get along well in his lifetime. It could be said that he had fulfilled one of his greatest regrets. Lu Hanyan took the initiative to befriend the empress, and because of Zhongling, the empress came to the house more frequently. From once every 3 days, once every 2 days, to twice a day now. Li Mu didn't go to the secretariat these 2 days. He only went to the Department of Consecration to inspect. Feeling an aura outside the door, Li Mu walked to the door and opened it. Ao Run stood at the door with his head lowered. He respectfully said, "Master." Li Mu asked indifferently, "Is it done?" Ao Run immediately said, "Master, the one causing trouble in the river is a green fish demon. I have already followed your orders and captured it, and handed it over to the local Yao division." A few days ago, the Department of Consecration received a request for help from a certain county's Yao division. There was a water demon causing trouble in the county's waters. Because the officials of the Yao division were all land demons and couldn't swim well, the water demon escaped several times. They then asked for help from the Department of Consecration. There were no water demon elites in the Department of Consecration, so Li Mu gave Ao Run an order to deal with it. This time he came to report to Li Mu. Li Mu said, "If you are done, go back and cultivate." Ao Run bowed and said, "Yes." Lu Hanyan asked in the courtyard, "Is there a guest?" Li Mu said, "No, it's the mount I took in." Lu Hanyan didn't know the details. She only knew that Li Mu took in a dragon as a mount. She had never seen it before, so she said, "It's time to eat. Let him eat before he leaves." Since she had already spoken, Li Mu couldn't refute. He glanced at Ao Run and said indifferently, "Come in." Ao Run lowered his head and walked into the courtyard, not daring to look around. The empress held Zhongling's hand and walked over. The little girl flew into Li Mu's arms and asked, "Father, mother, when are we going out to play?" When Ao Run saw this, he immediately said to the empress, "I pay respects to matriarch." Li Mu kicked him in the butt and glared at him. He looked at Lu Hanyan and Li Qing at the table and said, "Those two are the mistresses. This is His Majesty." It wasn't easy for his family to be harmonious for the past 2 days. If it was destroyed by this stupid flood dragon, Li Mu would definitely peel off his flood dragon skin, pull out his flood dragon tendons, and chop up his flood dragon meat to feed the dogs. Ao Run looked at Zhongling, then looked at Li Mu and the empress. His eyes swept over Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. Confusion appeared in his eyes. He shook his head vigorously and said, "Master, the relationship in your family is a bit messy. Let me sort it out." When it was time to eat, Li Mu gave Ao Run a bowl, and casually picked some food, and asked him to squat in the corner to eat. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and asked, "That's not good." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "You don't know. He looks like a dog, but he's actually not a good person. In the demon realm, he goes around seducing married women. After that, he shows off in front of their husbands. He has more than a dozen wives and concubines at home, but he's still dishonest all day long." Taking a bite of rice, Ao Run tried to defend himself. "Master, I've said it before, in our demon realm, strength is everything. Even if someone steals their wife, they can only blame themselves for being too weak. Besides, they're willing to follow me. I didn't force them. In fact, I look down on some humans the most. They're obviously very strong, but they don't even dare to steal the person they like. What's the point of cultivating then? As for their husbands, they're not strong enough to take care of their wives, so they can only blame themselves for being too weak." Li Mu suddenly stood up and grabbed the back of Ao Run's neck. He coldly said, "Stop eating, I'll take you to see something good." On this day, the people of the capital saw lightning flashing in the sky. A flood dragon was rolling in the clouds and howling. Then, its body was charred black and fell into a lake in Zhongjun. Since then, the lake was renamed Fallen Dragon Lake. The people didn't dare to go near it anymore. When Li Mu returned home, Lu Hanyan and the empress were chatting happily as if nothing had happened. This is actually very strange. After all, although they've met before, they've only spoken less than 5 sentences in total. The empress has her pride, she won't easily lower herself. Lu Hanyan also has Lu Hanyan's pride. If she doesn't like someone, no matter how noble their status is, she will absolutely ignore them. However, she was the one who took the initiative. Although Lu Hanyan didn't say it explicitly, how could Li Mu not know what it means? With her arrogant personality, she's willing to take the initiative to flatter the Empress. As a wife, she's already thinking about Li Mu in 100 years. Combined with what she said to Li Mu just now, it's obvious that in her eyes, the Empress is more talented than them and has a longer lifespan. She's the best candidate to be with Li Mu until his lifespan ends. After the Empress returned to the palace, Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu. After spending so much time together, Li Mu already understood the meaning of her gaze and action. He followed her into the room. Lu Hanyan sat on the edge of the bed and patted the side of her body. Li Mu walked over and sat beside her. Lu Hanyan asked, "Can you tell what Her Majesty thinks of you?" Li Mu asked cautiously. "What do you mean?" Lu Hanyan pinched her waist and said, "There are no outsiders here. What's the point of pretending in front of me?" Deeply affected by Lu Hanyan's tricks, Li Mu had long since stopped taking the initiative to fall into them. He asked, "What do you mean? Speak clearly. If you don't say it, how will I know what you mean?" After Lu Hanyan calmed down, she slowly said, "Her Majesty is still so young, but she's already a 7th realm elite. I don't believe you can't see Her Majesty's feelings for you. If you're thinking of waiting until my sister and I reach the end of our lifespans before you can be together with Her Majesty, I advise you to express your feelings to her as soon as possible. Do you want her to wait 100 years for you?" Li Mu looked at her and asked, "Are you not afraid that you'll regret it when you reach the 7th realm?" Lu Hanyan thought carefully, then suddenly waved her hand and said, "Pretend I didn't say anything." Walking out of the room, Li Mu lightly slapped himself because he blamed himself for being talkative. When he walked into the courtyard, his heart sank. Whether it was Lu Hanyan being sentimental or preparing for a rainy day, there would come a day when Li Mu would have to face this problem. He had no doubts about reaching the 7th realm. The legacy of the Fulu school, the telekinesis of the people of Great Zhou, and the telekinesis of the Yao of Thousand Fox Kingdom would allow him to step into this realm in 20 years, or even less. But what about Lu Hanyan and Li Qing? What about Wanwan and Xiaobai? There was a common understanding in the cultivation world. Transcendence was 10% effort and 90% legacy. An individual's talent and cultivation effort were actually not the decisive factors in whether or not one could reach the 7th realm. The Empress had transcended because of the imperial qi. Hyunjinko and Yuzenzi had achieved this because of the legacy of the Fulu school. The Blue Wolf King and the 10,000 Illusions God Lord had also gathered the power of the Yao nation and bitterly cultivated for dozens of years to reach their current cultivation. Li Mu was confident that he could advance. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing only had a sliver of hope even though they had the Fulu school behind them. Xiaobai and Wanwan didn't even have a sliver of hope. Li Mu was proficient in the techniques of both the human and Yao races, and he had also completely comprehended the heavenly tomes of the Pill Cauldron sect. But there was no way for them to easily cross this natural chasm like he had, unless he used the demonic Dao's blood and soul sacrifice method, similar to the Thousand Illusions' venerable master. But he wouldn't even consider this method. Li Mu thought carefully for an entire day. The only method he could think of was to establish a nation. The fastest shortcut to cultivation was to use the willpower of living beings. The easiest way to gather the willpower of living beings was to do what the Great Zhou and the Yong Kingdom did. They would build a national temple among the commoners, and use the power of the nation to nurture the imperial qi. The Yong Kingdom's 5 generations of wise monarchs had worked hard to develop the country. In less than 100 years, they had nurtured 3 strands of imperial qi, and created 3 7th realm experts for the imperial family. Li Mu believed that he could do the same. But if he did, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Great Zhou. He would be letting down the Empress. Li Mu walked through the imperial palace with a heavy heart. When he passed by the secretariat, a figure suddenly ran out. Lu Yi grabbed Li Mu's sleeve and asked, "Where are you going, Lord Li?" Li Mu didn't answer. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is something the matter, Lord Lu?" Lu Yi hurriedly said, "It's not that I have matters to attend to. It's that the Secretariat has matters to attend to. Recently, there has been an endless stream of major and minor matters in court. My colleagues in the Secretariat are too busy. I would like to ask, when will Lord Li return to the Yamen?" When Li Mu was in the Secretariat, Lu Yi didn't think much of it. When Li Mu wasn't present, all the heavy responsibilities were placed on his shoulders. Only now did Louis realize how difficult everything was. Big and small matters required him to coordinate and plan. If he could control the various ministries and departments, it would be fine. But with his prestige and strength, he couldn't control the people below him. The imperial qi in the ancestral shrine hadn't been decided yet. He also didn't know who he was making wedding clothes for. Influenced by Lu Hanyan's plans for a rainy day, Li Mu's mind was no longer on state affairs. Waving his hand, he said, "Lord Lu, just pretend that I'm not part of the secretariat. I'll take my leave first. See you later." Finished speaking, he didn't even look at Lu Yi and directly left. Louis looked at his back with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Could it be that his wife had heard the rumors about him and the Empress and quarreled with him? Louis shook his head. He couldn't blame his wife. When the people heard the rumors, they didn't condemn it. Instead, they called for the Empress to make Lord Li Empress and let them have a real child. If he was Lord Li's wife, he wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. Changle Palace. When Li Mu walked into the main hall, he saw the Empress sitting on the dragon throne. She seemed to be thinking about something. Li Mu didn't disturb her. He was thinking about how to talk to her later. Although he couldn't let Lu Hanyan and the others enter the 7th level, he could still let them enter the 6th level early. The Heavenly Book of the Danding sect had a recipe for breaking through to the creation realm. This pill was at the saint level. As long as there were enough materials, Li Mu could make it. He planned to ask the Empress for a long vacation to gather the materials for this pill. Lu Hanyan's tolerance and generosity made Li Mu feel even more sorry for her. He planned to let them enter the 6th level as soon as possible to prevent her from thinking too much. Zhou Yi was deep in thought for a long time, as if she had made a decision. She looked at Li Mu and said, Li Mu also raised his head and said, You first. Your Majesty, you first. Their gazes met. Zhou Yi nodded and said, I've decided who to give the next imperial qi to. Li Mu asked who. Zhou Yi said, Give it to Lu Hanyan. Li Mu thought he heard wrong and asked in shock, Who? Zhou Yi said, Give it to your wife. Li Mu came back to his senses after a long time. He asked, Just because she said you were beautiful? Of course not. Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, I've thought about it. I've been on the throne for 5 years. If I don't lose the hearts of the people in the Great Zhou, another imperial qi will mature in 5 years at most. At that time, if I continue to be the Empress of the Great Zhou, this imperial qi can be used to create another 7th level cultivator for the Great Zhou. If the hearts of the people can grow like they have in the past 2 years, then the next imperial qi will mature in less than 10 years. Within 100 years, at least 10 imperial qis can be condensed. Your contribution in condensing the imperial qi is the greatest. At that time, I'll give 1 to your second madam, 1 to Wanwan, 1 to Xiaobai, 1 to Mei Wei, 1 to Ali, and 1 to Ting Xian. There will still be a few left. The Empress's words stunned Li Mu for a long time. Then he suddenly saw the light. If he wanted to condense imperial qi, he didn't need to build a country. Right before him was a huge empire with the largest population and the most united hearts. With the size of the Great Zhou, it used to take at least 20 years to condense 1 imperial qi, and as long as 50 years. If a wise ruler, the time would be shortened, and if a fatuous one, the time would be extended. Li Mu was confident that he could shorten the time needed to condense imperial qi to less than 10 years. As long as the Great Zhou was in the hands of the Empress, she had the absolute right to decide what to do with the imperial qi. The Empress was still the same Empress. If others treated her well, she would return the favor tenfold. Lu Hanyan had only given her a piece of fish and praised her for her beauty, and the Empress had directly gifted her with an imperial aura. This was probably the most expensive fish in history. With this, Li Mu's greatest wish was fulfilled. The advancement of imperial qi was the power of the entire country. With the millions of people in the Great Zhou, wouldn't it be easy to create a 7th level cultivator in 10 years? The 7th level cultivator created this way would be as powerful as the Empress. In front of them, the Blue Wolf King and Heaven Lord of Illusions would be like clay chickens and pottery dogs. This was a good thing for everyone except the Empress. She could have left this cage very soon and gone to a place where no one could find her to grow flowers and plants. Now, she would be trapped here for the rest of her life. She would be the one suffering, and Li Mu would be the one benefiting. Zhou looked at Li Mu and asked, "What do you think?" Li Mu was silent for a moment and asked, "Your Majesty, are you really willing to stay in the Immortals' capital for the rest of your life?" Zhou said calmly, "That depends on you. If you don't help me, I don't want to be the Empress for even a day. If you help me, so what if I'm the Empress for the rest of my life?" Li Mu puffed out his chest and said seriously, "I'm willing to go through fire and water for your Majesty. I won't hesitate to die for you." Zhou glanced at him and said, "I don't need you to go through fire and water. Just help me look at the memorials every day and deal with the affairs of the state." Li Mu took a deep breath and looked up into her eyes. He said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhou asked, "What did you want to say just now?" Li Mu didn't say anything. He just stretched out his arms and hugged the Empress tightly. Zhou face turned red. Her hands hung in the air behind Li Mu's back. She didn't know what to do. Li Mu quickly let go of her. He turned around and strode out of Changel Palace. Imperial Secretariat. Lu Yi picked up a memorial with a worried expression. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from outside the door. Li Mu walked into the office and said loudly, "Let me do it." Several hours later, Li Mu hurried out of the Imperial Secretariat before the palace doors closed. The feeling of working for himself and working for others was completely different. Before Li Mu looked at each memorial, he would tell himself that he was working so hard not for the Great Zhou court, but for the people of the Great Zhou, for the will of the people, for the gathering of imperial qi, for the sake of being together with the person he loved. This way, not only would he not feel annoyed, he would even want to look at a few more memorials. When he returned home, the light in Li Qing's room had already been extinguished. However, the light in Lu Hanyan's room was still lit. Li Mu pushed open the door and walked in. He found that Li Qing was also in Lu Hanyan's room. Li Mu looked at them and said, "It's good that you're all not asleep. I have something important to tell you." Among the cultivators in the world, the most relaxed were the imperial families of the various countries. They did not need to cultivate at all. Just by relying on the inheritance of the imperial family, they could reach the highest realm that others could not reach in their entire lives. From today onwards, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing would no longer need to return to Mount Baiyun to cultivate in seclusion. The husband and wife would no longer need to be separated for a long time. Li Mu could already imagine how happy they would be when they learned of this. Lu Hanyan said, "We also have something to tell you." This kind of important news naturally had to be the finale. Li Mu said, "Then you guys go first." Li Qing lowered her head slightly. Lu Hanyan's expression was somewhat guilty. She said, "We're going back to Mount Baiyun tomorrow. Tonight, let's cultivate together." Li Mu was stunned. Lu Hanyan asked, "What did you say was important?" Li Mu came back to his senses and shook his head. He said, "I suddenly feel that this matter is not that important. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning." He waved his sleeve and the lights in the room went out. In the morning, Li Mu hugged two soft bodies. Because yesterday was the last night, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing did not want to monopolize Li Mu. After a difficult choice, they decided to cultivate together. Lu Hanyan nestled in Li Mu's arms. She thought of what happened last night and asked Li Mu, "What was the important thing you wanted to say yesterday?" Li Mu put on his clothes and got out of bed. He walked to the door and said, "You praised His Majesty yesterday. His Majesty is very happy and wants to reward you with something." Lu Hanyan asked, "What is it?" Li Mu said, "Emperor Qi from the ancestral temple. His Majesty has decided to give it to you and Qingqing. Xiaobai and Wanwan also have a share. So, you don't have to go back to Mount Baiyun. You don't have to cultivate so hard in the future." Lu Hanyan said in shock, "Really?" Li Mu said, "Why would I lie to you about something like this?" Lu Hanyan and Li Qing looked at each other. In the next moment, two pillows flew from the bed toward Li Mu. Li Mu walked out of the room first. The pillows flew back to the bed. Lu Hanyan's face turned red. Li Qing buried her entire body in the blanket. Chapter 506. After discovering that the 3 members of the previous generation of the Shao family had been expelled from the ancestral temple, Li Mu knew that the empress was serious. Therefore, in the long days to come, Li Mu needed to do one thing. He needed to help the empress govern the Great Zhou and ensure that the Great Zhou was stable internally, that there were no strong enemies outside, and that the faith of the people could be maintained or continue to grow. This was not for anyone else, but for himself, for the people he loved. In the secretariat, Lu Yi asked someone to send a pile of memorials to Li Mu's office. She leaned against the chair and let out a long sigh of relief. The familiar Lord Li had finally returned. In the office, Li Mu sat behind the table and looked at the 2 memorials in front of him. He frowned and slowly tapped the table with his index finger. In the past, the greatest threat facing the Great Zhou was the demon nation. They had no time to care about anything else. Whether it was the Shen nation stirring up a fight at the border of the 2 nations during the chaos or the greatly reduced faith of the people in the South County, they did not attract much attention from the imperial court. Now that the chaos of the demon nation had temporarily subsided, the imperial court and the Qianhu nation were inseparable. These 2 matters needed to be brought to the forefront. These seemed to be 2 matters, but in fact, it was only one. Ever since the last time the tribute was paid and the Great Zhou fell out, the Shen nation had been restless. They banned the merchants of the Great Zhou from entering and destroyed the goods of the Great Zhou. The anti-Zhou sentiment in the country was serious, and they repeatedly disturbed the border. The South County bordered the Shen nation, and the faith of the people was greatly affected. Li Mu first asked the empress to go to the ancestral temple to check on the faith cauldron in the South County. However, the empress had taken Lu Hanyan, Li Qing, and Zhongling to a spring outing outside the city. She was not in the Chang'e Palace, so Li Mu could do as he saw fit. She did not bring Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li with her on this trip. Therefore, Li Mu asked them to accompany him to the ancestral temple. The ancestral temple was an important place in the Great Zhou. It was where the emperor's qi was nurtured. It was related to the future of a country. The Shao family lost the throne because they did not take good care of the emperor's qi. In order to avoid suspicion, Li Mu could not go there alone. Li Mu still had not told them that the empress planned to give each of them a wisp of imperial qi in the future. Zhou Yi was just like that. When a person achieved the Tao, everyone around them would ascend to the heavens as well. She wanted nothing more than to give all the good things to those around her. In the ancestral temple, the 3 elders were no longer there. Even the cattail hassock on the ground had been thrown away. The golden dragon swam in the cauldron at the center of the ancestral temple. Li Mu looked at the 36 small cauldrons. There were differences in the brightness of the small cauldrons, but other than the one in Shendu, the differences in the other cauldrons were not too great. Li Mu walked forward and saw the word Nan on the cauldron. After coming to the ancestral temple, Li Mu confirmed that something had indeed happened in Nan County. He then went to the Department of Worship and sent a few Fifth Realm worshippers to Nan County to investigate the matter. When he left the palace and returned home, Lu Hanyan and the Empress had already returned from their trip. He had dealt with too many reports in the past 2 days. He leaned against the stone chair in the courtyard to rest. Fully relaxed, he quickly fell asleep. Wanwan was helping Lu Hanyan wash the vegetables. She looked back at Li Mu and said, "Young master must have dreamt of something good. Miss, look at how happy he is." Lu Hanyan remembered what happened last night. She could not help but blush. She said, "He must be thinking of something improper again." Zhou Yi walked to Li Mu and sat down. She secretly formed a seal with her hands hidden in her sleeves. In his 2 lifetimes, Li Mu had never been as happy as he had been the night before. As a result, he even had a dream about it. When he woke up, he opened his eyes and saw the Empress sitting across from him. Her face was covered in a layer of light pink. Li Mu was confused. He asked, "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" Zhou Yi stood up and said, "No, nothing." Li Mu watched her leave as if she was running away. He was speechless. "She's so weird." Because of his careful actions last night, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing did not let Li Mu into the room tonight. He slept alone in the study and thought about cultivation. The last trip to the East County made him realize one of his weaknesses. With his cultivation improved, he was not afraid of ordinary 6th realm cultivators no matter on land or in the air. However, in the water, the strength he could exert was greatly reduced. It would take a lot of effort to deal with Ao Run. This was not Li Mu's weakness. Human beings were not as good at fighting in the water as the Water Clan. Apart from a few amphibious demon races, only the Dragon Clan could be good at fighting on land and in the water. When the Department of Offerings encountered trouble from the Water Clan, there was nothing they could do except to pump the water. Although he had Ao Run, the Tool Dragon, at his disposal, it was not realistic to let him deal with it every time. Li Mu searched his mind and found a kind of medicine pill called the water-repelling pill. Although it was called a medicine pill, it was actually a magic treasure. It was refined with the essence and blood of the Water Clan. If mortals held it in their mouths, they would not drown. If cultivators carried it with them, it would have a certain water-repelling effect and reduce the weakening of their strength when fighting in the water. With the water-repelling pill, human cultivators could exert 70 to 80% of their strength in the water. It was said that if one could swallow a Dragon Clan's inner core, they would have the abilities of the Water Clan in the water. Not only would their mana not be weakened, but it would also increase greatly. They could even suppress low-level Water Clan. It was the most ideal water-repelling magic treasure. However, it was rare to see a Dragon Clan on the mainland, let alone obtain a Dragon Clan's inner core. He got some essence and blood from Ao Run to refine some water-repelling pills, and distributed them to the officials of each county. The next time the Water Clan caused trouble, they would be able to deal with it themselves, and would not have to ask for help from Fairy's capital. This was what the Empress should do. In the future, Li Mu would have to worry about her. This time he did not plan to ask Ao Run to come over. This evil dragon was too talkative. It was better to ask him personally. If he was talkative and revealed Tingxin's joke, Li Mu would have to spend a lot of effort to explain it to them. At a lake in Zhong County, Li Mu floated above the lake. Ao Run's begging voice came from the bottom of the lake. "Master, I'm wrong. I won't talk anymore. Don't worry. I won't tell Mistress that you have 2 snakes outside." Li Mu said lightly, "I'm not here to settle the score with you. Give me some of your essence and blood. I have a use for it." Ao Run hesitated for a moment and said, "The second one is fine. The first one. Can you wait until tomorrow? I don't have it today." Li Mu extracted a bucket of flood dragon blood from Ao Run's body and casually tossed 2 pills to the pale-faced Ao Run. Then he flew back to Luoyang. There were still some materials needed to refine the water-repelling pill. Li Mu spent a few days to collect them. It was already 10 days later when he refined the water-repelling pill. He came to the Department of Offerings and gave dozens of blood-red pills to the offerings in charge. He said, "Distribute these water-repelling pills to the 36 counties. In the future, if there are any problems related to the Water Clan, you don't have to ask for help from Fairy's capital." After leaving behind the water-repelling pills, Li Mu asked him, "How's the matter in South County?" Speaking of South County, the offerings looked helpless and said, "My lord, the Shin Kingdom hates our great Zhou very much. Although they didn't do anything officially, the cultivators of the Shin Kingdom kept causing trouble at the border of South County. Yesterday, the Department of Offerings received news that the colleagues we sent to South County to investigate were all injured by the cultivators of the Shin Kingdom." Li Mu frowned and asked, "Isn't there a garrison in South County? Are they just going to watch the people of the Shin Kingdom invade the border?" The offerings said, "My lord, you might not know this, but the Imperial Court has placed most of its troops outside the Demon Kingdom and the Ghost Realm. Among the 4 armies of Jinbei, Pingxi, Annan, and Dingdong, the Southern Army and the Eastern Army are the weakest. Moreover, the shameless people of the Shin Kingdom don't invade in large numbers. They usually sneak past the border of South County in 1 or 2 groups. The Southern Army can't guard against them." After leaving the Department of Offerings, Li Mu went to the Ancestral Temple, and found that the psychic power sent by the Psychic Power Cauldron in South County didn't increase. Instead, it was dimmer. The people of the Shin Kingdom could use anything, but he couldn't use his psychic power. Whether or not he could have a few 7th Realm wives in the future, and live off them in peace depended on the psychic power of the people of the 36 counties. If a few 5th Realm offerings were injured in South County, the result would be the same if they sent others. The countries of the Zhu continent had a tacit understanding. In order to prevent the war from escalating and both sides being injured, the border conflicts were limited to those below the 6th realm. Once the two high offerings interfered, it meant that the Great Zhou and the Shen Kingdom had officially started a war. War would only bring slaughter and death. This went against the national policy of peaceful coexistence that the Great Zhou had always pursued. Even if they won, it might cause the 2 years of hard work of Li Mu and the Empress to go down the drain. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they couldn't take this step. Sometimes having a low cultivation wasn't a bad thing. The two high offerings couldn't make a move, so Li Mu planned to take a look himself. After reporting his itinerary to the Empress, Lu Hanyan, and the others, Li Mu summoned Ao Run and immediately set off. Among the 4 counties, the South County was the closest to the divine capital. With Ao Run's maximum speed, they arrived in less than 3 days. South County. The South County of the Great Zhou bordered the Shen Kingdom. Since the establishment of the Shen Kingdom, there had been an army stationed here. It was called the Annan Army. When the Annan Army was at its peak, in the face of the provocation of the Shen Kingdom, they once invaded the hinterland of the Shen Kingdom, and almost broke into the Shen Kingdom's capital. Since then the Shen Kingdom was unable to recover from the setback, and didn't dare to invade the Great Zhou anymore. After the south was settled, the imperial court began to transfer the powerful cultivators of the Annan Army to the northwest. Now the once strongest Annan Army had become the weakest of the 4 armies. The border of the South County was extremely long. Unlike the Northern Army, the Annan Army stationed in the South County had 10 people as sentries. They were scattered all over the border, guarding the border of the Great Zhou. In recent days, because the Shen Kingdom kept invading the border, the Southern Army's sentries clashed with the Shen Kingdom cultivators many times. However, both sides were able to control themselves and only suffered injuries. The South Lake was a large lake on the border between the Great Zhou and the Shen Kingdom. In the past 100 years, the two countries had never let go of the dispute over the ownership of the lake. There were many conflicts. Later, in order to settle the dispute, the two countries reached an agreement. With the small island in the center of the South Lake as the boundary, to the north of the small island was the Great Zhou. To the south of the small island was the territory of the Shen Kingdom. There was a formation that forbade flying above the South Lake. Cultivators could not fly. The soldiers and civilians of the two countries were not allowed to cross the boundary of the small island. However, at this moment, the light of spells flashed frequently on the northern shore of the South Lake. 10 Southern Army soldiers were fighting a bitter battle with more than 20 Shen Kingdom cultivators. This was the northern shore of the South Lake, the territory of the Great Zhou. Clearly, the Shen Kingdom cultivators had crossed the border to provoke them. They had the advantage in numbers, and the Southern Army soldiers were retreating. A young soldier grew timid and could not help but say, "They have more people. We are no match for them. Why don't we retreat first and call for reinforcements?" Another older man said with a resolute expression, "This is the territory of the Great Zhou. Behind us are the people of the Great Zhou. We cannot retreat a single step." The young soldier took a deep breath. Looking at the people around him who were fighting bitterly, his expression gradually became resolute. His hand seals changed even faster. However, although their opponents were not very strong, they had far more people. Soon, they were all heavily injured. The Shen Kingdom cultivators all had mocking expressions and mocked them. "This is the Great Zhou's strongest Southern Army? What strongest? Even the weakest soldiers of the Shen Kingdom are stronger than them. How did they enter the Shen Kingdom in the past? Did they make it up?" The 10 soldiers of the Great Zhou were humiliated and angry, but they could not resist. Just as they were about to fight to the death, a stream of light appeared in the sky behind them and rushed toward the southern lake. There were 2 powerful auras in the stream of light. These 2 auras came from the direction of the Great Zhou. The people of the Southern Army were delighted and said excitedly, "The reinforcements are here." However, the expressions of the cultivators of the Shen Kingdom changed. These 2 auras were extremely powerful, and they could not defeat them. They jumped into the southern lake behind them, and fled in the direction of the Shen Kingdom. The stream of light was extremely fast. The people of the Southern Army looked at the stream of light with anticipation. Their expressions gradually changed from surprise to shock. As the stream of light approached, they saw clearly that it was a flood dragon. The flood dragon was completely white, and there was a figure standing on its head. A young man rode the flood dragon and landed on the northern shore of the southern lake. A middle-aged man quickly walked forward and cupped his fists respectfully. "Greetings, Senior. May I ask if Senior is sent by the imperial court to reinforce the southern county?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I'm from the Department of Worship. What happened here?" The middle-aged man pointed at the southern lake behind him and gritted his teeth. "Sir, the cultivators of the Shen Kingdom forced their way across our borders and provoked our garrison. Before Senior came, they had just escaped." Li Mu felt the auras in the southern lake. He glanced at Ao Run and said, "Catch them." Ao Run jumped into the lake without hesitation. The man was about to stop him, but it was too late. Under the surface of the lake, two white figures were faintly discernible. Huge waves rolled up on the surface of the lake. Li Mu actually discovered another powerful aura at the bottom of the lake. Just from the aura alone, his strength was above Ao Run. The middle-aged man said in a panic, "Sir, let your mount come up quickly. There's a huge dragon from the Shen Kingdom at the bottom of the southern lake. It's very powerful." There was no need for him to remind him. In the next moment, Ao Run let out a painful roar and broke out of the water. He stood beside Li Mu in a sorry state. He pointed at the bottom of the lake and said to Li Mu through gritted teeth, "Master, there's a dragon in the lake. I can't beat it. Let's draw the water. We can't spoil it." Chapter 507. They could drain the water when dealing with Ao Run, but this was the border between the Great Zhou and the Shen Kingdom. Draining the lake would cause a territorial dispute between the Great Zhou and the Shen Kingdom. At that time, the Shen Kingdom would bite back, and the Great Zhou would be the one who took the initiative to provoke them. At that time, the grievances of the people and soldiers in the South County would be in vain. Li Mu glanced at Ao Run and said, "Find a way to force her out." Ao Run's face turned bitter and said, "Master, that's a real dragon. I'm no match for her." Li Mu said lightly, "If you can force her out, I'll give you a month's leave when we go back this time. You can go back to the East County." "Oh, Yingying, Ping Ping Hong Hong, Suehua, wait for me at home." A deafening roar came from the north shore of the South Lake. Ao Run turned into a flood dragon and rushed into the lake. Huge waves began to surge in the lake again, and from time to time, there were bursts of dragon roars. Li Mu stood on the shore and asked the middle-aged man, "What's going on with this dragon?" The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, "My lord, the South Lake was originally a separate island between the Great Zhou and the Shen Kingdom. However, a few months ago, a giant dragon suddenly came here. When our soldiers approached the shore of the lake, they would be attacked by it. The people of the Shen Kingdom took the opportunity to occupy the island in the middle of the lake and control the entire South Lake. They repeatedly went ashore to provoke us and injured many of our sentries." As soon as Li Mu learned the situation from the sentinel, there was a cry from the lake. Ao Run flew out of the lake again, holding his stomach. A wound on his lower abdomen was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said with fear, "That was close. Damn, you were so ruthless. My baby was almost gone." He was worried that Li Mu would blame him for failing to complete the task, so he immediately said, "Master, don't be angry. I still have a way to force her out." Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Speak." Ao Run said, "We can pee in this lake. If one person can't do it, we can call 100 people, 1,000 people. I don't believe she can still stay in the water." Before he could finish his words, a thick water column shot out from the lake and hit Ao Run, sending him flying 1,000 feet away. Ao Run flew back quickly. He pointed at the lake and said angrily, "Come up here if you have the ability." What answered him was another water column. State affairs were no small matter. This dragon had disgraced the dignity of the Great Zhou. Li Mu said to Ao Run in a deep voice, "Give me your Flood Dragon Core." The Flood Dragon Core was very important to him. Without it, his strength would be reduced by at least half. But since his master had spoken, Ao Run didn't dare to refuse. He carefully spat out a pigeon egg-sized ball and worriedly said to Li Mu, "Master, it's very important to me. You have to take care of it." Li Mu grabbed the pill. Looking at his rough appearance, Ao Run's heart was bleeding. Li Mu put the pill into his sleeve and jumped into the southern lake. This time he didn't feel any rejection from the lake. Instead he felt a sense of affinity. Although Ao Run's monster core couldn't increase his strength in the water, it wouldn't suppress him either. As soon as Li Mu entered the water, he saw a dragon tail sweeping towards him. It was too late to dodge. He stretched out his arms, but he was still pushed back dozens of feet. His arms were numb. A white dragon was dozens of feet away, staring at Li Mu with lantern-sized eyes. Li Mu wasn't stupid enough to compete with a dragon in terms of physical strength. With a thought, a golden beam of light flew out from his body. The Dao Bell rapidly expanded in the water and enveloped Li Mu. However, it didn't protect him like before. The bell flowed like water and attached itself to Li Mu's body. Moments later, the Dao Bell disappeared. Li Mu's body didn't seem to have changed, but his skin had darkened slightly. After the bell spirit absorbed the heaven and earth origin energy and transformed into a human, it could separate itself from the bell. The Dao Bell also had some uses that Li Mu hadn't expected. The dragon tail attacked again. Li Mu stood in place and allowed the dragon tail to land on his body. Kacha. Li Mu's body didn't move at all, but a sound came from the dragon tail. Li Mu heard a cry of pain in the water. He didn't give the dragon a chance. He stretched out his arms and hugged the dragon tail. He used his Herculean art and rapidly rose up. Above the southern lake, there was a huge splash. A white dragon that was more than 100 feet long flew out of the water. Li Mu hugged its tail. After it flew out of the water, it turned its body and slammed its huge dragon head into Li Mu. Facing the dragon head that was as large as his body, Li Mu also slammed his head into it. Bang! There was a loud crash in the void, and the figures of the man and the dragon were both sent flying. However, the white dragon was suspended in the air, motionless, as if it was stunned by the crash, while the figure of the man continued to fly towards it. By the lakeside, Ao Run's body trembled. This collision hurt even him. To be able to gain the upper hand against a dragon with his body, he realized that his master had held back. Then he became happy. He hugged his arms and shouted, "Beat him up! Beat him up!" He would be happy to see either the female dragon or the man get beaten up. He even hoped that the female dragon would be more ruthless and help him vent his anger. Beside Ao Run, the 10 southern soldiers on the lakeside were also dumbfounded. This was an adult dragon. Although its cultivation was at the 5th realm, it could not be tamed unless one was at the 6th realm. Wasn't this lord from the worship department a little too powerful to be able to contend against a dragon with just his body of flesh and blood? In the sky, Li Mu's fist had arrived. The dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a ball of flame. This was dragon breath, one of the most powerful flames in the world. Its power was even greater than the true Samadhi fire. It was one of the dragon's racial talents. In the face of this dragon breath, Li Mu raised his hand. A transparent barrier formed in front of him and blocked the dragon breath completely. The dragon roared at the sky again. Dark clouds quickly gathered above Li Mu's head, and a strong wind blew. The rain borrowed the wind's momentum and swept towards him. Li Mu stood in the rain and looked at the dragon indifferently. In the next moment, dark clouds also gathered above the dragon's head. The sky full of water hit its body. The dragon roared in pain and swayed its body, continuing to charge towards Li Mu. "Freeze!" Li Mu pointed with his finger. The huge dragon's body stopped in the air for a moment and quickly broke free. At this moment, Li Mu spoke again. "Formation." This time, the dragon's body completely stopped in the air. Li Mu's figure flashed, and he was already riding on the dragon's body. Green light appeared on his fist, and he fiercely smashed the dragon's body. The dragon let out a dragon's roar, and its body twisted non-stop. Li Mu tightly grabbed the mane on its back, and his punches landed on the dragon's body, causing the dragon to roar continuously. Ao Run looked up at this scene, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He muttered, "He even hit a woman. Too ruthless." This was the first time the soldiers of South County had seen someone beat up a true dragon like this. One of them muttered, "Are the consecrated masters of the worship department already so powerful? Even a true dragon is being chased and beaten by him. He's still so young." The middle-aged man looked at the figure beating up the dragon in the air, and a light suddenly appeared in his mind. He said excitedly, I know who he is. Bang! Li Mu's full-strength punch smashed the dragon from the sky to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to splash up. He rushed down and rode on the dragon again. He grabbed its mane and punched the dragon's body. Suddenly, the dragon's body under him changed. In the next moment, Li Mu found that he was riding on top of a white-clothed girl. One of his hands was grabbing her hair, while the other hand was clenched into a fist and punched her chest. Puff, the girl grunted. Even though Li Mu had restrained most of his strength, she still grunted, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Li Mu let go of her hair, and got down from her body. He asked in a deep voice, Evil creature, do you know what the punishment is for colluding with the Shin Kingdom to invade Great Zhou? The girl closed her eyes and turned her head away. She gritted her teeth and said, If you want to kill me, do as you please. Ao Run was worried that Li Mu would really kill the dragon. He quickly ran over and said, Master, you can't kill her. You mustn't kill her. The dragon race can't give birth to a child for 100 years. If you kill a dragon, the dragon race will fight us to the death. The heavens were fair. The dragon race was born with great strength, but it was extremely difficult to reproduce. Almost every dragon couple was infertile, which caused the dragon race's population to be very small. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have unified the ancestral province long ago. Li Mu looked down at the dragon girl and asked, What's your name? Why are you opposing the Great Zhou? The girl still didn't speak. Li Mu didn't immediately force her. He first tied her up with the immortal binding chains. At this time, the Southern Army soldiers had already approached. The middle-aged man looked at Li Mu and suddenly asked, If I may be so bold, may I know your name? Li Mu looked at the crowd and smiled. He said, Great Zhou's consecration department, Li Mu. As soon as he said this, the 10 people knelt on one knee and cupped their fists. The middle-aged man said excitedly, Song Xian of the Southern Army's 7th Army's 2nd Century Squad, greets Lord Li. Li Mu personally helped him up. He looked at the crowd and said, You've all worked hard. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and stood up straight. He said solemnly, It's my duty. Li Mu patted him on the shoulder, and took out a few bottles of healing pills. He distributed them to everyone and returned the Jiao Dan to Ao Run. He said, Catch those guys at the bottom of the lake. The cultivation of the 20 or so people from the Shin Kingdom was only at the 4th realm. They were quickly captured by Ao Run. Their cultivation was sealed, and they were tied up on the shore. At first, these people were very stubborn. However, after Ao Run's torture and interrogation, they immediately confessed. They were the border guards of the Shin Kingdom. They were ordered by the Shin Kingdom's imperial court to deliberately cross the border and provoke a conflict between the two countries. A few months ago, there was a huge change in the Yao Kingdom. The northern part of the Great Zhou was in danger. The Shin Kingdom wanted to take advantage of the situation and occupy the Great Zhou's southern county, while the Yao Kingdom invaded the Great Zhou. At that time, the Great Zhou would have to deal with the powerful enemy, the Yao Kingdom, and would be unable to mobilize troops. Unexpectedly, the chaos of the Yao Kingdom was quelled so quickly, and their plan fell through. Li Mu asked them to temporarily detain these people from the Shin Kingdom. He learned about the current situation of the southern county from Song Xian. Great Zhou did not have many troops in the southern county. The entire southern army only had about 10,000 people. It was different from the northern army, which had a large number of troops. The border between the Great Zhou and the Shin Kingdom stretched for thousands of miles. The southern army had built countless outposts on the border defense line. Each outpost was guarded by a small team of 10 people. Even so, the outposts on the southern border were sparse. There were often people from the Shin Kingdom who secretly crossed the border and caused trouble in the Great Zhou. In recent months, the Great Zhou had no time to care about the Shin Kingdom. The Shin Kingdom was even more unscrupulous. The people of the southern county were deeply disturbed. Naturally, the faith of the people was extremely low. It was impossible to completely change this situation. The border between the two countries was too long. No matter how many troops Great Zhou had stationed on the southern border, it could not completely eliminate this phenomenon. The imperial court could not waste too many troops here. The simplest way was, of course, to completely scare the Shen kingdom, just like 100 years ago. However, the great Zhou could not take the initiative to start a war. Li Mu rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a bell rang from Song Xian's waist. Song Xian heard the bell, and took out a string of bells from his waist. One of them vibrated and made a crisp sound. His expression changed and he said, "It's the 5th team asking for help. They're in danger." Li Mu asked, "Where is the 5th team?" Song Xian pointed in a certain direction and said, "To the east, 25 miles away." "I'll go take a look first." "Follow me," Li Mu said. Then he turned into a stream of light and sped toward the east. 25 miles away, 10 sentries of the Southern Army were surrounding a bald man. The man was dressed differently from the people of the Great Zhou. Although it was said to be a siege, the man was actually fighting against 10 people with ease. With his Realm 5 cultivation, he could completely trample on these small cultivators who were only at the 2nd and 3rd realms. And what he enjoyed was the process of trampling on them. Ever since the Shen Kingdom and the Great Zhou fell out, the people of the country wanted to go to war with the Great Zhou. Even if there was a conflict with the Great Zhou border army, the imperial court would not blame them. The weapons of the Southern Army sentries slashed the bald man's body, creating a series of sparks. The bald man casually hit the dantian of a young sentinel with his palm. His cultivation was completely destroyed, and his aura immediately withered. In a few breaths, this person had destroyed the cultivation of 6 sentinels. Just as he raised his hand again, he suddenly raised his head and looked to the west. There was a powerful aura coming over at a high speed. He casually destroyed the sentinel in front of him and said indifferently, "The experts of the Southern Army are here. I won't play with you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly retreated in the direction of the border. As long as he crossed that boundary marker, he would be in the territory of the Shen Kingdom. That stone marker was a place that the Great Zhou border army could not cross. Thinking of this, he sped up again. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. A flying sword chased after him at an unbelievable speed. It pierced through his back and nailed his body to the boundary marker. His primordial spirit left his body and fled to the other side with a terrified expression. However, even though he had already stepped into the territory of the Shen Kingdom, a small illusory sword chased after him and pierced through his primordial spirit. His terrified primordial spirit was still in the air when it started to slowly dissipate. All of this happened very quickly. Several Southern Army sentinels looked at this scene in shock. After a long time, their expressions changed from shock to joy. Behind them, Ao Run rushed over with his group. He looked at the bald man who was nailed to the ground and his nascent soul that had yet to dissipate. He gulped with difficulty. At this moment, he deeply understood that the reason he was still standing here in one piece was all because he had a loose tongue back then. Li Mu's gaze swept over everyone. When it swept over the dragon girl, she trembled and immediately said, "My name is Ao Qingxin. My home is in the Southern Sea. I sneaked out. I didn't want to go against you, but someone stole my inner core and forced me to work for them." Chapter 508. Li Mu did not have time to pay attention to the dragon. He quickly walked to the sentries and used his magic power to check their bodies. When he withdrew his hand, Li Mu's face was gloomy. Out of the 10 sentries, 7 of them had their cultivation crippled, and 3 of them were seriously injured. Li Mu first used the Buddhist light to stabilize the injuries of the 3 seriously injured, and then gave them a few bottles of healing pills. The 7 sentries whose dantians were destroyed were even more troublesome to treat. Li Mu needed to refine a cauldron of heaven-level pills to rebuild their dantians. Fortunately, his storage space was very rich. Most of them were given to him by Huanji. It was only a matter of time before they recovered their cultivation. He had just arrived in the South County and had witnessed 2 border conflicts with his own eyes. It was enough to see how arrogant the border guards of the Shen Kingdom were. An hour later, Li Mu arrived at the main camp of the South Army under the lead of Song Xian and the others. The South Army had a total of 10 armies. The other 9 armies were led by the First Army. Here, Li Mu met the commander of the First Army of the South Army. This was a burly man. His cultivation was only at the 5th realm. When he saw Li Mu, he bowed to him and said, "Lord Li, I've heard a lot about you." Li Mu went straight to the point and said, "I'll skip the pleasantries. In the past few months, the people of the South County have been too weak. I'm here for this matter." Speaking of this, the commander of the South Army slammed his fist on the table and said, "These animals don't dare to fight us head-on, so they go around disturbing the people. Every time we arrive, it's already too late. The people are suffering because of them. Their whereabouts are unknown. In the past few months, the South Army has only caught a dozen of them. For this, several of our soldiers have also died." Li Mu asked, "Where are they?" Commander Zhang said, "In the prison." At this moment, a deputy general hurried into the tent and said, "General, people from the Shin Kingdom have come again. They're causing trouble outside and asking us to release their people." Commander Zhang said angrily, "King bullshit. If we let them go, would our soldiers have died for nothing?" There was a commotion outside the tent, and a dark-skinned man in strange clothes barged in. He spoke in a non-standard Great Zhou dialect and said loudly, "You have no right to punish the people of Great Zhou. Even if they committed crimes in your country, they must be handed over to Great Zhou for punishment. This is the law set by your late emperor." Commander Zhang whispered into Li Mu's ear, "Although this is the rule set by the previous emperor, we can't let this person go. Our soldiers can't die in vain. The Shin nation must pay the price." Li Mu walked in front of the Shin person, looked at him and lightly said, "The late emperor has been dead for 5 years. Now this rule has been changed. The Great Zhou is the celestial empire. If a foreigner commits a crime in the Great Zhou, his crime will be increased by 1 level." That Shingua man frowned and said, "Who are you? Do you think you can change a country's laws just because you say so?" Li Mu smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but it's true." He looked at Commander Zhang and said, "Bring the Shin nation prisoners here." Commander Zhang clasped his fist and ordered his men, "Bring them here." They walked out. Outside the Southern Army camp, there was a row of tombstones. Commander Zhang explained to Li Mu, "These are the soldiers of the Southern Army who sacrificed themselves over the years. I could only bury their bodies here." These tombstones were engraved with names and dates of birth. Li Mu looked at them. Judging from the dates of birth and death, some of the soldiers were only 18 or 19 years old when they sacrificed themselves. 13 Shin nation prisoners were brought out. Seeing dozens of their people standing outside, they thought they could go back. They smiled and were about to walk over, but they were held back by the Southern Army soldiers behind them. Li Mu looked back and said, "Bring them here." The 13 people kept resisting and struggling, but in the end they were brought over and stood in front of these tombstones. Li Mu said indifferently, "Make them kneel." The 13 people stood straight, and none of them knelt. Li Mu looked at them, and an invisible aura came out of his body. The 13 people suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies double, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They gritted their teeth and wanted to continue standing, but their backs bent. As the pressure on their heads increased, their knees also bent. In the end, there were only a dozen bang sounds, and all of them knelt on the ground. If they didn't kneel, that force would crush their bones. Seeing this, the Shin nation emissary led more than 10 attendants forward. Li Mu turned to look at them, and his aura swept out. The emissary and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back. They were locked in place by a terrifying aura. They stood in place, not daring to move, and sweat poured down their foreheads like rain. Commander Zhang, who was standing beside Li Mu, also felt this aura. He was extremely shocked. The legendary Lord Li was even more powerful than he had imagined. There was silence in front of the tent. Li Mu looked down at the first person kneeling and asked, "What crime did he commit?" A deputy general walked forward and said, "This person raped several women in the South Commandery." Li Mu took out the saber at the deputy general's waist. Using his finger as a pen, he drew a rune on the saber. Then he said, "In the Great Zhou, raping a woman is punished with 3 to 10 years in prison. If the circumstances are serious, you can be sentenced to death. You raped several women, so it's not too much to sentence you to death, right?" Under the pressure of that powerful aura, the Shin nation cultivator couldn't speak at all. If he opened his mouth, he would be crushed by this aura. He couldn't speak, and he didn't have the chance to speak. Li Mu raised his saber, and a head rolled down. Hot blood rolled down from the headless body, dyeing the ground in front of him red. There were runes engraved on the saber. With one slash, the soul would scatter and the body would die. Even the primordial spirit and soul would not be left behind. Commander Zhang's eyelids twitched. Soon, there was only joy left in his eyes. He also wanted to do the same, but he didn't have Lord Li's courage. The Shen Nation envoy's face was ashen. However, under the pressure of that aura, he couldn't take a step forward. It was even difficult for him to open his mouth. Ao Run's face was pale. He secretly hid behind Ao Qingxin. Ao Qingxin dared to show her toughness at the beginning, because she thought that no human would dare to kill a dragon. However, she didn't dare to take the risk now. Since just now, this seemingly gentle man had already killed 2 people in a row. He was so straightforward. He was simply an executioner who killed without batting an eye. Perhaps he really dared to kill a dragon. Ao Qingxin couldn't gamble with her life. She didn't dare to gamble with her life. At this moment, she only regretted. If she had known that the outside world was so terrifying, she would have agreed to her father's proposal. So what if she married that guy in the East Sea that she didn't like? It was better than running away from the marriage. After running away for half a year, her inner core was gone. Now she couldn't even keep her life. Tears flashed in her eyes. She said regretfully, "Father, I was wrong. Please come and save me." Li Mu cut down the first person, then looked at the second person kneeling and asked, "What crime did he commit?" The deputy general took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, "He maliciously attacked our sentry. One of our sentry was sacrificed because of this person. Death penalty." Li Mu waved his saber again. Another headless body fell down. This person slaughtered several people in the border county and collected their souls for cultivation. Death penalty. This person. Death penalty. As the 13 headless bodies fell to the ground, the surroundings of the military tent were silent. Whether it was the soldiers of the Southern Army or the emissary of the Shen country, they all held their breaths. It was so quiet that they could hear their own breathing and heartbeat. Soon, the young man from the Great Zhou spoke again. His voice wasn't loud, but it sent chills down the spines of the dozen or so people from the Shen country. From today onwards, if the guards of the Shen country cross the border without permission, their cultivation will be destroyed and they will be sent back. If they attack the outposts of the Great Zhou, if they provoke the soldiers of the Great Zhou, they will be killed without mercy. If they cause chaos in the Great Zhou, they will be killed without mercy. If they are found by the lake, they will be drowned in the lake. If they are found in the mountains, they will be hanged on a tree. No one will be spared. He withdrew his aura. The emissary of the Shen country and his entourage fell to the ground, their legs weak. Li Mu glanced at them and said to Commander Zhang, "Deport them out of the country and place the corpses of these 13 people on the border." The border between the Great Zhou and the Shen country was long. The sparse outposts couldn't stop the people of the Shen country. Only by using iron-blooded methods and killing them until they were scared could they put an end to the chaos in the South County. Since he started cultivating, Li Mu rarely had the desire to kill. However, when he looked at the tombstones in front of the big tent of the Southern Army and the soldiers of the Great Zhou who had sacrificed themselves, his killing intent rose like never before. He didn't know when it started, but he had already regarded himself as a part of the Great Zhou. He stood in front of the 13 headless corpses and turned around. His gaze happened to look at the pale Ao Run and Ao Qingxin. Under Li Mu's emotionless gaze, the flood dragon and the dragon trembled at the same time. Ao Qingxin trembled and hurriedly said, "No, don't kill me. I can guard the lake for you. And I can also be your mount. Don't you want to have a dragon as your mount?" These words didn't move Li Mu, but Ao Run shivered. All the hair on his body stood on end, and his soul was almost scared out of his body. If his master took this dragon as his mount, he would have nothing to do with it. In terms of strength, he was not as strong as this female dragon. In terms of status, he was a flood dragon, and the other party was a dragon. He was also inferior to a dragon. In terms of gender, his master was so lecherous. Whether it was day or night, he would definitely prefer to ride a female dragon instead of a male flood dragon. In this way, he would have no value at all. He knelt on the ground with a plop, hugging Li Mu's leg. With snot and tears he cried, "Master, don't do this. I've worked hard even if I didn't make any contributions. You can't forget the old flood dragon when you have a new one. You can ride this female dragon. I'll guard the lake. Don't kill me." Li Mu kicked him away and said angrily, "Who said I'm going to kill you?" After kicking Ao run away, he looked at Ao Qingxin and said indifferently, "Although you were forced, this can't erase your crime. I'll punish you to be my mount for 3 years. Are you willing?" Ao Qingxin said without any hesitation, "Yes, I'm willing to be your mount." Although the dragon race had the dignity of the dragon race, life was always the most important thing. It was only being ridden by this terrifying man for 3 years. 3 years would pass very quickly. At that time, she would immediately fly into the sea. She wouldn't even want her inner core, and would never come out again. Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Don't be my mount. Your master is someone else. You'll know when the time comes." He had once promised to catch a dragon for the Empress to play with as a mount. This little female dragon was just right. With the Empress's personality, she would probably be tired of playing with it after 3 years. At that time, he would give her back her freedom. It could be considered that he had fulfilled another promise to the Empress. Hearing that she wasn't going to be his mount, Ao Qingxin felt a little comforted in her heart. She hoped that her master wasn't a man. It would be best if she was a beautiful young lady. Li Mu looked at the row of tombstones again. Looking at the unfamiliar names on them, he said to Commander Zhang, "I want to build a tombstone for these heroes and engrave their names on it for future generations to revere." Commander Zhang nodded and said, "I'll arrange it. But where should we put this tombstone?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Put it at the border where the people of the Shen Kingdom enter." Great Zhou and the Shen Kingdom had been trading for many years. There was a checkpoint at the border of the South County. When the merchants of the Great Zhou left the border, the people of the Shen Kingdom entered. They had to pass through a small city. On this day, a huge stone tombstone flew through the air and landed in front of this small city located at the border of the Great Zhou and the Shen Kingdom. The stone tombstone was about 10 feet tall. There were mysterious patterns carved on it. There were also small words secretly carved on the tombstone. Under the stone tombstone, there were more than a dozen corpses of the people of the Shen Kingdom kneeling. The Shen Kingdom's guards had already gathered in front of the border, because more than a dozen of their own people had been killed. When they saw this scene, they were even more furious. Damn the people of the Zhou Kingdom! How dare they humiliate the soldiers of the Shen Kingdom! Our imperial court is too weak. If we send troops to the Great Zhou, our Shen Kingdom will soon become the most powerful country in the Zhou continent. The emperor of the Zhou Kingdom is actually a woman. How can a country with a woman as the emperor be the most powerful country in the Zhou continent? This title clearly belongs to our Shen Kingdom. They actually humiliated our soldiers like this. I swear, I will kill 10 people of the Zhou Kingdom to avenge them. But the Zhou Kingdom said that if we cross the border, our cultivation will be crippled. If we violate the laws of the Zhou Kingdom, we will be killed without mercy. You coward! This is for the glory of the Shen Kingdom. So what if you die? 2 figures stood within the borders of the Great Zhou. All kinds of unbearable words entered their ears. Commander Zhang said, "I don't know where these people of the Shen Kingdom get their confidence from. If it wasn't for the fact that war is a waste of manpower and resources, our dynasty has always maintained peace. The Great Zhou Iron Cavalry would have already trampled the Shen Kingdom." Li Mu looked at the furious people of the Shen Kingdom and said lightly, "Looks like this won't scare them." Commander Zhang said, "I have dealt with them for many years. They are just like this. Not only are they blindly confident, but they are also stubborn." Li Mu thought for a while and said, "Looks like just beheading them isn't enough." If even beheading them wasn't enough, what could be more terrifying than beheading them? Commander Zhang asked doubtfully, "What else does Lord Li plan to do?" Li Mu took out the corpse sex sound transmission magic tool and channeled his mana. After waiting for a long time, Chen Shi's respectful voice came from the other side. "What orders does Grand Elder have?" Li Mu said lightly, "Bring 2 elders and come to the southern county of the Great Zhou to find me." Chapter 509. It would take Chen Shi and the others at least 7 days to get here from Qianhu country. Taking advantage of these few days, Li Mu refined most of the spiritual herbs in his storage space into pills and distributed them to the injured soldiers of the Southern Army. They helped the soldiers of the Southern Army who had their cultivation crippled rebuild their dantian. Although the guards of the Shen country were stubborn, they could see more than a dozen corpses on the border as long as they looked up. It was impossible for them not to be afraid. In recent days, the number of provocations from the people of the Shen country across the border had decreased by more than half. However, there was still a portion of people who were not frightened by Li Mu. Instead, they became even more aggressive and attacked more than a dozen outposts together. When the reinforcements arrived, most of the time, there were only injured soldiers of the Southern Army. The people of the Shen country had long fled. Li Mu asked Ao Run and Ao Qingxin to patrol the border for a few days, but they only caught 3 people. There was no way to stop this phenomenon. It was easy to be a thief but hard to guard against a thief. No one knew where their next target would be. The only thing they could do was to kill them one by one. They would kill until they were completely afraid and would naturally stop. A few days later, Li Mu met Chen Shi, Han Shisan and Sun Qi in the tent. These 3 were the 3 strongest elders of the corpse sect. They were also quite accomplished in the path of refining corpses. The 3 of them knelt on one knee and bowed to Li Mu with cupped fists. They said loudly, "Greetings, Grand Elder." Li Mu gestured for them to stand up and asked, "How is the situation of the demon country now?" Chen Shi said, "Ever since the last battle, the Tianlang country has been holed up in their territory and hasn't made any moves. The Qianhu country is absorbing the surrounding demons." Li Mu asked again, "What has Phantom Princess been doing recently?" Chen Shi said, "Ever since Her Majesty returned from the Great Zhou, she has been in seclusion." After asking them a few questions, Li Mu said again, "I called you here this time because I have a mission for you. Follow me." Li Mu brought the 3 of them to the Southern Army's Martyrs Monument. At the same time, he asked Commander Zhang to bring the 3 guards of the Shen Kingdom who had attacked the Southern Army's outpost and injured the Southern Army's outpost. The stone stele was erected near the border between the 2 countries. The river was the boundary between the 2 countries. On one side was the Great Zhou, and on the other side was the Shen Kingdom. Both countries had a large number of troops stationed on both sides of the river. When Li Mu and his people gathered on the north bank, the Shen Kingdom's guards on the other side could not help but watch. What do these Zhou people want to do? What do they want to do to Raj, Ka, and Sharma? No, those Zhou people raised their blades at them. Could it be that he wants to kill them? On the north bank, a deputy general said loudly in the official language of the Shen nation, "These 3 people crossed the border and attacked our Southern Army's outpost. They injured our soldiers and should be executed according to the law. Take this as a warning and don't repeat their mistakes. Execute them." Swish, swish, swish. The executioner waved his blade, and the 3 Shen Kingdom's guards were beheaded. Blood sprayed on the ground below the monument. Since the time of the previous emperor of the Great Zhou, the Shen Kingdom had enjoyed many privileges in the Great Zhou. One of the most important privileges was that the Great Zhou had no right to punish the Shen Kingdom's citizens. No matter what crimes the Shen Kingdom's soldiers and civilians committed in the Great Zhou, they would be handed over to the Shen Kingdom's imperial court for punishment. The Shen Kingdom naturally would not punish its own citizens. In the past, it would only put on a show and release them. But just now, they had seen with their own eyes that their friends and compatriots were executed by the Zhou Kingdom. Not only did this not frighten them, it made them even angrier. "We will settle this score with you sooner or later. Rajka and Sharma will not die in vain. We will avenge you. Just you wait. I will drag 10 times the number of Zhou Kingdom's citizens to accompany you in death." A large number of Shen Kingdom's soldiers looked across the river. Their voices were filled with grief and indignation. Then another scene occurred across the river that they could not understand. They did not know when it started, but a gray fog suddenly enveloped the corpses of Raj, Ka, and Sharma. Moreover, it continued to spread. After being killed by the Zhou Kingdom's people, the dozen or so corpses of the Shen Kingdom's guards who were kneeling in front of the monument were also enveloped by the gray fog. The gray fog was deathly silent. The noisy Shin Kingdom's guards on the other side of the river also slowly quieted down. The gray fog gave them a strange feeling from the bottom of their hearts. A terrifying atmosphere spread among the Shin Kingdom's army. Ao Run looked at the gray fog from afar and felt extremely uncomfortable. He carefully asked Li Mu, "Master, what are they doing?" Li Mu lightly said, "Refining corpses." Ao Run took a deep breath. These Shin Kingdom's people were too pitiful. Even after death, they could not rest in peace and were even refined into zombies. Although he did not sympathize with these people who had no bottom line compared to him, he still could not help but feel fear from the bottom of his heart. What made him even more afraid was that the way his master looked at those corpses just now was very familiar to him. After Ao Run carefully recalled, his body could not help but tremble. Wasn't that the way his master looked at him when he first captured him? Could it be that at that time, his master also intended to refine him into a corpse? Thinking of this, Ao Run felt a lingering fear. If it was not for his quick-wittedness at that time, perhaps he would have already become an obedient flood dragon corpse. A sense of fear spread throughout his body. Ao Run's legs went soft and he directly knelt down. Li Mu looked at him and asked, "What are you doing?" Ao Run swallowed a mouthful of saliva and knelt on the ground. He conveniently said, "Master, are your legs sore? Let me help you massage them." Ao Qingxin also hurriedly ran over and stood behind Li Mu. He said, "Let me help you massage your shoulders." The longer she stayed by this man's side, the more terrifying things she saw. In the past, she thought that death would be the end of everything. She did not expect that death was not the end. She could not imagine that after death, the corpses would still have to suffer such torture. Beside Commander Zhang, a secretary's throat moved. He asked, "General, they are already dead. Is it too inhumane for us to do this?" Commander Zhang looked at him and coldly asked, "Humanity? What is humanity? Humanity is our soldiers, our people. Do we have to endlessly suffer the harassment of the Shin Kingdom's people? Let me tell you what humanity is. Humanity is to do our best to protect the people of our Great Zhou. Anyone who dares to offend our Great Zhou will have to pay a painful price. Even if they die, their corpses will continue to atone for their crimes." The secretary swallowed a mouthful of saliva and lowered his head. He did not ask any more questions. 2 hours later on the south bank, hundreds of Shin Kingdom's guards waited anxiously. The gray fog on the other side of the bank finally dissipated. In the gray fog, besides the 3 Great Zhou people, there were also a dozen figures standing in neat rows. Their bodies exuded a strange aura. When the Shin Kingdom's guards saw these people, their expressions changed greatly. "Is that Sharma? He was clearly dead. How did he come back to life? Raj and Kadi are also inside. What happened to them? Ganesh Sudar. The dead have all come back to life. What did the Great Zhou people do to them? Is that Lord Bharat? He was a 5th realm expert 3 years ago. He actually died at the hands of the Great Zhou people. It's too scary. They are already dead, but they can't rest in peace." At this time, the expressions of the Shin Kingdom's guards had changed from anger to fear. Their friends and companions could not rest in peace after their deaths. They had become such terrifying existences. This was even more frightening than the war with the Great Zhou. Chen Shi and the other 2 shook the bells in their hands. The zombies refined from the corpses of the Shin Kingdom's prisoners hopped away with them. What was going on during these 2 hours was only the initial sacrificial refining. Only after all the sacrificial refining was completed would the zombies be able to unleash their strongest strength. Li Mu looked at the reactions of the Shin Kingdom's people on the other side of the bank and turned to leave. He wanted to refine those people into zombies in front of them. He wanted them to see clearly that the consequences of invading the Great Zhou were even more terrifying than death. In the tent, Li Mu said to Commander Zhang, "Have the army's secretary write an official document, and have the South County's local government post it everywhere in the city. In the future, every time an invader is killed, everyone must be informed." 7 days later, the sentries of the South Army's various outposts reported that the Shin Kingdom's people did not make any more movements. There were also no disturbances in the counties. This series of thunderous methods finally completely suppressed the Shin Kingdom's people. Li Mu asked the Empress through the spirit conch, In the ancestral temple, the psychic power cauldron in the South County shone brightly again. Although it had not returned to normal, it was only a matter of time. After severely punishing the people of the Shen Kingdom, the psychic power of the people of the South County would greatly increase. As long as the stability of the South County could be maintained, the matter of the psychic power could be resolved. Although he had only been in the South County for less than half a month, and had already resolved these two problems, Li Mu did not plan to go back just like that. He could not swallow the anger of the Shen Kingdom. Great Zhou did not have any other thoughts about the Shen Kingdom. Firstly, Great Zhou's territory was large enough and did not have much interest in occupying the Shen Kingdom. Otherwise, the Shen Kingdom would have been incorporated into Great Zhou's territory 100 years ago. Secondly, the Yong Kingdom, the Jing Kingdom, the Liang Kingdom, and the other kingdoms had similar cultures with Great Zhou. They shared a common language, and it was difficult to distinguish the citizens of each country from their appearance. However, the Shen Kingdom was different. The appearance of the people of the Shen Kingdom was very different from that of the other countries, and their cultural customs were also very different. To the countries of Zhuzhou, they were a foreign race. Great Zhou only wanted to protect its own territory, and had no interest in occupying the land of a foreign race. However, since the establishment of Great Zhou, the Shen Kingdom had been tirelessly testing the boundaries of death. Whenever Great Zhou was in trouble, the Shen Kingdom would take advantage of the situation and disturb the psychic power of the people of the South County. Although it would not cause much harm to Great Zhou, it was disgusting enough. Li Mu could not lead troops to attack the Shen Kingdom. After all, although the Shen Kingdom's strength was not as strong as Great Zhou's, it was not a pushover. Although Great Zhou could win, it would also give other people with bad intentions an opportunity to take advantage of. Once there were enemies in many places, no matter how powerful an empire was, it could be worn down. However, Li Mu could not swallow this anger. This matter needed to be considered at length. There was still one more thing to do. Li Mu sat in the tent and said, "Qing Xian, come in." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure rushed in. Ao Qing Xian stood in the tent nervously, waiting for Li Mu's orders. Li Mu looked up at her and asked, "You said that your Naiden was stolen by someone in the Shen Kingdom?" Ao Qing Xian immediately raised her right hand and said, "I swear that what I said is true." Li Mu did not doubt her words. There was no doubt about the strength of the dragon race. If her Naiden was still there, Li Mu might not have been able to take her down so easily. Giving the Empress a dragon without a Naiden would show that he did not take her seriously. Before giving it to the Empress, he needed to find her Naiden first. Li Mu asked, "Who stole your Naiden? Where is he now? How strong is he?" Ao Qing Xian looked up at Li Mu and was stunned for a moment. Then she said, "I don't know where he is now, but I can sense the location of the Naiden. His strength should be at the 6th realm of you humans." Li Mu walked to her side and said calmly, "Take me to him." Shen Kingdom, Southern Bang. Ao Qing Xian sat on a flying boat in the sky. It was hard to describe what she was feeling. Although she had fallen into the hands of a human again, this human did not do anything to her. Instead, he took her to find her Naiden. This made her, who thought that she had fallen into the claws of a demon, feel quite disappointed. Li Mu stood at the bow of the boat. He did not turn his head and asked, "How far is it?" Ao Qing Xian pointed ahead and said, "It's just ahead. I can sense that we are getting closer and closer to the Naiden." Li Mu accelerated the flying boat. When they reached the sky above a certain plane, the flying boat suddenly stopped and rapidly descended. Outside a certain village in the dense grass, a woman's screams and cries for help could be heard. The 5 men laughed obscenely and violently tore off her clothes. The woman's heart-wrenching voice was filled with despair. Finally, it alerted a family at the entrance of the village. A man ran out and stood outside the bushes. He shouted, "What are you doing?" The 5 men looked back at him and pointed at the woman on the grass. The man looked at her exposed skin, and a lustful light flashed in his eyes. He took off his long robe and slowly walked in. When the woman saw this, her eyes were filled with despair. However, just as the 6 men were about to tear off the last layer of her clothes, their bodies suddenly left the ground and slowly floated in the air. A young man and woman slowly landed on the ground. Li Mu reached out and a piece of clothing appeared in his hand. The clothing automatically flew over and covered the woman. The woman hurriedly used the clothing to cover her body. Li Mu looked at the 6 men. They felt a sharp pain between their legs and then fainted. Ao Ching Xian stood behind Li Mu and secretly sized him up. She realized that she could not see through this man. The Great Zhou and the Shen Kingdom were clearly enemies. The people of the Shen Kingdom had done so many terrible things in the Great Zhou. He killed the people of the Shen Kingdom cleanly without even blinking. Yet he was willing to save this woman from the Shen Kingdom. She did not know what he was thinking. Alicia, Alicia. A man's voice came from afar. The woman used the clothing Li Mu gave her to wrap her body, and ran into the distance. Soon she came back with another man. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Mu and Ao Ching Xian in gratitude. Before coming to the Shen Kingdom, Li Mu had already learned the language of the Shen Kingdom through the jade slip that Commander Zhang gave him. For cultivators like them, there was no language barrier at all. Li Mu did not say anything in the face of their gratitude. He took Ao Ching Xian and flew back into the sky. He killed the people of the Shen Kingdom for the sake of the soldiers and innocent people of the Great Zhou. He saved this woman from the Shen Kingdom only because of his own conscience. However, before he left, he took another look at the young man. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Chapter 510. On the flying boat, Ao Qingxin seemed to have sensed something. He said to Li Mu, "That person is very strange." Li Mu asked casually, "What did you see?" Ao Qingxin said, "Spiritual qi. He has gathered a lot of spiritual qi." Li Mu stood at the bow of the boat and looked down. Under the influence of Old Wang, he had read a lot of books. Of course, what he saw was not only spiritual qi. For a person who had never cultivated before to have such dense spiritual qi around him, it could only mean that he had a special physique. It was very likely that he was a rare innate spiritual body. As the name implied, he could use his body to attract spiritual qi. This was a physique more suitable for cultivation than the 5 elements physique, pure yin and pure yang. Hyun Jinko was an innate spiritual body. With this talent and the inheritance of his sect, he was able to become the headmaster of the Fulu school. If that young man from the Shen Kingdom was born in the Great Zhou, he would definitely be a genius that all the major sects would fight over. Unfortunately, he was born in the Shen Kingdom. Looking at his clothes, he should be the lowest of the low. The Shen Kingdom's royal family divided the people into 4 classes. The cultivators of the sects and the royal family were the first class, the nobles were the first class, and the merchants were the first class. The common people were the lowest class. The common people could not receive education, and could not cultivate. No matter how talented they were, it was futile. Li Mu had already realized that although talent could make cultivation twice the result with half the effort, the decisive factors were one's hard work, two's luck, and of course the most important was the inheritance. A person with an innate spiritual body cultivating for 100 years was not as good as a person with mediocre talent, receiving a strand of emperor's qi. After all, a person's 100 years of hard work could not compare to the years of hard work of hundreds of millions of people in the Great Zhou. On the path of cultivation, most of the so-called top geniuses would eventually become ordinary people. He quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. At this time, Ao Qingxin suddenly pointed to a short mountain in front of them and said excitedly, "I feel it. My inner core is there." Li Mu stood on the flying boat and looked at the short mountain in the distance. At the top of the hill, there was a magnificent temple. A row of stone steps extended from the top of the hill to the foot of the hill. On the stone steps, there were many people slowly climbing up. Every few steps, they would kneel down and kowtow. From their bodies, there was a faint aura of telekinesis. Within the Shen Kingdom, sects flourished. This was the origin of Buddhism, and countless sects flourished here. Even the Shen Kingdom's royal family used sects to control the Shen Kingdom. Although the Shen Kingdom was not as big as the Great Zhou, it had a large population, and was very suitable for the development of sections. This was obviously the location of a sect. Before Li Mu and Chung Xian could get close, a figure suddenly flew out from the temple. It was a tall and sturdy man with bulging muscles. He didn't have any hair on his head and held a Buddhist staff in his hand. He frowned at Ao Weixin and asked, Evil dragon, what are you doing here instead of guarding the lake? Ao Chengxin stood on the flying boat, turned around and looked at Li Mu, then summoned up his courage and said, "Give me back my inner core." The bald man sneered and said, "If you want the inner core, come and get it yourself." Cheng Xian looked at Li Mu again. Li Mu said indifferently, "If he wants you to get it, go get it yourself. Don't worry, I will watch over you from the side." When she had her Naiden, she wasn't this baldy's opponent. Now that she had lost her Naiden, she couldn't beat him. But at this moment, she didn't have any other choice. She could only summon 2 pitchforks and bite the bullet to attack the baldy. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and the shrunken Dao Bell floated in his palm and kept spinning. "Go." Li Mu waved his hand, and the Dao Bell suddenly flew to Cheng Xian and merged with her body. Cheng Xian only felt that something had happened to her body, but the bald man's staff was already smashing towards her. She could only raise her pitchforks to block. Clang! The staff and pitchforks collided, and there was a deafening sound. Cheng Xian's body floated in the air, but the bald man was bounced back with his staff. Cheng Xian was stunned for a moment. Then she spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath without hesitation. The bald man hurriedly responded. He waved his sleeves and hid his body behind his wide monk's robes. But this treasured robe was still burned with 2 big holes. He was shocked and angry, and his hands formed a seal. At this moment, the young man's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Formation. As soon as he said this, his body was suddenly bound by the power of heaven and earth. He couldn't move, and the spell he was about to cast was also interrupted. Although he immediately used his spiritual power to break free, the dragon girl didn't let go of this opportunity. A pitchfork pierced towards his head. A golden light burst out from the top of his head and bounced the pitchfork away, but he was also injured. Blood flowed down from the top of his head, blurring his vision. Ever since he stepped into the 6th level, he hadn't been injured for a long time. At this moment, his anger wasn't on the dragon girl, but on the man behind her. If this person hadn't been causing trouble at the side, he would have taken down the dragon girl long ago. He formed a seal with one hand, and pushed a palm towards Li Mu. In the void in front of the two, an illusory palm print suddenly appeared and pressed down on Li Mu. At the same time, the space Li Mu was in seemed to be completely sealed. Palm prints appeared in all directions around him, sealing off all his escape routes. When the palm prints arrived, Li Mu's body suddenly disappeared. The mini palm prints resisted and melted, and Li Mu's body appeared again. As long as the opponent wasn't at the 7th level or the peak of the 6th level, he could escape into the Demon Emperor's space at any time to avoid the enemy's attack. The bald man's attack didn't hurt Li Mu, and Ao Shoshin was already charging over with her pitchforks. While he was dealing with the dragon, there were thunderous roars above his head, strong winds blowing, and thousands of swords shooting out. He was in a sorry state, and his treasured robes were already riddled with holes. The young man's spell was strange, and he didn't know what was up with the dragon girl. Although her attacks weren't much stronger, her defense was more than 10 times stronger. He couldn't break through her defense at all. If this continued, he might be exhausted to death by the man and dragon here. He had originally prepared that dragon inner core for the treasure hunt at the bottom of the sea. Now it seemed like he had to return it. He waved his hand, and a white inner core the size of a pigeon egg flew out and was swallowed by Ao Shoshin. The inner core returned to her body, and her aura soared. Soon she reached the peak of the 5th level. The bald man regulated his body as he said, "I've given you the item. You can leave now, right?" Li Mu didn't think of directly killing this bald man. Which 6th level elite didn't have a trump card? He couldn't take him down in a short time. Moreover, if he stayed in a stalemate with him for too long, it would be very disadvantageous for them in the Shen Nation's territory if he summoned the other elites of the Shen Nation. However, it wasn't his style to just walk away like this. Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "You snatched someone else's item, and it's fine just to return it?" The bald man asked in a low voice, "What else do you want?" Li Mu said, "You bullied my people. You have to pay the price, right?" The bald man's face darkened. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand at Li Mu, and a white light shot out. Li Mu reached out to catch it, and a jade scroll appeared in his hand. The bald man said, This is a map of an ancient secret realm that I obtained in my early years. I'll give it to you. Li Mu used his psychic power to check the jade scroll, and found that there was indeed a map imprinted in it. The location marked on the map should be in the Southern Sea. No wonder this bald man wanted Shoshin's inner core. Without the dragon inner core, it was very difficult for humans to move in the deep sea. Every time they dived a certain distance, they would need to use their transcendence energy to resist the water pressure. Below several thousand meters, 6th level elites would need to use all their transcendence energy to barely move. If they encountered any threat, they would be doomed. He kept the jade scroll and said, "Shoshin, let's go." Ao Shoshin, who had regained her inner core, was in a good mood. She immediately flew onto Li Mu's flying ship. The bald man looked at the flying ship leaving, and his face darkened. He turned into a ray of light again and flew into the temple. The believers on the mountain path did not know that a great battle had happened in the sky. They were still climbing the mountain and praying devoutly. On the flying ship, Li Mu handed the jade scroll to Shoshin. After Shoshin checked it, she nodded and said, "That is indeed the Southern Sea. However, it is not easy to find. The sea is very big, much bigger than the countries on land. It is very, very difficult to find a place in the sea, and it is also very easy to encounter danger." The ancient secret realm was indeed very attractive to Li Mu. There would often be Dao arts inheritances from the previous era there. However, Li Mu did not have the time to look for them now. He still had to settle the matter of the Shen country. The arrogant group of Shen country people at the border was temporarily intimidated. However, according to their temperament, it would not be long before they would forget this painful memory. The flying ship landed outside a city in the northern bang of the Shen country. Ao Shoshin asked Li Mu in confusion, "Are we not going back?" Li Mu said indifferently, "There is no hurry." In the past, his understanding of the Shen country was all from the mouths of others. Since he had come to the Shen country this time, he wanted to see for himself what kind of country it was. The difference in appearance between the two of them and the Shen country people was too great. Li Mu and her changed a little, and they did not seem that special. In the small city, Li Mu and Shoshin walked side by side. Even though she had changed into the clothes of the Shen country people and hid her dragon horns, it was still difficult to hide her natural beauty. Walking on the street, from time to time, men would cast strange looks at her. It was human nature to love beauty. For a woman like her, walking on the streets of any city in the Great Zhou, there would be a high number of people turning their heads. However, the behavior of the people of the Great Zhou and the people of the Shen country were completely different. When the people of the Great Zhou saw a beautiful woman, most of them looked at her with admiration. When they were discovered by a woman, they would also look away in embarrassment. However, the people of the Shen country people would not do that. They would silently look at a woman with naked eyes. If it was just one or two, it would be fine. However, when most of the men on the street looked at her with such eyes, even the powerful dragon girl hid behind Li Mu. She was not afraid, but disgusted and disgusted. She had never seen such people in such a country. The city was filled with a foul smell. People were relieving themselves on the street and looking at women with very rude eyes. Animal feces could be seen everywhere. In a river that flowed through the city, some people were bathing, some were drinking water, and some were burning corpses. Ugh! Seeing the filthy river, Shoshin covered her mouth and almost vomited. As a member of the water race, as long as she thought about the existence of such a river, she felt uncomfortable all over. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and begged, "Let's go back," Li Mu said. "If you want to go back, then go back first." Ao Shoshin had no choice but to continue walking in the city with Li Mu. She did not dare to go back alone, nor could she go back alone. What if he thought she wanted to take the opportunity to escape? What if she met that bald man again? She still felt safe following Li Mu. The two of them walked on the street. When they passed by an alley, a few men behind them suddenly came forward and surrounded them. Li Mu did not even look at them and walked straight through the crowd. The men did not expect him to be so tactful. They surrounded the beautiful woman and forced her into the alley. Soon, Ao Isin walked over from behind and caught up with Li Mu. With a light snort, he spat out 2 balls of flame from his nose. He looked at Li Mu and asked, This country is too disgusting. Your great Zhou is so powerful. Why don't you destroy them? Li Mu said. They're only disgusting themselves now. If we destroy them, won't the great Zhou be disgusted as well? It was best to let the people of Shen settle the matter themselves. Li Mu originally thought that with so many people in Shen being treated as lowly commoners and being bullied like this, the people would definitely be angry. However, after seeing it for himself, he realized that they seemed to recognize this kind of status from the bottom of their hearts. The people of Great Zhou did not believe in this kind of thing at all. The people living in that land believed that the imperial court was not benevolent and should be overthrown to establish a new one. They believed that the imperial court should serve the people and not enslave them. The people of Shen did not give Li Mu this kind of feeling. The lowly commoners of Shen who were being bullied were also bullying others. Women had no status here. From the top to the bottom, from the commoners to the officials, whether it was in the countryside or in the small alleys of the city, there were endless cases of rape. It was very difficult to see women on the streets. However, whenever a woman walked by, there would be many men casting unscrupulous wolf-like gazes at her. In 3 days, Li Mu and Cheng Xian had passed through 4 small cities and more than a dozen villages. They had encountered dozens of roadblocks. Although they had met many good people, evil had become the norm. The few good people were easy to be ignored. After personally experiencing the local customs of Shen, Li Mu released the flying boat again. The two of them stood on the boat. The flying boat quickly flew across the sky, heading toward the southern county of Great Zhou. Cheng Xian stood behind Li Mu. At a certain moment, the flying boat suddenly stopped. Her body leaned forward and bumped into Li Mu. She hugged her chest and asked nervously, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Li Mu stood at the bow of the boat and looked into the distance. His face was filled with shock. Even standing here, he could feel that the power of heaven and earth in that direction had suddenly become extremely violent. Even though Li Mu was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not imagine what kind of supernatural power could trigger such a huge amount of power of heaven and earth. With a heart full of doubts, Li Mu controlled the flying boat again and sped forward.